Chapter 3602. A Body Refinement Cultivator? Barely. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Elder Wu's face turned incomparably solemn. His face gradually turned pale as he sensed the blood qi emitting from Ning Qi's body. He realized that his rebirth stage initial stage cultivation was no match for Ning Qi. Elder Wu. During the recruitment, Master Ning had indeed defeated 2 early-stage rebirth state seniors. I feel that there must have been some misunderstanding between you and Master Ning. Why don't the 2 of you sit down and have a good talk? Dong Chuan, who had been pushed out by Elder Wu's aura, had returned. This time he had learned his lesson and hid behind Ning Qi, only showing his head. Brother Lu and the others were startled. This time, the unrepentant mountain might really be able to get their share of the pellets. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, was stunned. It was only then that he realized that Ning Qi was at the fate state, but his physical body was extremely strong, comparable to the rebirth state. Fine, this is a matter between Elder Gongsun and your no-regret mountain. I won't get involved. Let's follow the rules. I'll calculate how long it's been since your no-regret mountain received a medicinal pill. You take the medicinal pill and leave immediately. I don't want to be caught in the middle. There's no one in this room. Elder Wu suddenly withdrew his aura and flipped through the records as he spoke. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled and also withdrew his aura. Soon, he took the portion of medicinal pellets that No Regret Mountain had for this period of time and left the main peak with Zhang Tao and Dong Chuan. Not long later, an old man in a green robe appeared in front of Elder Wu. I heard that you gave them the medicinal pills of No Regret Mountain. Elder Gongsun, there's a new consecrator in No Regret Mountain. He's a body-refining cultivator, and I'm not his opponent. Besides, the previous one has disappeared. It's fine to give the pills to No Regret Mountain. Why do we have to make things difficult for those disciples? Elder Wu glanced at the green-robed elder and smiled bitterly. Elder Wu, I know that your talent is limited and that you have old injuries in your body. You are almost at the end of your rope and are unwilling to fight with others. However, you didn't even make a move and let someone take the pill away. This shows that I, Gongsun Lu, am a little bit in the pill hall. If he doesn't have any prestige, how will he manage the pill hall in the future? The green-robed elder, Gongsun Lu, looked at Elder Wu and said calmly, Damn it, if not for the fact that your old ancestor is a sempiternal realm expert, do you think you have the right to manage the pill hall? Even now, you're just a high-level retainer of the pill hall. Without your family's ancestor backing you up, Han Buwei will be the first to beat you to death. Elder Wu looked at Gongsun Lu with a smile and thought to herself, What are you laughing at? You think what I said is ridiculous. Elder Wu, if you feel that you are not qualified for this job, I can arrange a more leisurely position for you. When Gongsun Lu saw Elder Wu smiling foolishly at her, her face turned extremely cold. The other cultivators in the hall had already retreated and only dared to watch from afar. They didn't dare to look closer because they weren't sure if Gongsun Lu would fight with Elder Wu. It was better for them to stand in a safe place to avoid being implicated. Elder Gongsun has misunderstood. It is indeed this old man's skill that is inferior to others. If it affects Elder Gongsun's prestige, then Elder Gongsun might as well head to No Regret Mountain and take back your portion of the medicinal pills. Elder Wu smiled. I don't need you to tell me about this. I will naturally make a trip to No Regret Mountain. I want to see what gave a new retainer the courage to stand up for No Regret Mountain. Gongsun Lu said coldly. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking at Elder Wu. His cultivation was actually only at the early stage of the rebirth realm. He wasn't much stronger than Elder Wu. However, the moment he appeared, his attitude was that of a superior. This showed how much disdain he had for Elder Wu. When the cultivators of the Heavenly Grandmother sect outside the hall saw this, they were once again impressed by Gongsun Lu's strength. At this rate, when Gongsun Lu reached the rebirth realm, he would probably be one of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. He would even have the right to speak. He, Elder Wu, watched Gongsun Lu leave angrily and suddenly let out a sinister laugh. That brat looks like a troublemaker. If he went to look for you like this, he will probably come back with some injuries, right? At that time, I wonder if your ancestor will really give it to you. Han Bue arranged for this kid to take over No Regret Mountain this time, probably with the intention of beating Gong Suanlu, the little bastard. Unfortunately, he was afraid of the old ancestor behind Gong Suanlu, so he didn't dare to make a move. Instead, he beat around the bush and let that kid do it. After a pause, Elder Wu suddenly sighed softly. Recently, there's something wrong with the direction of Heavenly Grandmother Sect. Outside the hall, the cultivators of the Heavenly Grandmother Sect saw Gongsun Lu flying in the direction of No Regret Mountain. After a few breaths, they immediately reacted. Is Elder Gongsun going to teach a lesson to the new deacon of No Regret Mountain? Not necessarily. The other party isn't even afraid of Elder Wu. Didn't you guys see that Elder Wu even gave him the portion of Unregretful Mountain's medicinal pills? What did this mean? This meant that Elder Wu admitted that his strength was above his. Although Elder Gongsun had not appeared for many years, however, I feel that his strength is at most on par with Elder Wu's. Won't we know once we take a look? He's just a newly promoted deacon. Could it be that he dares to make a move against Elder Gongsun? I think he'll have to obediently spit out the medicinal pills this time. Elder brother Lu hadn't left the entire time. At this moment, a gleam of schadenfreude could be seen in his eyes. Earlier, he had been beaten up by Ning Qi, which had made him feel very uncomfortable. He had deliberately waited here, and sure enough, Elder Gongsun had arrived. According to his understanding of Elder Gongsun, someone disregarded his words and forcefully stood up for Unregretful Mountain. Let's go. Everyone, let's go take a look. The few lackeys beside senior brother Lu saw the situation and shouted at the right time. Everyone was immediately moved and ran in the direction of Unregretful Mountain. They weren't Elder Gongsun, and they didn't dare to fly in the main peak. That was against the sect rules. Unregretful Mountain. It was still the same hall. Zhang Zhilan and the other inner and outer sect disciples looked at Zhang Tao in disbelief. At this moment, Zhang Tao was distributing the medicinal pills that Ning Qi had brought back from the main peak according to everyone's share. Did Deacon Ning really get the medicinal pills back for us? It seems that we misunderstood Deacon Ning. With these medicinal pills, there's hope for me to break through the bottleneck. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and excited. They looked at Ning Qi, who was sitting high up on the main seat, with a trace of respect in their eyes. Soon, the medicinal pills were distributed. Zhang Tao saw this and coughed. Aren't you guys going to thank Deacon Ning? Chapter 3603. Cultivate Well. Ning Qi stood up, glanced at the crowd, and left after leaving these words. Zhang Zhilan and the others were stunned on the spot. Logically speaking, Ning Qi should have said a few inspiring words. Why was he playing it down like that? Ning Qi's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned around. Seeing this, everyone's ears immediately perked up. They thought that Ning Qi was going to start telling them about the following cultivation matters, but Ning Qi did not speak. He looked at the entrance of the hall indifferently. Zhang Tao was the first to react. In other words, he had been vigilant about this matter ever since he returned from the main peak. He quickly followed Ning Qi's gaze and looked outside the hall. He immediately saw a green-robed old man looking at Ning Qi with a cold expression. Elder Gongsun. Zhang Tao's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the other party to come so quickly, nor did he expect that Gongsun Lu would come to Mount No Regret personally. In this case, the rumors were true. Gongsun Lu was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. You're quite fast. You've already distributed the elixirs. Gongsun Lu smiled and slowly walked into the hall. Only then did everyone notice his presence. When Zhang Zhilan and the rest saw Gongsun Lu, their expressions changed immediately. There was a trace of vigilance in their eyes, but more than that, there was fear. The last time Gongsun Lu came to Mount No Regret, he severely injured the previous deacon of Mount No Regret. Was history going to repeat itself this time? Mr. Ning is a deacon, and his cultivation is at least in the early stage of rebirth state. He shouldn't be easily defeated by Gongsun Lu, right? Zhang Zhilan guessed in her heart. The fear in her eyes dissipated a little, but her expression was still solemn. Gongsun Lu had a special background in Heavenly Grandmother sect. Of the two sempiternal realm experts, one of them did not have any children, nor did he have any personal disciples. He spent most of his time in seclusion. The only time he showed his face was when Lan Pingping passed away. The other was Gongsun Lu's old ancestor, Gongsun Wufua. Although he was usually in closed-door cultivation, he would still occasionally show up to manage the affairs of Heavenly Grandmother sect. For example, the pill hall was under Gongsun Wufua's jurisdiction. Therefore, in the Tianmu sect, most of the cultivators had already tacitly acknowledged Gongsun LV's actions. Basically, it was Gongsun Wufua's suggestion. Even the 4 undead realm experts had to show some respect to Gongsun LV. Otherwise, Gongsun LV would not have appeared previously. Green Hair's words made No Regret Mountain unable to receive their share of the medicinal pills. Even if they complained to the higher-ups, no one would care. Initial rebirth state. Ning Qi looked at Gongsun Lu indifferently, but his eyes lingered on the green robe she was wearing for a while. Sometimes he felt strange. There were always some cultivators who had a special sense of beauty. Did they think that wearing a green robe would increase their aura? Was he angry? You've got the pill and you've smelled it. You can hand it over now. Since I've said that your No Regret Mountain can't even have a dog in the future, then not even a dog can stay here. Gongsun Lu said lightly. When the crowd heard this, some timid ones looked at Zhang Tao, as if they wanted to return the medicinal pills to him. However, there were also some disciples of the Tianmu sect who looked angry. They held the porcelain bottle tightly, unwilling to let go of the medicinal pills in their hands. These medicinal pills originally belonged to them. If you want to cultivate, it's very simple. Leave No Regret Mountain. There's so many mountains in our Tianmu sect. Do you really want to hang yourself here? Gongsun Lu smiled faintly. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Ning Qi again. You're the new deacon? You're quite young. Looks like you're elder Gongsun of the pill hall. Ning Qi smiled. Well, you should have heard of my relationship with No Regret Mountain, right? Your actions today have put me in a difficult position. How about this? I'll take the medicinal pills, and you apologize to me. Then I'll let this matter go. Gongsun Lu smiled. This guy can also cultivate to the initial rebirth state. Ning Qi could not help but sigh in his heart. Logically speaking, someone as petty as Gongsun Lu shouldn't have been able to clear the Karma realm. Yet he was able to reach the Samsara realm primary stage. It seemed like the sempiternal realm old ancestor behind him was indeed taking good care of him. However, in Ning Qi's view, Gongsun Lu's fighting prowess was simply too weak. In the ancient star pavilion, he was probably at the bottom of the core disciples, because from Gongsun Lu, he could not see a trace of the aura that a rebirth state expert should have. Elder Gongsun, I'm afraid you've misunderstood something. This medicinal pill belongs to No Regret Mountain. You can't take it away. As for compensation, you're thinking too much. The strong will never lower their heads to the weak. Don't you know this? I don't know what happened to you. How did you get out of the myriad worlds reincarnation? Ning Qi said while shaking his head. Weakling? Are you saying I'm weak? Gongsun Lu was slightly startled, and then she flew into a rage. Her face was so gloomy that it could drip water, and she glared at Ning Qi. Isn't it? Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little tense. Zhang Tao, Zhang Zhilan, and the other cultivators of No Regret Mountain looked at each other and retreated, ready to escape the hall at any time. In a battle between two fourth-step experts, They, as third step experts, would be blown to death in the blink of an eye. If they stood too close, they would probably be blown to death by the aftermath in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. I heard that this time your application for the deacon position was presided over by Hanbue. This old thing doesn't dare to find trouble with me, so he sent you? He's destined to make a fool of himself this time. Go out, don't make things difficult for me. After all, this hall is also a treasure of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. It's not good to break something from the Heavenly Mother sect. Gongsun Lu seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly laughed, then turned and left. I'll wait for you at the martial arts practice field. Gongsun Lu's voice floated over. She had already soared into the sky and left Mount No Regret. Deacon Ning, why don't we ask Elder Han to make the decision? Elder Gongsun is too much. After a while, Zhang Jilan suddenly said. Everyone looked at Zhang Jilan with a trace of admiration in their eyes. At this point, a perfected Tao-seeking realm cultivator dared to get involved in this matter? Wasn't she afraid that Gongsun Lu would settle the score? There's no need. Elder Han is already at the martial arts practice field. Ning Qi smiled and walked out of the hall. Everyone was at a loss when they heard this. Why was Elder Han at the martial arts arena? What they did not know was that when Gongsun Lu suddenly laughed out loud, Ning Qi felt a special primordial spirit fluctuation. It was also because of this fluctuation that Gongsun Lu chose to head to the martial arts practice field. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would probably attack without caring about the damage to the hall. She would not even care about the group of Heavenly Grandmother sect cultivators from Mount No Regret Mountain. Since you want to use me as a weapon, you have to be prepared to bear the consequences. Chapter 3604. At the training field. When Ningqi arrived, there were already many cultivators from the Heavenly Grandmother sect gathered there. There were cultivators from the third step to the fourth step. Even Dong Chuan, who went back to deliver elixirs, received the news. There were more than 10 figures sitting on the spectator stand. The leader was Han Buwei, and the rest were reincarnation state cultivators from the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Ning Qi had seen a few of them before. At this moment, Gongsun Lu was standing in front of Han Buwei with a smile. No one knew what she was talking about. Elder Han is indeed at the training field. Zhang Jilan and the rest looked at each other in shock. Could it be that their consecrated Elder Ning had a prophetic spell? How did he know this in advance? They came to the training field this time because they were worried whether Ning Qi would be defeated by Gongsun Lu. If Ning Qi was defeated, the future of No Regret Mountain would probably be the same as before. They would probably have to turn to other mountain ranges and persevere. Ultimately, they would be the ones who would be harmed. Find a seat for yourselves. Ning Qi flew to the spectator stand and landed beside Gongsun Lu. He cupped his hands and smiled at Han Buwei. Greetings, Elder Han. No need to be so polite. Han Buwei smiled. His gaze, as well as the gazes of the rebirth state cultivators, fell on Ning Qi. Some were curious, some were disdainful, and some were gloating. Since consecrated Elder Ning is here, let's go. Elder Han, remember what I said just now. Gongsun Lu glanced at Han Buwei with a faint smile, and with a slight movement, she entered the martial arts arena. Elder Han, if I accidentally kill him, would it be against the rules of the Heavenly Grandmother sect? I just entered the sect not long ago, so I'm not very clear about some of the rules. Ning Qi did not enter the field. Instead, he looked at Han Buwei and smiled. This guy is indeed a little arrogant. Are all body-tempering cultivators like this? The rebirth state cultivators' gazes suddenly became strange when they heard Ning Qi's words. Han Buwei's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Ning Qi with a smile. That depends on your agreement. But in Tianmu School, once you step onto the martial arts field, your life and death are no longer up to you, whether it's Minister Ning or Elder Gongsun. Whether it is consecrated Elder Ning or Elder Gongsun, The Heavenly Grandmother sect will not pursue the matter. That's good. Ning Qi smiled and disappeared from the stands. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gong Sun Lu. A rebirth state cultivator who was closest to Han Bui frowned and transmitted his voice. Elder Han, if he really injured Gong Sun Lu, I'm afraid it will be hard to explain to Gong Sun Wufua. Don't worry. Although this lad is strong, it won't be easy for him to destroy the physical body of a rebirth realm expert. This time it's mainly to teach Gong Sun Lu a lesson and let him know that even if he has a sempiternal realm expert like Gong Sun Wufua to back him up in the Timu clan, he won't stand a chance. Waste. I'm not just a decoration to let him be arrogant and despotic. Han Bui smiled calmly. Revered Elder Ning, once you step onto the martial arts practice field, you'll be able to determine who's superior and who's dead. Do you understand this? Gong Sun Lu smiled at Ning Qi. Life and death? When the cultivators on the stands heard this, their expressions turned solemn. They had thought that the battle between Gong Sun Lu and Ning Qi was not that serious, and that it was just a battle of reputation. They did not expect that Gong Sun Lu would actually want to determine life and death with Ning Qi. That's great. Senior brother Lu and the rest looked at each other. They could not wait to see Ning Qi's physical body destroyed on the spot. Only then could they vent their hatred. This is bad, Dong Chuan frowned. He had entered the Qianmu clan on the same day as Ning Qi, and they had some ties. He did not want to see Ning Qi's physical body destroyed and his strength greatly reduced. Moreover, Gong Sun Lu was a rebirth state cultivator, while Ning Qi was only a heavenly fate state cultivator. Under the suppression of a whole realm, Gong Sun Lu could force her way out of Ning Qi's immortal palace and cut off the connection between them. She could even destroy the immortal palace. In that case, if Ning Qi's physical body was destroyed, he would really die. Gong Sun Lu is putting all her hatred on revered Elder Ning, Zhang Tao muttered to himself. When Zhang Zhilan and the rest heard this, they suddenly felt a little regretful. Life and death, huh? Ning Qi smiled slightly. His voice was as loud as a bell, as if he was afraid that others could not hear him. That's right. Gong Sun Lu smiled faintly. If you are afraid now, I will give you another chance to apologize to me in front of Elder Han and the rest. Before he finished his sentence, a sword radiance suddenly flashed by on Ning Qi's side. Chen Xiao turned into a stream of light and constantly pierced through Gong Sun Lu's body. Even an undead state expert like Han Bui took a breath to react, a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Gong Sun Lu had protective means and protective spiritual treasures, but at this moment, in front of Chen Xiao, all his means were useless. Chen Xiao was a 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure, a killing weapon that could threaten an undead state expert. Gong Sun Lu, on the other hand, was only in the rebirth state. In the early stage, Ning Qi could beat him to death even with his fists. In front of Chen Xiao, there was no chance for him to resist. After a few breaths, Chen Xiao disappeared into the middle of Ning Qi's eyebrows. At this moment, some of the cultivators with lower cultivation came to their senses and looked at Gong Sun Lu, dumbfounded. Gong Sun Lu still maintained a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were a little lifeless. First, his palm turned into minced meat and fell to the ground, followed by his arm and shoulder. In less than a few breaths, Gong Sun Lu had turned into a pile of minced meat. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. Instant kill. A dignified early-stage rebirth state expert was killed in less than a breath in front of Ning Qi. 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure. Han Bui stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on Ning Qi. The rebirth state cultivators around him could not remain calm. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. He won. Zhang Zhilan looked at Zhang Tao in disbelief. He should have won. Zhang Tao nodded blankly. This guy is actually so strong. Senior brother Lu and the others looked at each other and suddenly felt a little scared. If they had continued to talk back to Ning Qi at the main peak, would he have cut them into pieces? At the same time, two extremely faint waves of primordial spirit came from the distant mountain peak. If one did not sense it carefully, they would not have noticed it at all. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the distant mountain peak. He had already memorized the appearance of the two rebirth state cultivators. They did not come to the martial arts practice field to watch and insisted on hiding far away. It was obvious that they did not want to show their faces. There was no need for the heavenly grandmother sect to hide like this. Chapter 36:05. Thank you for letting me win. Ning Qi smiled at the minced meat on the ground. He tore through the air and flew towards Mount without regret. Zhang Tao and the others also left in a hurry. From the beginning to the end, Ning Qi did not even look at Han Bui. Elder Han, what should we do? With Gong Sun Lu's physical body destroyed, he would most likely fall from the heavenly mandate state. His foundation was basically unstable. Back then, Gong Sun Wufua had expended a lot of effort and countless spiritual materials to make him reach the early stages of the rebirth state. Returning to the 9 bridges, he can't even get through the second bridge. If he dies this time, I'm afraid he won't even be able to keep the first bridge. The rebirth state cultivator beside Han Bui said with a solemn expression. Some of the others had already begun to quietly send messages, while others looked at Gong Sun Lu's remains with a solemn expression. They seemed to be wondering if they could survive Ning Qi's attack. What should we do? How would I know? A hint of anger appeared in Han Bui's eyes, but shortly after, it turned into a bitter smile. He wanted to use Ning Qi to teach Gong Sun Lu a lesson, but he didn't expect her to see through his intentions and directly kill Gong Sun Lu's physical body. He didn't even have a chance to save her. He didn't even have a chance to save him. According to his thinking, Ning Qi was a physique cultivator. Even if he could kill Gong Sun Lu, he would still be able to stop the battle in time. However, who would have thought that Ning Qi would use a 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure? Such a killing weapon could be casually used by a cultivator of the destiny state? How could a cultivator of the destiny state have it? Was the land of Tai Li really stronger than Tai Chu? This kid is purposely making things difficult for me. However, he is our sect's consecrator. Today's competition is very fair. Even if Gong Sun Wufua knows about this, with the sect master around, he wouldn't dare to take revenge openly. However, in the future, I might have to guard against this old guy's schemes. The gains do not make up for the losses. Han Bui couldn't help but shake his head, suddenly feeling a little regretful. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since the battle between Ning Qi and Gong Sun Lu. During this month, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mother's sect basically knew that a deacon had come to the No Regrets Mountain. Although the deacon was only at the peak of the Fate realm, he was a powerful cultivator. However, Duan was extremely strong. Gong Suanlu, who was at the initial stages of the rebirth state, could not even withstand a single blow from him. The cultivators who did not have a good relationship with Mountain, without regret, had become much more restrained during this period of time. They did not dare to bully the cultivators of Mountain without regret anymore. However, they did not try to curry favor with Gong Sun Wufua either. This was because most people believed that Gong Sun Wufua would not take this lying down so easily. If he were to be on good terms with No Regret Mountain, he would inevitably be hated by Gong Sun Wufua. As for Gong Sun LV, he reappeared on the main peak half a month after his death. His body was fresh, but his aura had declined drastically. His cultivation had dropped from the early rebirth realm to the Fate realm. He was only at the advanced Fate realm. Not the peak. From this, it could be seen how unstable his foundation was. Gong Sun Lu appeared once or twice before disappearing again. It was said that he had gone into seclusion. Many people thought that he would immediately seek out Gong Sun Wufua to take revenge on Ning Qi. Unexpectedly, this matter seemed to have been left unsettled. Gong Sun Wufua did not appear at all. For cultivators, there was no time in the mountains. A simple seclusion might take years. Ning Chi sat on mountain without regret for 10 years. He did not wait for Gong's son Lu to take revenge, nor did he wait for the boundless border cultivators to test him. In these 10 years, only Dong Chuan had come up to the mountain to look for him. Other than that, mountain without regret was very quiet. Everyone was cultivating step by step. Occasionally, there would be news of someone dying while out on a mission. These Tao querying realm cultivators had not formed their immortal palaces. If they died, they were really dead. The system's advancement is already more than halfway. In another 10 or so years, the advancement will be almost complete. I wonder if this advancement will be the system's last advancement. Will the function of the top-notch cultivation training ground be improved again? Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes. Because there was no top-notch cultivation training ground, the results of these 10 years of cultivation were not obvious. His ancient star body did not improve much. The time he could last in front of the star giant was also very short. Ning Chi even suspected that even if his ancient star body reached the rank 9 level, Ning Chi even suspected that even if his ancient star body reached rank 9, he would not be able to find out the true strength of the star giant. However, because he had established a connection with the primal star, the cultivation speed of the ancient star body was more than 10 times faster than before. When the system was updated and he entered the top-notch cultivation training ground, Ning Chi could try to break through to rank 8 of the ancient star body. Brother Ning, are you out of seclusion? I have something to talk to you about. Before Dong Chuan arrived, his voice came first. Ning Chi frowned slightly. This guy was a bit annoying. The door of the stone room opened slowly. Just as Ning Chi walked out, Dong Chuan landed in front of him. After seeing Ning Chi, Dong Chuan's eyes were filled with joy. Brother Ning, you're finally out. Brother Dong, what's the matter? Ning Chi smiled. Dong Chuan wanted to say something, but stopped. Don't keep me in suspense. Ning Chi said helplessly. Dong Chuan's little tricks could only be used by inexperienced cultivators. Some time ago, the sect master of the Heavenly Mama sect issued a mission. An undying tomb has opened in Qinyun City. The Heavenly Mama sect has 4 spots. Now, all the deacons and consecrators are fighting for these spots. Brother Ning, I will join forces with you to snatch one. Who knows how many good things were left behind by an ancient powerhouse? Let's go and snatch it. Dong Chuan said excitedly, looking at Ning Chi expectantly. The tomb of an undying realm powerhouse. Ning Chi pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm not interested. How can I not be interested? This is an undying realm powerhouse. Our Heavenly Mama sect only has 4 undying realm powerhouses. In the land of absolute beginning, undying realm powerhouses are the leaders of a region. We will be rich if they leak something from their fingers. We will be rich. Dong Chuan was stunned. I'm really not interested. Ning Chi shook his head. He only came to the land of absolute beginning to complete the mission given to him by the Secretary General. Once he completed this mission, he would be able to enter the reincarnation realm and prepare to enter the reincarnation realm. Now, he didn't even know if he could complete this mission. Why would he be interested? If it was the tomb of an imperishable realm expert, he could consider it, but an imperishable realm expert probably wouldn't be as rich as him. A single spring dawn was probably the goal of many undead realm powerhouses. Not to mention Ning Chi also had the demon refining gourd. After the system is updated, I can try to repair the level of the demon purification pot with the 9 hell refining technique. The restoration process was extremely slow. It could take hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Time couldn't be wasted on this. After that, no matter how Dong Chuan tried to persuade him, Ning Chi showed no interest. After Dong Chuan left angrily, Ning Chi called Zhang Tao and asked him to take him around the gate of Heaven Grandmother. Unknowingly, Ning Chi stopped in his tracks. There was a mountain range in the distance. Which elder's dojo is that? Chapter 3606. The Place Where Elderlon Died. Ning Chi said with a sigh, I heard that Elderlon was an imperishable realm expert. At this level he should be immortal. Even if his immortal palace is destroyed and his body is destroyed, he can be reborn. Why did he die like this? How could Zhang Tao know this? He wasn't even a fourth step cultivator. However, since Ning Chi had spoken, he felt that it wouldn't be good for him to remain silent. He thought about it and said, perhaps Elderland's lifespan is up? I heard that the cultivators of God Luo world are different from the cultivators of the outside world. Even if they are of the same realm, as long as the cultivators of the outside world don't step into God Luo world, their lifespan is almost endless, and they don't even need to enter the reincarnation cycle after they die. But the cultivators of God Luo world are different. Their lifespan is much shorter than the cultivators of the outside world. Perhaps Elderlon is an old senior who has lived for a very, very long time. It is very normal for his lifespan to be exhausted. Ning Chi nodded slightly. He had already guessed what Zhang Tao had said. He had even flipped through the ancient books, and it was just as he had said. As long as the cultivators from the outside world didn't step into Shenluo world, their lifespan would be endless. For example, the immortal emperors in the celestial world might only be second-step cultivators, but they could live forever, let alone third-step Dao-querying cultivators. However, if these cultivators came to Shenluo world and were tainted with the aura of Shenluo world, their lifespan would be determined by the reincarnation of 10,000 worlds. It's decided. It's useless to escape to the outside world now. Even so, other than a small portion of cultivators whose lifespans were about to run out, most people would fight to come to Shenluo world, because the cultivation speed in the outside world was completely incomparable to that in Shenluo world. Since that's the case, I'll go pay my respects. Zhang Tao, come with me. Ning Chi smiled. What? Zhang Tao was shocked. Previously, the sect did not allow them to talk about Elderland's death in private. Now, Ning Chi wanted him to go to the place where Elderlon died. If the higher-ups knew about this, the punishment he would face would be extremely severe. Zhang Tao could not care too much and directly voiced out his worries. He said in a low voice, Revered Ning, we should leave this place to avoid being punished by the sect. What punishment? As a deacon, I'm going to pay my respects to an old senior who has passed away. Do I have to be punished? Lead the way. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Ning Chi said lightly. Zhang Tao stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. After several breaths of time, he gritted his teeth and turned to walk towards the mountain range in the distance. That mountain range was 7 or 8 times higher than Mount Regretless. Compared to it, Mount Regretless was like a small hill. There was another mountain in the Granny Gate, and that was the main peak. The other 2 undying beings and 4 undying beings weren't as tall as this mountain, and the spiritual energy wasn't as thick as this one. The Gate of Fortune. At the foot of the mountain stood an incomparably huge stone tablet. It was about 6 zhang tall and 2 zhang wide, and there were 4 large words carved on it. This is... Ning Chi's gaze fell on the Gate of Fortune as he calmly asked, Elderlon left this behind. You mean this stone tablet? Many years ago, Elderlon returned from the outside world and changed this peak to Fortune Peak. At the same time, he built this Gate of Fortune. If I remember correctly, this was about 500 or 600 years ago. Zhang Tao recalled. 500 to 600 years ago. It's about the same time as when I first entered the divine Luo world. Ning Chi nodded and continued to let Zhang Tao lead the way. Is there a problem with this kid? Some time ago, Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue sent a message to us. The 2 of them have seen this kid, so he shouldn't be a dark cultivator. However, this kid's motive might not be pure. Let's take a closer look. After Ning Chi and Zhang Tao went up the mountain, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the distance. They communicated with each other and then followed them up the mountain. Consecrated Ning, Let's just pay our respects to Elder Lon here. There's no need to go any further. As they got closer to the peak of Fortune Peak, Zhang Tao's expression became more and more agitated. Perhaps other cultivators didn't take the sect's decree to heart. After leaving the sect, they would also talk about Lan Pingping's death. After all, as long as the great emperor didn't appear, an imperishable realm expert would be the overlord of a place. Lan Pingping died just like that. Everyone would suspect it, and it was normal to discuss it in private. However, the cultivators of Mount Unregretful basically wouldn't discuss it. Even when they left Heavenly Grandmother Gate, they didn't say a word about it. This was because they saw with their own eyes that their old deacon only talked about it for a night, and then disappeared without a trace the next day. After that, they heard the news that their deacon had been suppressed and punished by the sect. "If you're afraid, you can leave now," Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Zhang Tao looked at Ning Qi with a bitter smile. If he left now and the higher-ups held him accountable, Ning Qi probably wouldn't help him. Instead of being in a dilemma, it was better to take a gamble on Ning Qi. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao immediately said, "Consecrated Ning, since I'm also here, I naturally have to pay my respects to Elder Lon. In fact, I've wanted to do this for a long time." Not long after, the two of them arrived at the peak of Fortune Peak. There were more than 30 buildings here. One could imagine how prosperous this place was in the past. But now it was deserted and there was no sign of life. Not even the wild beasts and star demons in the mountain range could be seen. They were all gone. There was a faint pressure coming from the hall facing the two of them. Ning Qi walked toward the main hall expressionlessly, and Zhang Tao followed closely behind. At this moment, Zhang Tao was also a little curious. What would an imperishable realm expert look like when he passed away? Boom! As soon as the two of them stepped into the main hall, they felt as if a spiritual storm was sweeping towards them. Ning Qi was fine. He only took a dozen steps back to block the spiritual storm. At the same time, he felt his essence spirit was a little tired, as if he had fought with an expert. However, Zhang Tao was in a bad situation. He was caught off guard by the spiritual storm and was sent flying hundreds of feet away. He landed heavily on the ground and coughed out blood. His eyes gradually turned cloudy and his aura continued to drop. He was about to pass away on the spot. Signs of death. Do these cultivators from the Heavenly Grandmother sect really think that their elders' orders are empty words? An imperishable realm expert is so powerful. No one can control the residual power left in his corpse. It's not something that an ordinary third-step cultivator can withstand. But if that person doesn't take action, this guy will probably die. What a pity. The corpse of this imperishable realm expert has already been 90% refined into a golden body. If we could take it away, we could at least exchange it for a grade 7 primordial spiritual treasure. Chapter 3607. Zhang Tao's injuries were quite serious. Ning Qi looked at the great hall in the distance with a slightly serious expression. Just now, he had caught a glimpse of a seemingly lifelike corpse sitting in a sitting posture, looking at him indifferently. Ning Qi guessed that the existence was Lan Pingping, an imperishable realm expert. However, he didn't expect an eternal realm cultivator to leave behind such a powerful force. How strong would he have been when he was alive? He had met Tu Duo, the Secretary General, Grand Elder Duan, the Palace Master of Alcade Star Palace, and other Eternal Realm cultivators. He had even met an Emperor Realm cultivator like Li Shang, but he didn't realize how terrifying their auras were. It was obvious that they hid their auras well when dealing with low-level cultivators. Otherwise, they could injure a fourth-step cultivator and kill a third-step cultivator with just a glance. I must enter the rebirth state as soon as possible and then aim for the Eternal Realm. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight back if I encounter an Eternal Realm cultivator. Ning Qi thought to himself, "Minister Ning, I won't go." Zhang Tao had just escaped death. He looked at Ning Qi with a pale face and fear in his eyes. He was really scared just now. If Ning Chi hadn't helped him, he would have been a corpse by now. You stay here. Ning Chi nodded and didn't force Zhang Tao anymore. He then walked into the hall alone. This time Ning Chi was prepared. He gathered all his essence, chi and spirit and slowly walked into the hall. The mental storm attacked again, or rather, it could be called a primordial spirit storm. This power was formed by the residual primordial spirit of the other party after he passed away. For low-level cultivators, this hall was equivalent to a forbidden area. Perhaps the situation in the burial grounds is the same. However, the area of the burial ground is countless times larger than this place. If that is the case, then there must be at least a seventh-step corpse. Ning Chi's gaze fell into the distance. In the center of the hall sat a female cultivator. This female cultivator did not look very old, only 17 or 18 years old. Her skin was delicate and white, and her facial features were also very beautiful. Her eyes were filled with light. There was a faint glow in her eyes, but Ning Chi knew that she was just a corpse and not a living person. Junior Ning Chi is here to pay respects to Elder Lon. I hope Elder Lon has a safe journey in the reincarnation realm. Ning Chi cupped his fists and bowed slowly. When he bent over and was about to get up, a special force suddenly rushed out from Lon Pingping's skeleton and entered the space between Ning Chi's eyebrows. Ning Chi's movements immediately froze, and he maintained his bowing posture, not moving at all. Are you Elder Lon? Could it be that Senior is still alive? Ning Chi looked ahead with some shock. He was now in a pitch-black void, and there was a throne in front of him. Lon Pingping's eyes were even more spirited than before, and his eyeballs seemed to be moving slowly. The original body has already passed away. I am just a remnant left behind by the original body. You are a darkness cultivator, right? Don't deny it. If you weren't a darkness cultivator, you wouldn't have been able to offend this remnant will. Lon Pingping said faintly. Ning Chi didn't say anything. He just looked at her calmly. Lon Pingping continued. I have a treasure that concerns the future of Shenluo world's younger generation. You must bring this back to the Dark Parliament's headquarters. It can allow the younger generation of the Dark Parliament to improve greatly. May I know where it is now? Ning Chi said. Limestone Town, Huang Chi's pharmacy. Lon Pingping said faintly. After that, she looked at Ning Chi. Bring it back to the Dark Parliament's headquarters. The scene in front of him changed. Ning Chi had already returned to the main hall. Lon Pingping's corpse didn't move at all, as though everything that happened just now was just an illusion. Elder Lon, have a safe journey. Ning Chi looked at Lon Pingping, cupped his fists again, and turned to leave. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of ridicule. It was indeed a trap. Even if those fellows weren't darkness cultivators, they were at least like Ning Chi. They had received guidance from Lon Pingping's so-called remnant will, which was why they went to Limestone Town's pharmacy. If it was an ordinary darkness cultivator, they might really fall for it. That was because they didn't know what that thing looked like. However, Ning Chi had received guidance from the Secretary General beforehand, so he already had an idea of what that thing was. Now, he already knew where that thing was, but he couldn't snatch it in a short period of time because it was too conspicuous. To be able to set up an illusion that could easily pull Ning Chi in, the existence who set up this method was at least a fifth-step cultivator. It was very likely that Lon Pingping had been killed and the illusion that she had passed away. Even the Dark Parliament had fooled them. The other side had been fooled, thinking that Lon Pingping had really passed away. If such an existence was still in the Tianmu Gate, Ning Chi would never dare to make a move. Otherwise, he would be killed on the spot if he made a move. Mr. Ning, are you done paying your respects? Elder Lon is really powerful. Even after she died, I couldn't even get close to her corpse. Zhang Tao couldn't help but admire Ning Chi when he saw him walk out of the main hall unscathed. You're just a third-step cultivator, while Elder Lon was a fifth-step cultivator. Even if there's only bones left, it's still not something you can withstand. If you've formed an immortal palace, you can stay for a few breaths. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Zhang Tao opened his mouth, but before he could speak, a figure broke through the air and appeared directly in front of Ning Qi and Zhang Tao. Elder Han! Zhang Tao was startled, and his eyes were filled with horror. What are the two of you doing here? Han Buwei's tone was a little harsh. Didn't the sect rules tell you? The sect master doesn't allow others to disturb Elder Lan. Elder Lan was a powerhouse of the Eternal Realm. She passed away. As a deacon of the Tianmu sect, I should come to pay my respects to the senior, Ning Qi said solemnly. At the same time, his face revealed a trace of surprise, and he deliberately lowered his voice. Elder Han, I found— Shut up! Han Buwei shouted extremely harshly, and then his face turned gloomy. Leave with me. An hour later, Zhang Tao had returned to No Regret Mountain, but Ning Qi appeared in Han Buwei's cave abode. Han Buwei looked at Ning Qi coldly and did not speak. Elder Han, when I entered the main hall to pay my respects to Elder Lan, I entered an illusion. Ning Qi told him what he had seen and heard in a few words. Han Buwei was not surprised at all. After listening, he glanced at Ning Qi indifferently. I already know about this, but the higher-ups have their own plans. It's not something you and I can interfere with. Go back to No Regret Mountain, and don't step into the creation realm again in the future. Otherwise, even I can't save you. Then I'll take my leave first. Ning Qi frowned slightly, cupped his hands, and turned to leave. After Ning Qi left, two more guests came to Han Buwei's cave abode. Both of you. Deacon Ning is not a dark cultivator. Han Buwei looked at the two of them and spoke first. Chapter 36:08. Another 5 years had passed since Ning Qi last went to Creation Peak. In these 5 years, there was still no sign of retaliation from Gongsun Lu. Mount No Regret was also very peaceful. Everyone was cultivating step by step. However, there was news from Qingyin City. According to the news, many of the fourth step cultivators who entered the Undying Tomb had died inside. Even the immortal palaces had been shattered, including a few fourth step cultivators from the Heavenly Mother sect. Dong Chuan hadn't had Ning Qi's help, so he hadn't been able to get a spot. In the end, the Undying Tomb was completely subdued by a young heaven's pride, and all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside were taken away by him, triggering a large-scale hunt. Even some undead realm powerhouses joined in. The process of the hunt was so intense that at that time, many people soared into the sky and saw a young girl being chased by experts from all sides. She was surrounded by danger. None of this had anything to do with Ning Qi. He was waiting for an opportunity. Sir Ning, something's wrong. Elder Gongsun Wufua suddenly came out of seclusion and learned that Gongsun Lu's body was destroyed and that she had fallen to the advanced fate state. He was so angry that he even destroyed his cave abode. Zhang Tao hurried to Ning Qi's seclusion room. His voice was heard before he even arrived. Ning Qi walked out of the stone room and glanced at him. I see. Zhang Tao's face was filled with anxiety as he whispered, Esteemed Elder Ning, should we invite Elder Han out and let him mediate the situation? No need. Ning Qi smiled. It's a fair fight. He might be angry, but he will at most teach me a lesson. He won't kill me. At most, he will destroy my body. Destroying your body will cause your cultivation level to fall, and your origin will be damaged. Sir Ning, When Zhang Tao saw that Ning Qi spoke so casually, as if he didn't care about it at all, a stunned expression appeared on his face. You can leave now. Ning Qi waved his hand. All right, revered Elder Ning, please be careful. Zhang Tao nodded with an ugly expression and turned to leave. Ning Qi glanced in the direction of the main peak as soon as Zhang Tao left. Then he went down the mountain and headed for the Fortune Peak. Old ancestor, it's my fault for being inferior. I've embarrassed you. Gong Sun Lu knelt before an old man with her head lowered. She looked at the ground with a hint of resentment and anticipation. The old man's appearance was similar to Gong Sun Lu, but he exuded a faint aura of the immortal realm. He was one of the 2 immortal realm experts of the Heavenly Grandmother sect, Gong Sun Wufua, forging 20% of the golden body and condensing the immortal elixir was the undying realm. Those who had forged their golden body beyond 30% would be able to condense the immortality core and reach the sempiternal realm. The difference between the two was extremely huge. In the past generations of the Shenluo realm, there were some geniuses who could enter the undying realm. However, it did not mean that they could enter the undying realm or even the undying realm. Every minor realm in the 5th step was extremely difficult to break through. This was because forging the golden body not only depended on a person's talent and luck, but also a person's wealth. The natural treasures needed to forge the golden body were all extremely valuable and rare. The 9 reincarnation bridges have been broken, and your cultivation has fallen back to the destiny state. All the resources I've spent on you have gone to waste. You should know that the resources I've spent to help you enter the reincarnation state are equivalent to the wealth of several elder Hans. Gong Sun Wufua said lightly. As he spoke, he glanced at a figure not far away. It was Han Buwei. Elder Wu Fo, this is my fault. Han Buwei had an apologetic look on his face. When the 2 of them competed, I was at the scene. I thought it was just a sparring match. But who knew that revered Elder Ning had a 7th grade connate numinous treasure that instantly killed Gong Sun Lu's body. Even I didn't have time to intervene. He paused for a moment before he continued. However, the competition between them is fair and square. Revered Elder Ning is also a member of Heavenly Grandmother sect, so Elder Fo should be able to understand this, right? Han Buwei, as long as your golden body doesn't reach 30%, you don't have the right to say the word understanding to me. Don't be fooled by the fact that you're in the immortal realm. Believe it or not. I can break your golden body and immortal pill right now and turn you into a cripple? Without the golden body, and no. The 5th step of the death pill, he is only slightly stronger than the rebirth state full circle, right? Gong Sun Wufua looked at Han Buwei with a faint smile, but his words were extremely rude. He did not treat Han Buwei as someone of the same level as him at all, although they were both 5th step cultivators. One was an immortal while the other was an immortal. There was still a huge gap between them. Gong Sun Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, felt extremely delighted. He hated Ning Qi, but he hated Han Buwei even more. His body was destroyed by Ning Qi entirely because of Han Buwei's instructions. If that's the case, I'm afraid Elder Wu Fo will also be destroyed by the sect master. Your 40% golden body? Elder Wu Fo must have broken through the bottleneck during his seclusion and reached the advanced immortal realm, right? As long as he can condense 50% of his golden body, he will reach the full circle and become an immortal in the future. Given Elder Wu Fo's character, I'm afraid he won't be able to break his own cultivation path for me. Han Buwei said with a fake smile. Since the other party had already shown the intention to shed all pretense of cordiality, he naturally would not be polite anymore. Ha ha ha, you really know me well. Gong Sun Wufua suddenly laughed. Since you brought up the sect master, I can spare your golden body. But he's just a heavenly fate realm cultivator. Even if I kill him, how do you think the sect master will punish me? Make me face the wall for 1,000 years? 10,000 years? It doesn't matter. I can make use of this opportunity to break through the bottleneck and reach the great perfection of the immortal realm in one go. Han Buwei's expression changed slightly. Before he could speak, Gong Sun Wufua suddenly said again, however, I heard that this kid has a 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure, right? Back then, he used this to ambush Gong Sun Lu. If this kid obediently hands over the 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure this time, I might spare his life. Otherwise, he destroyed Gong Sun Lu's body, and I'll destroy his body as well. An eye for an eye. With that, Gong Sun Wufua's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Han Buwei frowned. It seemed that this matter was not going to be easy to handle. Elder Han, I've said that if anything happens to me, the Patriarch will definitely avenge me. Gong Sun Lu stood up from the ground and looked at Han Buwei with a slightly mocking look. Han Buwei snorted coldly and ignored him. He turned and left quickly. That kid again? He's really up to no good. The two rebirth realm cultivators who had been guarding the creation peak sensed Ning Qi's aura again. They immediately looked at each other with a hint of fierceness in their eyes. He doesn't seem to have any intention of going up the creation peak. He's just passing by. After a few breaths, the two's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Chapter 3609. Without warning, Ning Qi's feet sank into the ground until his knees were deep. Gong Sun Wufua landed in front of Ning Qi and looked down at him without saying a word. However, the aura on his body continued to increase, exerting pressure on Ning Qi. Crunch, crunch! Ning Qi's bones began to make strange sounds, and the flesh on his body suddenly tightened. Then cracks appeared, and beads of blood seeped out. The pressure that Gong Sun Wufua exuded was even more terrifying than the pressure he had exerted on Lan Pingping's corpse on Creation Peak. When the two boundless border cultivators saw this, they looked at each other again and chose not to show themselves. They just watched the scene indifferently. They knew why Gong Sun Wufua wanted to attack Ning Qi, and in their hearts, they hoped that Gong Sun Wufua would kill Ning Qi directly. The entire palace was shattered. After a dozen breaths, Gong Sun Wufua's aura suddenly disappeared. Ning Qi let out a sigh of relief. If the other party had continued to pressure him, his body would have collapsed. The seventh rank of the ancient star body, the 9 inner hidden gates, the prison suppressing dragon elephant art, the 8-9 arcane art, and the 4 spirit sacred art. He'd surpassed body refinement cultivators of the same cultivation realm and attained an extremely terrifying state. But even then, his body seemed to be extremely weak before his opponent, and it was even to the extent that he didn't have to attack and could be crushed by his aura alone. Do you know who I am? Gong Sun Wufua looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Ning Qi pulled his legs out and gently patted the dust off them before looking at Gong Sun Wufua. Elder Wufua, you know why I'm here. Gong Sun Wufua said lightly. You're here to avenge Gong Sun Lu? However, it was a fair fight between me and Gong Sun Lu. It can't be considered revenge, right? Don't tell me there are no rules of fair fights in the Tianmu sect? Ning Qi smiled. Don't use the Tianmu gate to threaten me. Don't worry, if I wanted to kill you, I could have pulled out your palace and destroyed it along with your body. Gong Sun Wufua sneered. As for a fair fight, that's out of the question. If Gong Sun Lu knew that you had a 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure, he would have made ample preparations. How could he have been killed by you in one move? So, it's fair for Gong Sun Lu to fight me at the peak of the destiny state when she's at the rebirth state. Ning Qi laughed. You're a body refinement cultivator, right? Realms cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Gong Sun Wufua laughed. Elder Wu Fo, let's cut to the chase. Let's cut the crap. Ning Qi put away the smile on his face and said calmly, a mere heaven's mandate realm cultivator can remain so calm in front of me. In terms of courage, Gong Sun Lu is indeed not as courageous as you. No wonder you could kill him. Now I'll give you 2 choices. I spent countless resources to make Gong Sun Lu a rebirth realm cultivator. Now that you've beaten him to the point that his cultivation level has dropped, take out your 7th grade connate spiritual treasure as compensation, and I'll let this matter go. The second option is that I'll also shatter your body once. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Gong Sun Wufua smiled faintly. There's no need to think about it anymore. Since Elder Wofa knows that I'm a body-tempering cultivator, I would like to see if a sempiternal realm expert can crush my body with a single punch. Ning Qi smiled. When the two boundless world cultivators in the distance heard this, they were inwardly speechless. If it was them, they would definitely spend money to avoid this disaster. Even though a 7th grade natural spirit treasure was precious, the destruction of one's physical body would affect them greatly. Countless. It might even exceed the value of a 7th grade connate spiritual treasure. Furthermore, are you sure? Body tempering cultivators are different from us. Your cultivation is all in your body. Once your body is destroyed, you'll be no different from a fate state cultivator. Gongsun Wufua frowned slightly. This was the reason why there were very few body tempering cultivators in the God Lua world. If an ordinary cultivator died, as long as their celestial palace wasn't destroyed, they could be revived. Even if their foundation was slightly damaged, they could be repaired with spiritual items. However, their battle prowess would be affected. On the other hand, the battle prowess of a body refinement cultivator was all on the body, so the latter had a greater impact. Elder Wufua, I think we should forget about this matter. It was a fair duel between the two of them. If you act like this, how will the disciples of the sect dare to compete in the future? Han Buwei turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of the two. None of your business. Gongsun Wufua cast a cold glance at Han Buwei. If you try to stop me today, I'll shatter 10% of your golden body. I'll beat you until you drop to the early stage of the undead realm. You. Try me if you don't believe me. Gongsun Wufua laughed. Consecrate a Ning. I've implicated you this time. Han Buwei hesitated for a long time before looking at Ning Qi with a bitter smile and sending a voice transmission. Ning Qi smiled and didn't mind. Instead, he looked at Gongsun Wufua and said, Elder Wufua, make your move. At that moment, Ning Qi opened the 9 inner hidden gates, and his qi and blood were extremely powerful. In terms of battle prowess, he could even fight an ordinary early stage or mid-stage rebirth state cultivator. Your body tempering cultivation is indeed profound. With such qi and blood, even a mid-stage rebirth state cultivator would have to take you seriously. If you break through to the rebirth state in the future, your battle prowess will be top-notch among your peers. Gongsun Wufua's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Although Ning Qi's physical body was strong, it was still within his expectations. However, Ning Qi's physical body had suddenly increased by countless times, which was rather shocking. What a pity. Gongsun Wufua suddenly laughed sinisterly. You probably don't know that every 5th step cultivator is considered a body tempering cultivator, right? That's because we have the golden body. As soon as he finished his sentence, Gongsun Wufua threw a punch. The violent force almost tore the void apart and directly bombarded Ning Qi. Gongsun Wufua's punch did not carry any other force but pure physical strength. However, its strength was more than 10 times stronger than Ning Qi's full strength. Bang! Ning Qi's physical body flew out and turned into a stream of light, hitting accurately on the gate of creation not far away. That was the stone tablet that Lan Pingping had erected at the foot of the mountain. With a loud bang, the gate of fortune instantly shattered and Ning Qi fell heavily to the ground. However, during this process, Ning Qi's right hand came into contact with a stone bead that fell to the ground after the gate of fortune shattered. The stone bead disappeared without a trace. It was placed into Ning Qi's bundle of fear. The mission is finally completed. Ning Qi let out a long sigh. That day, he had already discovered the existence of this pearl. It was embedded in the Ji character on the gate of creation. If the Secretary General had not shown him the appearance of the stone pearl, he would not have discovered it. However, discovering it was not enough. The 2 rebirth state cultivators had been guarding this place. They had to find an unsuspecting opportunity to take away the stone pearl. Otherwise, they were not confident that they could escape the pursuit of the boundless realm cultivators. And now was the opportunity. However, the price was slightly too high. Chapter 3610. Sigh, what a pity. Han Bui looked at the white bones not far away and felt a little guilty. However, this feeling only lasted for a short moment. In his opinion, how could a cultivator be immortal? Even if their lifespan was extremely long, they did not need to worry about their lifespan like mortals. They would also fall because of all kinds of battles. Now, Ning Qi only had his physical body destroyed, but he could still come back to life in the immortal palace. Han Bui's only pity was that Ning Qi was a body-tempering cultivator. His physical body had been killed by Gongsun Wufua with one punch. Many years of hard work had gone down the drain, just like that. If he came back to life, he would probably not be able to defeat an early-stage rebirth state expert with just a few punches like before. I'll wait for him to reform his physical body and see if I can give him some compensation. Han Bui shook his head and glanced at the two figures hidden in the void not far away. Then he turned and left. He knew a little about the operation of the boundless Jiang cultivators at Heavenly Grandmother sect. However, he didn't know much and didn't want to know too much. The boundless border cultivators' responsibility was to hunt down the dark cultivators. As long as these rebels did not cause trouble in the Tianmu sect, they had nothing to do with him. He's finally dead. He probably won't be in the mood to come here next time. The two boundless border cultivators looked at each other, then smiled and turned to leave. As they left, they also looked at the stone tablet that had been smashed into pieces by Ning Qi's physical body. Although they felt that something was wrong, they did not think too much about it. Ning Qi's corpse lay quietly in the pile of rubble. When everyone had left and the place became silent, a ray of golden light suddenly flashed on the pinky of his right hand. Why didn't I return to the immortal palace? Ning Qi looked at the star giant in front of him with a strange expression. His current state was exactly the same as when he cultivated the ancient star body. It was just that he had a physical body back then, so it was normal for his primordial spirit to come here. But now that his physical body had been destroyed by Gongsun Wufua, the place he should return to should be the hell-suppressing immortal palace, and then reform his physical body. As he thought about it, a ray of star power shot out from the star giant at the same time. The star power immediately entered Ning Qi's primordial spirit. An hour later, Ning Qi revealed a trace of seriousness between his brows. Logically speaking, he should have been ejected out of this place, but the reality was different from his previous cultivation. His primordial spirit had no intention of leaving this place at all. Could it be that because I've lost my physical body, my soul has nowhere to go, so I can continue to absorb the power of the stars here? But my flesh and blood have already evaporated. Even if I absorb the power of the stars, what can I refine with it? If my body was still here, it wouldn't take more than a few years for my ancient star body to reach rank 9. One day later, Ning Qi woke up from his deep thoughts. He was a little uncertain about the current situation. First of all, he did not use the body-strengthening star technique, but his primordial spirit was pulled here. Secondly, because he did not have a physical body, his primordial spirit had been stuck here. If this continued, wouldn't he have to stay here for the rest of his life? If I don't return to the hell-suppressing palace, I won't be able to reform my body. Why don't I give it a try? With that thought in mind, Ning Qi looked deeply at the star giant. His primordial spirit slowly floated forward. He wanted to try to get close to the star giant and see if he could use it to leave this place. In the outside world, waves of terrifying power of the stars quietly appeared on Ning Qi's white bones, constantly refining them. The power of the stars first condensed on Ning Qi's right pinky finger. The golden bone on his pinky finger was spreading at a speed undetectable to the naked eye. If Gongsun Wufua and Han Bui hadn't left, they would have been able to tell that Ning Qi's bones were refining the golden body. By then, even if Han Bui tried to stop them, Gongsun Wufua would have killed Ning Qi. A Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator didn't go to the immortal palace after his death. Instead, he went to refine his golden body. No one would believe it if this news got out. Refining the golden body was something only cultivators at the full circle of the rebirth state could come into contact with. In order to truly refine the golden body, one would need to condense the immortal elixir and reach the undead state to use the immortal substance unique to fifth-step cultivators to refine the golden body. Ning Qi did not know that as he got closer and closer to the star giant, the speed at which the corpses in the outside world were being tempered was also increasing exponentially. From the beginning to the end, Ning Qi's primordial spirit had not been driven away and was still approaching the star giant. A figure quietly appeared not far away. The stone tablet set up by Elder Lon is broken. Zhang Tao's eyes flickered with fear. He looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Ning Qi's bones. "Minister Ning, why did you come?" Zhang Tao sighed softly, then went forward to collect Ning Qi's bones and went to Mount Unrepentant. He had come to collect Ning Qi's body after hearing the commotion. Although Ning Qi could reform his body in the hell-suppressing palace, there weren't many corpses left. It worked, but Zhang Tao couldn't let Ning Qi's corpse be left in the wilderness. After all, Ning Qi had taken care of him for more than a decade, and he had even saved his life on the creation peak. After these experts die, there will still be strange phenomena. Minister Ning is only left with bones. But why do I still feel that the aura of this corpse is stronger than mine? Zhang Tao couldn't help but look down as he flew. At the same time, the two boundless border cultivators also swept over with their divine senses. When they found that it was Zhang Tao, they immediately lost interest. However, they also found something special about Ning Qi's bones. This kid's body tempering technique is indeed powerful. He hasn't reached the undead state, but his pinky has already turned into a golden body? It shouldn't be a golden body. It might be some other phenomenon. That's right. The two looked at each other. It wasn't just the bones that were golden. Many techniques could also turn bones golden. But the golden body unique to the fifth-step cultivators had to be tempered with imperishable substance of the fifth-step cultivator. At the rebirth realm, it could produce a trace of the imperishable substance. However, the quantity was very small, and it couldn't be used to fight enemies. It was also not enough to temper the golden body. Only the disciples of the great emperors might be able to temper a pinky when they reached the rebirth realm. Mount Unrepentant. When the crowd saw Zhang Tao holding Ning Qi's corpse, they all stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with anger. They had already guessed who Zhang Tao was holding. Zhang Zhilan and the other heavens prides of the immortal palace heard the news and came over, staring at Ning Qi's corpse. After Zhang Tao buried Ning Qi at the peak of Mount Unrepentant, Zhang Zhilan couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Gong Sun Wufua is too much. There's no such thing as fairness in the heavenly grandmother sect. Be careful with your words. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 36:11. Ning Qi thought that he was very close to the star giant, but he found that his Yuan Shen had been flying for several months. But the distance between them seemed to be the same as before. This won't do. If I keep flying like this, when will I ever reach the end? The closer I get to the astral giant, the stronger the astral power it emits. What a pity that its fleshly body is already destroyed, and the astral power is completely wasted. Even now, it's still absorbing my origin energy. Now, my primordial spirit is imprisoned here. Ning Qi sighed softly. His plan this time could be said to be extremely bold. He even sacrificed his body, but he did not expect such an accident to occur. His Yuan Shen did not return to the hell-suppressing immortal palace, but appeared here. Wave after wave of the power of the stars entered Ning Qi's Yuan Shen. Ning Qi looked at the star giant helplessly and continued to move forward. In the first year, Zhang Tao and the others did not wait for Ning Qi's body to regenerate. They came to pay their respects on the day when Ning Qi's body was destroyed. It was the same in the second and third years. But in the fourth and fifth years, many cultivators from Mount No Regret had stopped coming. They guessed that Ningqi had either failed to regenerate his body or had already left Heavenly Grandmother's sect. After all, he was bullied by a sempiternal realm expert in a fair fight and had his body destroyed. If it were any other cultivator, they would have made the same choice. In the 6th year, out of more than 800 cultivators on Mount No Regret, only a few dozen were left. The rest of the cultivators had chosen to go to other mountains because of the shortage of elixirs. It's been 7 years. Reverend Ning should not appear. At the grave, Zhang Zhilan glanced at the place where Ning Qi was buried, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. She shook her head at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, I see that you and I are about to leave Mount No Regret. This place will eventually become like what Gong Sun Lu said. Even a dog will not be able to live. Alas, this is actually good. Gong Sun Lu has Elder Wufo behind her. Even if Reverend Ning returns, he will not offend him for us. Reverend Ning is a body-refining cultivator. His body was destroyed this time, and he lost more than we have in all these years. It is us who harmed him. Zhang Tao sighed and shook his head. Today is the last time I will offer incense. Tomorrow I will go to solitary Shadow Peak. Zhang Zhilan smiled bitterly. After offering incense, she turned and left, leaving Zhang Tao alone. Even she's leaving, Zhang Tao muttered to himself as he stared at Zhang Zhilan's back. In the 8th year, because of Zhang Zhilan's departure, many cultivators who wanted to defend Mount Unregretful finally gave up the obsession in their hearts and left one after another. In the end, only Zhang Tao was left on Mount Unregretful. Dong Chuan would occasionally go up the mountain with Zhang Tao. He would often say that if Ning Qi had chosen to go to the Tomb of Immortals with him, the worst outcome would have been the same. In the 9th year, even Dong Chuan didn't come. On the main peak, Pilhul, Gong Sun Lu calmly looked at her subordinates in front of her. There are still people at Mount No Regret. Elder Gong Sun, there's only one outer disciple left. The rest have all left. Haha, this is clearly a slap in my face. I said that even a dog can't survive on Mount Unregrettable, so even a dog can't survive. After that revered Ning's physical body was destroyed by the ancestor, he never appeared again, right? Even he doesn't dare to come looking for trouble, let alone a mere outer sect disciple? Gong Sun Lu sneered. Elder Gong Sun, why don't I take action and... No, Han Buwei doesn't like me. If you take action and are caught by him, he will take the opportunity to make things difficult for me. At that time, he will harm his own disciples, and if this matter is reported to the sect master, even the ancestor won't be able to protect me. I'm not a sempiternal realm expert like the ancestor, and the sect master won't give me any face. You better be careful. I believe that this person will leave in a few years. Gong Sun Lu immediately rejected her subordinate's suggestion. Elder Gong Sun is right. It was this subordinate who didn't think it through. Go, inform me immediately if there's any news. Gong Sun Lu lightly waved her hand. Hearing this, the subordinate respectfully retreated and left. Mount No Regret. On the summit of the mountain, Ning Qi's corpse, which had been buried 6 meters deep, had undergone a drastic change. Wave after wave of astral energy came from the void, constantly tempering Ning Qi's bones. At this moment, the bones in Ning Qi's right arm had completely turned into a golden body, emitting a golden light. It was even more terrifying than when Ning Qi was at his peak, when he opened the 9 inner hidden gates. If Han Buwei could see this scene, he would definitely shout in shock that 10% of the golden body had been formed. This was a realm that only early and mid-undead realm cultivators could reach. If one could transform 2 arms into golden bodies, then they would be able to reach the peak of the late stage of the undead realm. For example, Han Buwei was currently at the late stage of the undead realm, and he barely had 20% of the golden body. Before condensing the undead pill and reaching the undead realm, there were probably only a handful of people in the history of the Shenlua world who could refine 10% of the golden body. If this was known by others, Ningqi wouldn't need to do anything else. All his time would be used to deal with the constant pursuit. This was because even fifth-step cultivators hoped to obtain a better cultivation technique to refine their golden body. For ordinary cultivation methods, reaching the peak of the rebirth stage is the limit. After reaching the fifth step, one must have a method to refine one's golden body. These methods are divided into different levels. The stronger the method, the better the refining speed and effect. If the method is too weak, then it is useless. If the cultivation technique was too weak, then the refining speed would be extremely slow. If Ningqi's current situation was seen by others, they would definitely think that Ningqi had a top golden body cultivation technique. Otherwise, how could he automatically refine his golden body after death? In just a dozen years, he had completed tens of thousands of ordinary undead realm cultivators, an achievement that couldn't be achieved in 100,000 years. However, it was a pity that because he hadn't condensed the undead pill after the star power refined Ningqi's arm, it couldn't be used on other parts of his body. Instead, starting from his right arm, more and more flesh appeared. More than a dozen days later, the completely golden right arm had turned back into a flesh arm, and the flesh was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 year later, Ningqi, who was originally a skeleton, had regrown aside from his hair. When the last part of his body regrown, his origin soul that was floating in the void was instantly pulled back into his body. What came back with his primordial spirit was an extremely majestic wave of star power. Where am I? Ningqi didn't open his eyes. He subconsciously used his divine will to scan his surroundings. Then he discovered that he was buried in the ground. He didn't have time to think about what was going on. The mighty power of the stars in his body was almost out of control. Chapter 36:12. So weak? But what happened to my right arm? Ningqi scanned his body with his divine sense and found that his body was very weak. It had not been tempered at all. It was even weaker than when he had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. However, his right arm was completely different from the other parts of his body. The strength of his right arm was even stronger than when he had opened the 9 inner hidden gates. The bones of my right arm have turned golden. Are these golden bones? Ningqi was slightly stunned. Back then, only his pinky finger was golden, and it wasn't tempered by himself. But now his entire right arm had turned golden. Could it be that the power of the stars has been used to temper the bones instead of the body? The more Ningqi thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. A hint of surprise surged in his heart. His right arm turning golden should be the unique characteristic of a cultivator at the 5th step that Gongsun Wufwa had mentioned. He was only at the peak of the fate realm. He hadn't even reached the reincarnation realm, let alone the undead realm. Having the characteristics of the undead realm would obviously increase his combat strength. Ningqi felt that if he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, the power of his right arm would probably be able to rival an undead realm powerhouse. To be able to exchange a few punches with an undead powerhouse without being at a disadvantage. Ningqi originally thought that it would take a long time for his ancient star body to return to the 7th rank. He didn't expect that it would only take a day for his ancient star body to return to the 1st rank. Ningqi originally thought that it would take a long time for his ancient star body to return to rank 7, but it only took a day for his ancient star body to return to rank 1. On the 8th day, his ancient star body broke through to the 3rd rank. On the 8th day, his ancient star body broke through to the 4th rank. On the 20th day, his ancient star body broke through to the 4th rank. Ningqi stayed in the soil for a whole year. On the 7th month, his ancient star body had recovered to the 7th rank. This speed surprised Ningqi. The previous wave of star power hadn't been exhausted yet. Ningqi planned to continue his seclusion and try to break through to the 8th rank of the ancient star body. Even in the ancient star pavilion, aside from the palace masters, vice palace masters and elders. Only the chief head disciples and a small number of senior true disciples could reach this level. When Ning Qi broke through to the 7th rank of the ancient star body, he fell into a bottleneck and couldn't support the formation of the 8th rank ancient star body. But now he found that his bottleneck had disappeared and his ancient star body was moving toward rank 8. The reason why the bottleneck had disappeared was probably due to the golden body transformation of his right arm. Just a little bit more. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. His physical strength had recovered to its peak. Once his ancient star body reached the 8th rank, he would definitely become the strongest fate state cultivator in the Shenluo realm. Even the disciples of the great emperors wouldn't stand a chance against him. With just one punch, even a late-stage rebirth realm cultivator or a perfect rebirth realm cultivator would be reduced to ashes as long as he had the chance to land a punch. That outer sect disciple is still guarding No Regret Mountain? Gongsun Lu finally felt impatient after hearing the message from his subordinates. The other party was just an outer sect disciple who hadn't even formed a celestial palace. Yet he dared to go against him after he gave the order? I want to see if you're going to leave or not. Gongsun Lu grinned. The cauldron in front of him suddenly let out a dragon roar, and a few round pills flew into Gongsun Lu's hand. Gongsun Lu put away the pills and left the alchemy room. He flew toward the direction of No Regret Mountain. At the same time, some cultivators who had left earlier also returned. No Regret Mountain. Junior Brother Zhang, revered Elder Ning won't be coming back, and this Mount No Regret has already declined. If you continue to guard this place, it won't do you any good. I've heard the deacons of my mountain range talk about it in private. Elder Gongsun is already impatient, and he will come to Mount No Regret sooner or later. That's right. Today is the anniversary of foreign Elder Ning's death. We came here to pay our respects and persuade Senior Brother Zhang Tao to leave No Regret Mountain. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to lower your head. Senior Brother Zhang, can't you see through this? Zhang Tao, I remember that you're good at judging the situation. Why are you staying here? Seeing that Zhang Tao was still unmoved after the others finished persuading him, Zhang Zhilan suddenly spoke with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, junior sisters, I, Zhang Tao, appreciate your kindness, but I have my reasons for staying here. Zhang Tao sighed. What reasons are there that are more important than your life? Zhang Zhilan frowned. Hearing this, everyone jumped in fright and hurriedly signaled Zhang Zhilan with their eyes. Junior sister Zhilan, you're being too serious. No matter how domineering Elder Gongsun is, he wouldn't do anything to junior brother Zhang Tao, right? Who knows? Zhang Zhilan sneered. That's right, it's my life. Back at the Fortune Peak, foreign Elder Ning saved my life. Now, I'm guarding his grave and waiting for him to reform his body. It's my duty. Everyone, please don't try to persuade me. Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. You went to the Fortune Peak with foreign Elder Ning? Everyone stared at Zhang Tao with their mouths agape. They knew nothing about this. And although foreign Elder Ning was the one who dragged me up, the situation was dire and I was about to die. I don't have an immortal palace, so I'll definitely be thrown into the reincarnation cycle after I die. If it wasn't for foreign Elder Ning, you guys wouldn't be able to see me now. Zhang Tao smiled. Everyone came to a sudden realization. They finally understood why Zhang Tao had been guarding this place for all these years. If it was them, they would probably do the same. However, if they did that, it would affect their own cultivation, and they would also completely offend Gongsun Lu. Zhang Tao would have no future in the Heavenly Grandmother sect. How affectionate and loyal. A mocking voice sounded above everyone's head. Zhang Zhilan and the rest's expressions changed. How could they forget this voice? So it's Elder Gongsun. We pay our respects to Elder Gongsun. When a few cultivators saw Gongsun Lu, they immediately revealed fawning expressions and bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to Elder Gongsun. Zhang Jilan and the rest looked at each other, suppressed the anger in their hearts, and bowed to Gong Sun Lu. I can see that all of you want to devour me, but it doesn't matter. A mere third-step cultivator isn't worthy of my attention. Gong Sun Lu smiled and looked at Zhang Tao. Everyone in the No Regret Mountain has left, not even a dog. You're the only one here guarding that trash's grave? Do you think he dares to come back to the Heavenly Grandmother sect? Zhang Tao forced a calm smile and did not speak. This person is a body-tempering cultivator. His body was destroyed by my ancestor. Even if he reformed it, I'm afraid he won't be qualified to be a deacon. If he dares to return to the Heavenly Grandmother sect, that flying sword of his will be mine. Unfortunately, he's as timid as a mouse. He didn't give me such a chance. Chapter 36:13. Elder Gongsun. Zhang Jilan screamed, subconsciously. Even though Gongsun Lu didn't make a move, the aura of a Fate State powerhouse wasn't something a third-step cultivator could resist. The sound of Zhang Tao's knees breaking was obviously the sound of bones breaking. The others didn't dare to make a sound. They lowered their heads and looked at their toes, afraid that they would also be suppressed by Gongsun Lu's aura. Fortunately, Gongsun Lu seemed to know that they were no longer on the unregretful mountain, so she didn't cover them with her aura. It was only aimed at Zhang Tao. What, do you feel sorry for him? Is this little guy your little lover? Gongsun Lu looked at Zhang Jilan and grinned. There was a trace of lust in his eyes. He didn't realize that the female cultivators on the unregretful mountain were quite delicious. The skill that the ancestor passed on to me recently requires 9,999 human cauldrons. When I master the skill, I will have a chance to form the 9 reincarnation bridges again and step into the early stage of the rebirth state. This woman can also be one of the human cauldrons. Elder Gongsun, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Tao is just my junior. Elder Gongsun, why are you bullying the weak? What did Zhang Tao do wrong that you have to suppress him with your aura? Zhang Jilan suppressed her anger. She didn't realize that danger was approaching her step by step. What did he do wrong? Staying on the unregretful mountain after I gave the order is equivalent to going against me. Do you think that an outer disciple shouldn't be punished for provoking me, an elder of the Hall of Alchemy? Gongsun Lu smiled at Zhang Jilan. Sister Zhang, don't worry about me. If Elder Gongsun wants to punish me, then let him. Zhang Tao said with a pale face. He then looked at Gongsun Lu and grinned. Elder Gongsun, if I don't die today, I will still stay on the unregretful mountain. I will let everyone know that your words are bullsh**t. Ha 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 ha. Is he crazy? Everyone looked at Zhang Tao, dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Zhang Tao would say something like that in front of Gongsun Lu. He didn't care about his life at all. Was it worth it to offend Gongsun Lu, who was backed by Gongsun Wufua, for the sake of a deacon who had his body destroyed? Gongsun Lu's face instantly darkened. Her gaze fell on Zhang Tao. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, "You are very good." Noisy. A displeased voice suddenly sounded from beneath Gongsun Lv's feet. Before anyone could react, an arm burst out of the ground and grabbed Gongsun Lv's ankle tightly. How dare you? Who dares to ambush me here? Gongsun Lu was infuriated. She immediately used a technique and slammed her palm down on her feet. There was actually someone deliberately lying in ambush at Mount No Regret? Who could it be? Gongsun Lu's mind raced, but the next moment the burial mound suddenly exploded, and a figure leaped out from it, beating Gongsun Lu to the point of suffocating with just a few punches. During this process, Gongsun Lv could clearly see what the other party looked like. How could it be him? He actually condensed his physical body long ago and purposely ambushed me here? Pooh! Gongsun Lv lay on the ground, with an obvious fist mark on her forehead. One of her eyeballs seemed to be unable to withstand the huge force and had already popped out of its socket. blood gushing out continuously. Ningqi's heart moved, and he put on a new set of flawless snow-white clothes. His previous clothes had been destroyed by Gongsun Wufua, Elder Ning. Everyone looked at Ningqi, dumbfounded. After a few breaths, they finally recovered from the shock, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Ningqi dead? Wasn't it supposed to be a corpse that was buried here? But now, Ningqi had actually reappeared alive and kicking, and even knocked Gongsun LV unconscious? Elder Ning, could it be that your vengeful spirit hasn't dissipated, and you're here for revenge? Zhang Tao was still in a kneeling position, staring blankly at Ningqi as he asked subconsciously, "Do I look like a vengeful spirit to you?" Ningqi smiled. His current state had never been better. He originally thought that only by breaking through to the rebirth state would his battle power increase again. He did not expect that even before breaking through to the rebirth state, his battle power would be countless times stronger than before. Other than the fact that his ancient star body had already entered rank 8, his right arm had completely turned golden. Even an expert who had just entered the undead state could not completely turn his right arm into a golden body. When Ningqi's left arm also turned golden, the degree of bone honing was already comparable to the undead state's great perfection. Elder Ning should have already condensed his physical body and had been hiding here to cultivate in seclusion. I didn't expect. Everyone's mind raced, thinking that they had guessed the truth. The way they looked at Ningqi became slightly strange. Ningqi naturally would not explain too much to them. He casually sent a stream of spiritual energy into Zhang Tao's knee. In an instant, Zhang Tao's knee injury was healed, and he stood up again. Elder Ning, you should leave quickly. Gongsun LV was defeated by you again today, and Elder Wufua will definitely appear again in the future to avenge her. Zhang Tao glanced at Gongsun LV, who was lying on the ground, and his eyes flashed with a trace of hatred. However, when he thought of Gongsun LV's background, he immediately reminded Ningqi. All right. Ningqi nodded and casually threw a punch. A terrifying force went straight into Gongsun LV's brain, and his head exploded. After more than a decade, Gongsun LV's physical body was once again destroyed by Ningqi. Elder Ning. You! Everyone stared at Ningqi in a daze. Killing him once caused him to fall to the heavenly fate state. This time he should be at most at the early heavenly fate state, right? This person's foundation is not stable, and he is not a big deal. All of you, leave this place quickly. I will leave with Zhang Tao first. Ningqi told everyone, then grabbed Zhang Tao's collar, turned into a stream of light, and left Mount Unregretful. After a full 7 or 8 breaths, someone finally reacted and fled in horror. What a joke! If people knew that Gongsun LV died here, and they were there, they would not be able to clear their names, even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Gongsun Wufua would probably vent his anger on them and kill them all. After a cup of tea's time, there was no one left on Mount Unregretful, and it fell into silence. At the same time, Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue suddenly arrived at the Creation Peak. The 2 rebirth state cultivators who were waiting at the Creation Peak hurriedly came out to greet them. We have received news that this is the item that Lan Pingping hid, the Creation Divine Pearl. You have been waiting here for so many years. Have you seen it? Jiang Wankong gently waved his hand, and spiritual qi condensed into the shape of a stone pearl. The 2 rebirth state cultivators looked at each other, but in the next moment, their eyes were suddenly filled with horror. They immediately flew to the foot of the mountain, and instantly appeared in front of the creation gate that Ningqi had smashed into pieces. Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue frowned slightly, but did not say anything and followed closely behind the 2. Chapter 36:14. That's impossible. I remember that stone bead. It was on the stone tablet of the Gate of Creation. Why can't we find it? The 2 of them searched for 2 hours, not missing a single corner. Their divine senses even swept a radius of hundreds of miles and penetrated 10 feet into the ground. But they still couldn't find any trace of the stone bead. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion. "Enough! Explain everything clearly," Ouyang Xinyue shouted coldly. Only then did the two of them stop what they were doing and tell him everything that had happened. "You're saying that the stone bead has always been embedded on this stone tablet?" Jiang Wankong frowned slightly. "Lan Pingping is indeed as cunning as a fox. I can't believe he placed such a precious item here. How did the stone tablet break? Did someone beat us to it?" Logically speaking, the other forces wouldn't even know what they were looking for. This time, it was the spies of the Covenant of Darkness who risked their lives to find out the news. "We just found out that we were looking for a stone bead. Who else could have found it earlier than us?" Ouyang Xinyue's eyes were solemn. She exchanged glances with Jiang Wankong. They seemed to have guessed something. "Sirs, this stone tablet was broken by Gong Sun Wufo." "No, although it was Gong Sun Wufo who did it, he had punched a deacon from the Heavenly Mummy sect, and a deacon had coincidentally knocked into this stone tablet. Could it be that it should be death? He actually stole something that the Covenant of Darkness valued in front of us." The two of them were shocked and furious after analyzing for a while. They had already guessed who had taken the divine creation bead. A destiny state cultivator had fooled them right under their noses. That was unforgivable. He, boundless cultivator, a genius of the same level in the Shenluo world. "I didn't expect you to be so stupid." Jiang Wankong sneered. "The item was stolen right under your noses. When you return, go to the soul refinement realm and accept your punishment." Jiang Wankong's words filled the two of them with fear and shame. "Let's talk about the punishment later. The most important thing now is to see if Gong Sun Wufo of the Tianmu sect is a dark cultivator. To be able to know the appearance of the divine pearl of creation before us, there can't be any other forces other than dark cultivators. It's fine if they hide in Ty land, but they still want to come to absolute beginning to get what they don't have the right to. They deserve to die." Ouyang Xinyue sneered. The Heavenly Grandmother's sect might have already been completely corrupted. As an imperishable realm cultivator, Lan Pingping was willing to become a dark cultivator and go against the Holy Saint Council. Gong Sun Wufo, coincidentally, destroyed the stone tablet that hid the divine pearl of creation. I suggest sending a message back and asking perfected immortal Shingon to come here." Jiang Wankong said in a low voice. "There's no need. It's impossible for them to not know what we're doing here. Let's just wait," Ouyang Xinyue said lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Wankong's eyes moved slightly. After hesitating for a few breaths, he nodded. After about a dozen breaths, a few figures broke through the air and arrived. The one in the lead was Gong Sun Wufo. Behind him, there were two existences that exuded the aura of the undead realm. One of them was Han Buwei, and the other was a female cultivator. Her aura was even stronger than Han Buwei's. "Young Master Jiang, Chief Disciple Ouyang, the two of you have come here together. Is there news about that matter?" Gong Sun Wufo smiled and asked warmly, although he was an undead realm expert, and it would be effortless for him to suppress the two of them. The background of the two of them caused him to be wary of them. If one were to ask which sect was the strongest force in the Shenluo world, it would undoubtedly be the Holy Saint Council. If not for the Holy Saint Council's headquarters, it was very likely to be in the primordial land. Be it Tai Li or Absolute Beginning, all the major sects would be suppressed by the Holy Saint Council. "There's news about that matter. The thing we're looking for has been stolen, and Elder Wufo knows this person," Jiang Wankong said lightly. "Oh." Gong Sun Wufo's expression changed slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "There was a deacon here some time ago. His surname is Ning, right?" Ouyang Xinyue said lightly. Gong Sun Wufo was taken aback. Han Buwei and the other female cultivator behind him had strange expressions. There was indeed a deacon with the surname Ning. There was some misunderstanding between us. Could it be that this person is a boundless cultivator like the two of you? Gong Sun Wufwa said with an ugly expression. A boundless cultivator? Ouyang Shinua laughed coldly. He's a dark cultivator. Elder Wufwa, don't you know? Dark cultivator? Gong Sun Wufwa and the other two were slightly shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. After a long while, Gong Sun Wufwa looked at the two of them with an ugly expression. Both of you, the whereabouts of dark cultivators are unpredictable, and it's extremely difficult to identify them. They infiltrated Tianmu's sect. We really had no other choice. Not only did they infiltrate, but he was also sent flying by your punch, smashing the stone tablet and taking away the thing we want. Do you think this is a coincidence? Jiang Wankong said indifferently. What do you mean? Gong Sun Wufwa finally reacted, his face turning green. Are the two of you saying that I colluded with the dark cultivators? How is that possible? The reason why I attacked him was because he killed my descendant, causing his cultivation to drop from the initial stage of the rebirth state to the initial stage of the rebirth state. He's at the peak fate state. At this point, Gong Sun Wufwa's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and a trace of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. He seemed to have been used. It was only a fate state cultivator who was using him. The other party had deliberately waited for him here, and used him to take it away. The Holy Assembly had been searching for it for many years. So the thing they're looking for is hidden in the stone tablet that Elder Lon Pingping personally set up. Han Buwei inhaled a breath of cold air in his heart. Ning Qi's half-smiling face suddenly appeared in his mind. Not only did Gong Sun Wufwa feel that he was being used and played, even Han Buwei felt the same way. Oh no! Elder Gong Sun was killed at the summit of No Regret Mountain. Suddenly, a furious roar came from afar. Everyone was slightly stunned, and they looked at Gong Sun Wufwa with a strange expression. Wasn't he standing there alive and kicking? How did he get killed? After a few breaths, Han Buwei's expression changed slightly, and Gong Sun Wufwa also reacted instantly. The elder Gong Sun that the person mentioned was most likely Gong Sun Lu. How dare you! Gong Sun Wufwa let out a furious roar, and the sound waves swept in all directions. Before anyone could react, his figure had already disappeared from the spot. Chapter 36:15. At the peak of Regretless Mountain, Gong Sun Wufwa looked at the corpse on the ground expressionlessly. The anger in the depths of his eyes was slowly brewing, like a volcano about to erupt. When Ouyang Shinua, Jiang Wankong, and the rest arrived, they first looked at the corpse on the ground, then at Gong Sun Wufwa, and suddenly realized that Gong Sun Wufwa's face seemed to have turned green. Gong Sun Lu was killed twice in such a short period of time. This time his cultivation will probably fall greatly, and he probably won't be able to enter the rebirth state in the future. Han Buwei's eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. In his eyes, a cultivator who could not attain the rebirth state was trash. He did not need to take them seriously at all. In the future, when Gong Sun Lu recondensed his physical body, he would not dare to act recklessly in the heavenly grandmother sect. Because, based on his understanding of Gong Sun Wufwa, he would only lose the possibility of advancing to the rebirth state. Elder Wufwa, which enemy did Gong Sun Lu offend this time? Han Buwei suddenly asked with a smile. Gong Sun Wufwa cast an extremely cold glance at Han Buwei. After his gaze swept past Jiang Wankong and the other man, it instantly returned to normal. Both of you, my juniors, were assassinated in the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Please forgive me for being powerless in this matter. If both of you suspect that I'm a dark cultivator, please do your best to investigate. I'll stay in Tianmu sect and won't go anywhere. Jiang Wankong sneered. I'm afraid that once the two of us turn around, we won't be able to find Elder Wufwa. Don't be so overbearing. So what if you're boundless cultivators? I'm a sempiternal state expert. Perhaps in the future, I can also become a boundless cultivator, and you'll have to call me Lord when you see me." Gongsun Wufua was so angry that he laughed. Ouyang Xinhua and Jiang Wankong looked at each other, and before they could speak, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. "At least, you're not a boundless cultivator yet. When you see these two little fellows, even if your cultivation is higher than theirs, you still have to be polite and treat them as peers. Greetings, immortal Shingon." Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinhua hurriedly bowed to the newcomer. A trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. Why did Shingon, celestial monarch, come here before the news was sent back? Could it be that the other party had other spies in the heavenly grandmother sect other than the two of them? Perfected Lord Shingon, the anger on Gongsun Wufua's face disappeared, and he became extremely respectful. Han Buwei and the other female cultivator were the same. They bowed respectfully to the newcomer. The newcomer wore a black Taoist robe and looked to be in his 40s. He had a scholarly beard, and his eyes seemed to contain countless heavens, giving off an ancient aura. The most eye-catching thing was that at his feet there was a lazy black leopard that was yawning. Its body was emitting an aura that could crush Gongsun Wufua. This was a star demon with imperishable realm cultivation, because if it was the demon race at this realm, they would be able to transform into humans. Unless there were some special circumstances, they wouldn't become someone else's demon pet. Star demons were different, their intelligence was low, and even if their cultivation was high, they still didn't have the ability. Transforming into a human was like being cursed. Therefore, after reaching the 5th step, many cultivators would choose to subdue 1 or 2 star demons to use as a means of transportation. Perfected Lord Shingon, I was rash just now. Please forgive me. Gongsun Wufua said in a low voice. If one looked closely, one could see that his palms, which were hidden in his sleeves, were trembling slightly, because the person before him was someone he couldn't afford to offend. In fact, the entire Heavenly Grandmother sect couldn't afford to offend him, including Taoist nun, Heavenly Grandmother. Lan Pingping's death in meditation was done by this person. Gongsun Wufua clearly remembered that when perfected Lord Shingon descended from the sky, he had used less than 10 minutes to make Lan Ping die on the creation peak. From the beginning to the end, the flowers and plants on the creation peak had not been harmed much. This was what made it even more shocking. Fear. After all, Lan Pingping was not the weakest in the imperishable realm, but the other party could easily kill him. He guessed that perfected Lord Shingon was in existence in the great perfection of the imperishable realm, and was only 1 step away from the great Emperor realm. Boundless cultivators were of the same level. From this, one could tell how terrifying perfected Lord Shingon's combat power was. It's all right. I already know what happened here. Jilan, tell us about it. Perfected Lord Shingon waved his hand lightly. When he finished speaking, the crowd realized that there was a female cultivator following behind him. When Han Buwei and the rest saw this, their expressions became extremely strange. This was because this female cultivator was clearly wearing the robes of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. However, from the way perfected Lord Shingon addressed her, it seemed like they were extremely close. Boundless cultivators, dark cultivators. I'm afraid there are many such cultivators hidden in the various sections. I wonder if there are still such existences in the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Han Buwei laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. Zhang Zhilan explained the situation calmly and concluded, Guest Ning has already turned into white bones. There is no flesh or blood on his body. I saw this with my own eyes when he was buried. However, more than 10 years later, he crawled out of the grave and killed Gongsun Lu on the spot. Either she didn't really die back then, and Gongsun Wufua held back, or Master Ning reformed his physical body and came back for revenge. Guest Ning? You mean that guy? Gongsun Wufua looked at Zhang Zhilan, already furious. However, with perfected Lord Shingong present, he did not dare to act rashly. If Zhang Zhilan had not spoken, he would not have thought that the one who killed Gong Sunlu would be Ning Qi. As for the exploded mound, ordinary people would only think that it was the aftermath of the battle between the two and would not think of anything else. What does this guest Ning look like? I'll order people to seal this place immediately, Jiang Wankong said. When the two rebirth state cultivators behind him heard this, they immediately used their spirit qi to sketch out Ning Qi's appearance. This time, Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xinyue's expressions became extremely strange. The two of you have seen him? Perfected Lord Shingong smiled faintly. Perfected Lord Shingong, he came to Bluestone Town's Huang Qi Pharmacy. However, the two of us thought that he could not be a dark cultivator, so we did not do anything. It's our fault. Jiang Wankong's face turned pale. That's why you've always treated dark cultivators like rats on the street and never took them seriously. Now, a mere fate state cultivator has fooled all of you. Do you still dare to look down on dark cultivators in the future? Perfected Lord Shingong smiled. Perfected Lord, this was just an accident. Jiang Wankong still wanted to explain. Say no more. It's better that the divine bead is with this kid than those old guys taking it away. Pass down my order. Seal all teleportation portals in the Taichu land and ask all the major sects to spare some manpower to hunt this kid down. I'll grant anyone who can capture him alive the golden body. Perfected Lord Shingong smiled. Perfected Lord Shingong smiled. After saying that, he disappeared, and the black leopard disappeared with him. Chapter 36:16. Golden body techniques were not rare. If one could step into the fifth step and reach the undead realm, they would usually have one or two relatively shallow bone tempering techniques. However, such techniques had extremely slow bone tempering speed. Therefore, fifth step cultivators valued Xiantian the most. Spirit treasures were also of great importance to bone honing techniques. Perfected Lord Shingong was an imperishable realm expert and a member of the upper echelon of the Holy Assembly. The golden body technique he mentioned was definitely not common. When the news spread to the major sects of absolute beginning, even some patriarchs who had been in seclusion for many years were overjoyed. Chaos broke out of seclusion. This teleportation array is also sealed. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with thought. Zhang Tao stood behind him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. During this time, Ning Qi had found 3 teleportation arrays, but they were completely sealed. Part of their cores had been taken away, so even Ning Qi could not use them by force. Elder Ning, don't call me Elder Ning. I'm no longer an elder of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Ning Qi shook his head. Then, Senior Ning, the sealing of the teleportation array might have something to do with you killing Gong Sunlu. Why don't we lie low for a while? Zhang Tao whispered. Does the Heavenly Grandmother sect have that much influence? Or is a mere immortal realm cultivator able to shut down the teleportation arrays of the major forces just to catch me? Ning Qi smiled, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. After a few breaths, his expression suddenly became solemn. The Heavenly Grandmother's sect did not have such influence, and neither did Gongsun Wufua. But the Holy Assembly did. The sealing of the teleportation array should have something to do with the Holy Assembly. They must be hunting someone, but Ning Qi was not sure if it had anything to do with him. To confirm this point, it was actually very simple. Ning Qi pondered for a while, then turned around and left with Zhang Tao. This time, he took Zhang Tao and flew towards the nearest giant city. Ning Qi had been to that giant city many times, because Li Shang had once left it there. He had even stayed there for a period of time in the beginning ground. The system update is already 90% complete. Soon, the system will complete its evolution. At that time, I will have a top cultivation training ground. Even if the Holy Assembly is hunting me, I can hide for a period of time. I can use this time to consolidate the primordial star. Chin Ti, try to see if you can use the 9 hell treasure forging technique to restore the demon purification pot to the 7th level. Maybe I should try to see if I can increase the level of Little Gourd and the others. After I succeed, I can try the demonic gourd. It was unknown if it had sensed Ning Chi's evil intentions, but the celestial slaying gourd that had been sleeping in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. It slowly opened its eyes before falling asleep in a daze. Ever since Ning Chi came to the god Luo world, it had been feeling sleepy. Ning Chi had once noticed this, and specially paid attention to it. Afterwards, he discovered that the celestial slaying gourd wasn't just sleeping normally. Instead, it was slowly repairing its source. It was probably related to the rules of the god Luo world. Blood Sea City. Have you heard? There's an expert at the peak of the imperishable realm who is hunting a Fate Realm cultivator. Whoever can capture this person alive will be rewarded with a golden body. Golden body technique? It's a pity. With our cultivation, this technique is useless to us. However, the price of a golden body technique is extremely high. If we can find this person, we can also sell this technique. I believe that many seniors at the undead realm will not be stingy with their bids. How can it be useless? You and I are already rebirth realm cultivators. Maybe we can try to use this technique to hone our bones when we reach the perfect rebirth realm. It will be of great help when we enter the undead realm in the future. I've decided to hunt this person down. Based on the time that Grandma left, they shouldn't have run too far when the teleportation formation is unusable. They wouldn't dare to run too far. Blood Sea City is crowded with people, so it's the best place for them to hide. Crowded and crowded? I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to come to such a place. What do you know? I've hunted down hundreds of people. Instead of hiding outside, it's better to hide in a place like the Blood Sea City. As long as they keep a low profile, even a 5th step cultivator would have a hard time finding a person in the vast sea of people. Brother Zhuo is right. Then let's pay more attention to this matter. Also, send a message to the local bullies of Blood Sea City and use their connections to find out if there are any unfamiliar faces entering Blood Sea City during this period of time. In a luxurious restaurant, several rebirth realm cultivators were chatting as if there was no one else around. They didn't lower their voices and didn't try to hide it. This was because there wasn't a single undead realm cultivator in the huge Blood Sea City. The strongest among the local bullies was only at the early rebirth realm. Not far away, Zhang Tao forced himself to calm down and continuously hypnotized himself. After a full 10 breaths, he looked at Ning Chi, only to realize that Ning Chi was eating and drinking. He was extremely calm, as though he had not heard the few rebirth state cultivators. Just a moment ago, someone had already left the restaurant after hearing the words of the rebirth realm cultivators. Their purpose was obvious. Let's go. After finishing the last mouthful of food, Ning Chi faintly called out to Zhang Tao and left. Zhang Tao waited until the two were a few hundred feet away from the restaurant before he said with a face full of lingering fear, "Senior Ning, I didn't expect the sect master to personally issue a warrant for you. I think this is a troublesome place. Why don't we leave this place and find a place to hide?" Sect master? Sect master. Ning Chi smiled. Zhang Tao thought that it was the Taoist priestess who issued a warrant for him, but Ning Chi didn't think so. He had only destroyed the body of a Heaven's Mandate realm trash, not the Immortal Palace. Even if he had destroyed the Immortal Palace, it was impossible for an undead realm expert to appear. He had come out. There could only be one reason for such a move. That stone bead. Huh, you can find me with this? Ning Chi frowned. Before Zhang Tao could react, he had already waved his hand and sent Zhang Tao into his creation domain. A living person had disappeared just like that. Some of the cultivators passing by were shocked when they saw this. So that's what a dark cultivator looks like. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. A few figures walked out from the crowd. Some of them had a trace of curiosity in their eyes, while others had a trace of disdain in their eyes. However, they all had a tacit understanding to seal off all of Ning Chi's paths of retreat. Ning Chi could even sense them above him. Ning Chi could even sense that someone was hiding in the void, eyeing him covetously. When Ning Chi heard how these people addressed him, he was certain that the imperishable realm expert who had issued a warrant for his arrest was from the Holy Assembly. Obviously, the other party had used some unknown method to detect that the divine bead had been taken by Ning Chi. Chapter 36:17. 5 early-stage rebirth state cultivators. When the other party heard the hint of disdain in Ning Chi's words, they looked at each other and repeated Ning Chi's words in a mocking tone. Not to mention 5. Even I alone am more than enough to deal with you. Aren't you just a rat that likes to hide in the dark? I'll kill every dark cultivator I see. Ning Chi looked at them speechlessly. This group of fellows, could it be that they were the second generation of some large family? Like Gong Sun Liu, who relied on all kinds of spiritual materials from their elders to break through to the early stage rebirth state. Otherwise, even boundless Jiang cultivators would be wary of dark cultivators. But in their eyes, dark cultivators were little thieves that could be killed at any time. That imperishable state expert said that he would only give us the golden body art if we capture you alive. So, follow us obediently and don't resist, and you'll suffer less. I can go with you, but I have a question. If you can answer me, I'll go with you. Ning Chi smiled. What question? They looked at each other, unable to hide the joy in their eyes. However, they pretended to be reserved and tried their best to hide it, making themselves look calmer. How did you find out that I'm here? Ning Chi asked curiously. He thought that he had concealed his tracks very well, but the other party came to him without any warning. Ning Chi did not believe that it was luck, because these people looked like they knew that he was here. As expected of dark cultivators, you don't even know about the myriad Buddha temples' heavenly cycle river mountain diagram. Hearing Ning Chi's question, they could not help but show contempt in their eyes. Even the rebirth state cultivator hiding above Ning Chi's head could not help but let out a ripple. Heavenly cycle river mountain diagram? What's that? Ning Chi was stunned. Let me tell you, you won't be able to escape at all. The Heavenly Domain Deed of Rivers and Mountains diagram is an 8th grade connate spiritual treasure from the Myriad Buddha Temple. It possesses an extremely mysterious ability. Back then, you left a trace of its aura in the Heavenly Grandmother sect. The River Mountain diagram can lock onto your position unless you use the teleportation formation to leave the absolute beginning. I heard that the undead realm expert of the Heavenly Grandmother sect, Gong Sun Wufua, swore that if he caught you, he would turn you into a kneeling statue and make you kneel in front of the Heavenly Grandmother sect for 1,000,000 years. Rather than suffering such torture, it would be better to let us capture you alive. That's right. The few of us have a good relationship with the Myriad Buddha Temple, so we were able to find you immediately. I think it won't be long before the others catch up. For example, the great monks of the Myriad Buddha Temple who have just entered the undead realm. The value is extremely high. So that's how it is. As long as I don't leave the absolute beginning, I'll be locked on. Ning Chi nodded thoughtfully. Although the heavenly cycle harmonious deed of rivers and mountains painting might not have such power, and it might only be able to lock onto him within a certain range. All the teleportation formations in the land of absolute beginning had been closed. Without the Secretary General's help, he might have to face the pursuit of all the 4th or even 5th step cultivators in the land of absolute beginning. The only good thing was that the price offered by the other party could only attract undead realm experts or sempiternal realm experts at most. There shouldn't be any undead realm experts joining in the fun, let alone Emperor realm experts. My right arm has completely transformed into a golden body, which is equivalent to the early and middle stages of the undead realm. Its strength far exceeds the other parts of my body, so it can be considered a trump card. However, my cultivation is still only at the Fate realm. If I go all out, I might only be able to delay an undead realm expert for a while. If I encounter Gong Sun Wufua, I'm afraid I'll still be no match for him. Ning Qi thought quickly. At that moment, the 5 people seemed to be a little impatient. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Let's go." Seeing that Ning Qi was so tactful, the other party immediately smiled and nodded. "Okay, we won't hurt you. Although the elders say that it's best to avoid or kill dark cultivators when you see them, because all of you are demons and even the Supreme Holy Assembly wants to kill you. But I don't think you dark cultivators are too bad." Of course, Ning Qi smiled. After leaving the Blood Sea City, the rebirth state expert hiding in the sky above Ning Qi also appeared. Like the other 4, he didn't look too old. "Why do you all look so young?" Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. "That's natural. We are the pride of our generation. We are different from those old guys who have been in the rebirth state for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. However, you dark cultivators probably won't understand." One of them looked at Ning Qi with a proud look on his face and said indifferently, "Can't understand? You're just a pride. What's there to be unable to understand? Whether it's Tai Chu or Tai Li, there are prodigies like you all. Some of them are even stronger. Some of them have even stepped into the undead realm." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Short-sighted, country bumpkins indeed. So what if they have stepped into the undead realm? I'm afraid they have been cultivating for at least tens of thousands of years. However, it has only been a mere 100 years since we were born. "Lin Tao, shut up!" A loud shout was heard. The person who spoke was slightly startled. Then he curled his lips in dissatisfaction. However, he still shut his mouth. The person who shouted was walking behind Ning Qi. She was the only female cultivator among the 5. Less than 100 years? Although Ning Qi's expression did not change, he was shocked in his heart. Even a pride like Jiang Tianshu had used thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, to cultivate to the rebirth state. However, these people seemed to be inexperienced and inexperienced. Experts in the early stages of the rebirth state were all less than 100 years old. If they were not lying, the force that cultivated these 5 people was extremely terrifying. They should not be Tai Chu cultivators. Ning Qi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Including his own age and the time he spent in the top cultivation training ground, he could be called an old ancestor of hundreds of thousands of years. These 5 people would have to kneel down and call him grandpa more than once. "You're all less than 100 years old?" Ning Qi seemed to be very slow. After more than 10 breaths, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He looked at the 5 people and could not even take a step forward. The 5 people had long noticed Ning Qi's reaction. Although a trace of pride flashed in their eyes, they did not intend to say too much to Ning Qi. What was the point of a dying dark cultivator knowing so much? Chapter 36:18. Boasting? What a joke! Who do you think you are? Even the disciples of a great emperor are like ordinary cultivators in the primeval era, because the great emperors here are incomparable to the great emperors of the primeval era. Lin Tao couldn't bear it anymore and sneered. He looked down on the cultivators of the primeval era and even the great emperors. "Lin Tao, enough. We've already broken the rules by going to the Myriad Buddha Temple. Do you still want to let people know about our origins? If Master finds out, you'll have to face the wall in the back mountain for another 10 years. The female cultivator shouted again. Her status seemed to be the highest amongst the 5 of them. So when she spoke, no matter how much anger Lin Tao had in his heart, he had to endure it. In just a few sentences, Ning Qi had learned a lot of information. At least he knew the origins of the 5 people. The primeval era. It was rumored to be the center of the Shenlua world. The most prosperous place with the most cultivators. If these people are really less than 100 years old, their backgrounds in the primeval era are probably not ordinary. Ning Qi wasn't stupid enough to think that every cultivator in the primeval age was like these 5 people. Their cultivations were terrifyingly high, but they had extremely little experience. Such examples should be extremely rare, and they just happened to encounter them. He recalled that the 5 of them had said that he had gone to the so-called Myriad Buddha temple and asked someone to use the grade 8 heavenly cycle river mountain diagram to locate him. It could be seen that their relationship was very strong enough to snatch the other 5th step cultivators in the primeval era. Previously, the Myriad Buddha temple should have known their identities when they looked for him. However, everyone, if you are really cultivators from the primeval era and top geniuses who reached the samsara realm before 100 years old, why are you chasing me? I heard that the Supreme Saint Council only offered a bounty for a golden body technique. With your background, it's like this. With your backgrounds, you can get as many techniques as you want, right? Ning Qi said, "Of course. Although the 5 of us are only at the early stage of the samsara realm, our right palms have already turned into golden bodies. Which genius in the primeval era can do that? Well, the direct disciples of the great emperors can indeed do it, but they are all samsara realm cultivators. They are existences at the perfected stage of the samsara realm." Lin Tao spoke again. This time, the female cultivator did not stop him. Instead, she revealed a proud expression, just like the others. "As for hunting you down, that's because you think too highly of yourself. It's just that our master told us that when we travel, we naturally have to experience many things before it can be considered a journey. This time we just happened to pass by the absolute beginning and learned that a dark cultivator had actually been beaten by the Holy Assembly. Even the teleportation formation was closed because of you. If we catch you, it will add some spice to our experience." Lin Tao smiled. Right palm golden body transformation. Ning Qi finally understood why these people were so calm. They must have known that he had suppressed an early stage rebirth realm cultivator in the heavenly grandmother sect. The reason why they dared to come here was because of the golden body transformation in their right palm. Against such a rebirth state expert, he had no chance of winning at all. The golden body transformation was too terrifying. Ning Qi had already felt it when he was punched to death by Gong Sun Lu. What's more, his right arm was now golden, so he knew how terrifying it was. It was not just a physical body that had been strengthened countless times. His right arm, which had been transformed by the golden body, even carried a hint of the power of breaking techniques. In other words, if a rebirth state expert used a certain spell, Ning Qi could break it with brute force in the past. Now he did not need brute force. He could easily break it with his golden right arm. This was the result of Ning Qi's deep understanding of his right arm. This was a great advantage he had discovered. It was no wonder that a 4th step cultivator basically had no chance of winning against a 5th step cultivator. Even the strongest geniuses, the disciples of the great emperors, had never heard of them being able to fight a 5th step cultivator when they were at the 4th step. This was the difference between the golden body transformation and the one before, and without it, the difference. Thank you for answering my questions. You must be tired after chatting with me for so long. Why don't you lie down and rest for a while? Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Lie down and rest? We cultivators don't need to sleep. Do you cultivators from the absolute beginning have the habit of sleeping? Isn't that what mortals like the most? Lin Tao was slightly stunned. Only the female cultivator seemed to have understood Ning Qi's underlying meaning. She immediately let out a cold laugh. Since you know where we came from, you still have the confidence to fight 1 against 5? Senior Sister Cece, do you mean he wants to attack us? Lin Tao was stunned. The other 3 looked at each other. After a breath's time, they suddenly laughed out loud. A mere dark cultivator at the Fate State actually wanted to attack 5 Rebirth State cultivators. Although he was most likely a physique cultivator, his physical body had already been destroyed once. No matter how strong his physical body was back then, What was left of it now? That should be what he meant. The female cultivator looked at Ning Chi indifferently. All right, since you're so insensible, I'll play with you. I heard that you were a physique cultivator before your physical body was destroyed by Gong Sun Wufua from the heavenly grandmother sect. But now that your physical body has been destroyed, what do you use to fight with me? How about this? I'll let you use one hand. If you can withstand my palm strike without falling, I'll let you go today. Lin Tao let out a strange laugh. Without waiting for Ning Chi to speak, he had already closed in and fiercely slapped his right palm towards Ning Chi. Beneath his flesh and blood, his finger bones faintly emitted a golden light. Seeing this, Ning Chi raised his right arm and backhanded his palm. Lin Tao seems to have slacked off recently. The degree of his right palm's golden body transformation was on par with ours in the past, but now it's a level lower than ours. This time, when we return, we must tell Master to go to the back mountain and face the wall for 10 years. But it doesn't matter. With his strength, he can easily obtain the title of the #1 genius in the primordial land. Since that dark cultivator wants to fight him head-on, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep his arm. Get rid of this person as soon as possible and bring him to hand in the mission. We still have to continue our journey. There's no need to stay in a place like the primordial land for too long. This time, I plan to bring you to the burial ruins in the primordial land. I heard that a long time ago, the Xianyuan immortal sect was extremely powerful. Even in the primordial land, it can be ranked as one of the best. If we can find something left behind by them, it'll be beneficial to our cultivation. The female cultivator called Senior Sister Cece said lightly, "Don't think that we have no worries just because we can crush everyone here with our talents. Whether we can reach the undead realm is still unknown." Senior Sister Cece is right. The other 3 nodded hurriedly. Then their attention once again focused on Ning Chi and Lin Tao. At this moment, their fists also collided. Crack. Chapter 36:19. Ouch! Lin Tao let out a miserable howl. His facial features were contorted and his eyes, nose, and mouth were almost squeezed together. The golden palm was completely different from a normal palm. Lin Tao had painstakingly refined it with countless resources, and it had long merged with his primordial spirit. Once the palm was shattered, it was equivalent to a part of his primordial spirit being shattered as well. The injury was not as light as it seemed on the surface. How is this possible? Junior brother Lin Tao, Senior Sister Cece, stared at the scene in front of her with her mouth agape. A trace of disbelief flashed through her eyes. A rebirth state expert who had completely transformed his palm into a golden body was actually shattered by a heavenly mandate state cultivator with a single punch? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or had they fallen for an illusion? When Lin Tao's miserable howls ceaselessly entered their ears, they finally confirmed in their hearts that everything they saw wasn't an illusion, but it really existed. "How dare you shatter my golden body?" Lin Tao let out a furious roar and roared at Ning Chi with extreme resentment. "You're just a golden palm. How dare you call yourself a golden body? Go to sleep." Ning Chi smiled and appeared in front of Lin Tao in a flash. Because his primordial spirit was injured, Lin Tao's reaction speed was greatly reduced. There was no time for him to react. Ning Chi slapped the back of his head and knocked him unconscious. Then Ning Chi casually grabbed Lin Tao's interspatial ring. "Let's go and suppress him together." Senior Sister Cece made a prompt decision. She shouted angrily and joined forces with the other 3 to attack Ning Chi. In her opinion, the fact that Ning Chi could shatter Lin Tao's golden palm with a single punch was enough to prove that he had a unique skill. It was completely different from what they had heard before. If they continued to be careless, it was very likely that they would be defeated by him today. As for why Ning Chi could defeat Lin Tao in 2 or 3 moves with his heavenly mandate state cultivation, They would have to wait until they captured Ningqi before they could slowly interrogate him. Come on, all of you, go to sleep. Ningqi let out a long laugh and threw a simple punch. The golden right arm easily broke through the spells cast by the four people and hit one of their palms. Ka-cha! Another crisp sound rang out, accompanied by a miserable howl. The person whose hand had been shattered by Ningqi's punch directly knelt on the ground. His face was filled with extreme pain. Apart from his golden hand being shattered, even his soul was heavily injured. So the golden body transformation isn't invincible. Ningqi hadn't noticed it before, but when he injured the second one, he noticed this small detail. He didn't expect that after the golden body transformation, the origin soul would fuse with the bones. Didn't this mean that as long as a fifth step cultivator destroyed their bodies, they would be able to fight back? Even if there was a strand of primordial spirit hidden in the immortal palace, it would be useless because most of the primordial spirits had been shattered. There was no time to think. When the other three saw that another of their companions had been injured by Ningqi, their attacks instantly became more ferocious. But ka-cha, ka-cha, two crisp sounds rang out consecutively. The other two also had their palms smashed by Ningqi. With a slap to the back of their heads, they immediately fainted. Seeing this, senior sister Cece hastily retreated several hundred meters away from Ningqi. She gave Ningqi a deep look and muttered an incantation. When Ningqi's attack landed on her, she disappeared like a bubble without a trace. Escaped? Ningqi looked around, and his divine sense instantly surged out. After several breaths of time, he retracted his divine sense. That female cultivator had completely escaped from this place. Whether it was his divine sense or his mortal body, he didn't sense anything strange. Ningqi glanced at the four fellows who were still lying on the ground, smiled, turned around, and flew away. The origins of these 5 people were a little mysterious, and their words were not very respectful to the great emperor of the absolute beginning land. Their background was probably unimaginably deep. Ningqi wasn't sure if a great emperor would come after him if he killed these guys. Rebirth realm cultivators who were not even 100 years old. If a few of them died at once, Ningqi reckoned that a great emperor might come out to beat him up. An hour later, senior sister Cece's figure appeared again. When her gaze landed on the 4 guys on the ground, her face turned very ugly. This time, she had brought 4 junior brothers out for training, but 3 of them had died at once. He didn't kill them. Haha. Senior sister Cece sneered with a hint of ridicule in her eyes. She didn't seem surprised that Ningqi didn't kill her. However, even though Ningqi did not kill them, he had destroyed their golden palms. When they woke up, they would still be in the early stages of the rebirth state, but they would suffer severe internal injuries. It was fine if part of their yuan spirit was destroyed, but the price to refine their golden palms was extremely high. Now that it had been destroyed by Ningqi, it was impossible for them to refine another palm. Other than having an advantage in age, the 4 of them had no other advantages. He was probably no different from an ordinary initial stage, rebirth, realm cultivator. Oh, Lin Tao groaned and slowly opened his eyes. His mind was in a daze for a while before he finally reacted. He looked at his right hand with an extremely ugly expression. Damn it! I will definitely kill you. Lin Tao suddenly let out a furious roar. The power within his body overflowed uncontrollably. Like a hurricane, it sent the other 3 fainted fellows on the ground flying. Coincidentally, they were affected by Lin Tao's overflowing aura. The 3 fainted fellows slowly regained consciousness. They gradually discovered their current situation, and their faces were ashen. It's over. We have already lost the right to enter the sacred mountain. That matter has nothing to do with us anymore. One of them mumbled to himself. When his voice was heard by the rest, their faces also turned deathly pale. Shut up. Senior Sister Cece's voice instantly exploded in the ears of the four. The four turned their heads and looked at Senior Sister Cece simultaneously. Their faces were incomparably ugly. That matter cannot be mentioned in front of others. Have you all forgotten? If this matter were to spread, even if Master appears, he won't be able to save you for trash. Senior Sister Cece said coldly. Senior Sister Cece, we also didn't know that today's matter would turn out like this. Senior Sister, can you help us plead with Master to give us another batch of cultivation resources so that we can refine our golden bodies again? We really don't want to let go of that opportunity. Pass. Senior Sister Cece, our aptitude isn't bad. Although our golden bodies have been destroyed, as long as we refine our golden bodies again, we can still fight for everything that Master needs in the sacred mountain. If you said this yesterday, I might still believe you, but now we have been frogs in a well since the beginning. We are not even 100 years old. Yet we have already reached the rebirth state and refined our golden bodies. Yet we were defeated by a heavenly's mandate state, cultivator, in the hands of a fate state, cultivator. How many of such cultivators were there in the outside world? In terms of qualifications to enter the sacred mountain, I'm afraid that the 5 of us can't compare to him. Senior Sister Cece sneered. Senior Sister Cece, you mean? The 4's faces turned ugly. A trace of fear flashed across Lin Tao's eyes, but he looked at Senior Sister Cece with a trace of anticipation. Chapter 36:20. All the teleportation arrays have been shut down. Not a single one was left out. Ning Qi stood in an extremely remote area. In front of him was a teleportation array that seemed to have not been used for a long time. It was overgrown with weeds and seemed to be on the verge of being abandoned. However, Ning Qi saw some recent footprints. The core components of the teleportation array had disappeared. It had become an abandoned teleportation array. During this period of time, I should have traveled a few million miles. But even so, someone shut down this almost abandoned teleportation array. The Holy Saint Parliament's influence in the absolute beginning land is indeed terrifying. Ning Qi frowned slightly. The one who wanted him this time should be a 5th-step cultivator of the Holy Assembly. If it was a 6th-step Great Emperor, he would have been captured and brought back to the Holy Assembly. After a while, Ning Qi's figure moved slightly and disappeared. The group of prodigies from the primordial land had said that the Myriad Buddha Temple had the heavenly cycle river mountain diagram that could track his whereabouts. If he stayed in the same place for too long, he would be easily hunted down. Therefore, Ning Qi would not stay in any place for more than 10 minutes. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had been running non-stop. At the same time, elders of many sects came to the Myriad Buddha Temple. These elders covered almost 80% of the first-rate sects in the absolute beginning land. In addition, there was a group of even stronger existences. These existences came from top sects that were much stronger than the Timu sect. They had great emperors. These sects did not lack golden body techniques. Even perfected Lord Qinggong's golden body technique was not enough to attract them. However, they still came to the Myriad Buddha Temple and personally met the only great emperor in the Myriad Buddha Temple, Abbot Ranmeng. After locking on to Ning Qi's whereabouts, they did not hide anything from Abbot Ranmeng and directly told him what they wanted. Creation God Pearl. The Myriad Buddha Temple did not want to offend most of the first-rate sects in the absolute beginning land. With the arrival of these elders, Abbot Ranmeng directly made a decision. Publicize the heavenly cycle river mountain diagram. In the absolute beginning, there was a legend. A long, long time ago, when the Shenlua world was at its most prosperous period, every world had a passageway that led to a place called the Creation God Realm. At that time, there were many Emperor Realm experts, who were even stronger than Emperor Realm experts. Those who were stronger than the strong had all entered this place and found the path to becoming strong in this place. At that time, As long as the geniuses of each family reached the fourth step, they would have the opportunity to enter the creation divine realm. However, the number of spots was extremely small. However, most of the geniuses that walked out of the creation divine realm had become world-shaking powerhouses. At the very least, he was a great emperor. Some people said that the creation celestial domain was the cultivation dwelling of an ancient existence that had fallen. Some people also said that the creation celestial domain was the ruins of a legendary sect. There were even people who said that the creation celestial domain was another world that was even stronger than the god Lua world. However, after countless years, these legends had completely disappeared. Ordinary sects knew nothing about the creation celestial domain. The major forces that knew of these legends, after a long period of discussion, believed that the first one was at the very most the creation god domain might be the cave abode of a fallen eighth step cultivator. The Myriad Buddha Temple was a sect that knew of this legend. The entire land of Absolute Beginning was shaken by the rumors from the Myriad Buddha Temple. It wasn't just the land of Absolute Beginning. Even the cultivators from the surrounding lands received the news and rushed to the land of Absolute Beginning. Dark Council Headquarters. Secretary General Chi frowned. There were more than 10 fifth-step cultivators sitting beside him, including Tudwa. The number of people was still increasing. Every 10 minutes, a fifth-step cultivator would enter the conference room and silently sit down. He was the first one to enter the conference room. No one spoke. After 6 to 8 hours, when a round table that could accommodate more than 100 people was filled, Secretary General Chi sighed softly. There is one thing that our Dark Council has been secretly planning for hundreds of thousands of years, but we failed at the last step some time ago. Chi said softly. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. Only Tudwa and the other fifth-step cultivators seemed to have some understanding of this matter. There was a flash of surprise in their eyes, but the others were confused. However, they knew that Chi had sent out the Dark Order this time. All the commander-level existences had been called over, and there were still 800 commander-level existences waiting outside. This matter must be very serious. Secretary General, no matter what it is, we will do as you say. True Spirit said in a low voice. This matter has a lot of implications. The counselors originally wanted to use this matter to increase the overall strength of our Dark Council by 1 or even 2 levels. This way, we might not have to walk in the dark and can face the Supreme Sacred Council in the light of the day. Resist. Chi said lightly. What? You mean that the overall strength of the Dark Council will increase by 1 or 2 levels? It's not our strength. Some secretaries looked at Chi in shock. What was it that could have such a miraculous effect? The Dark Council had a total of 100 districts. How many dark cultivators were there in each district? Even if the counselors joined forces, it would be impossible to increase their overall strength by 1 or 2 levels. That's right. Have you heard of the Creation God Realm? Chi nodded. Creation God Realm. What kind of place is that? I've never heard of it. Secretary General, does this Creation God Realm have a way to help us break through the bottleneck? Wait, I seem to have heard of this place in an ancient book. I thought it was just a story made up by the ancients. Is there really such a magical place? Some people were shocked, but even more people were confused. They had never heard of the creation divine domain. There were countless minor worlds in the central region, but none of them had anything to do with the word creation. It must be known that the word creation was the most important thing in the world. The meaning of the word was very unusual. If ordinary cultivators knew about it, they would not dare to use it carelessly. The creation god realm is rumored to be the cave abode of an 8th-step cultivator before he died. In ancient times, the prodigies of every sect had a chance to enter it, and it is filled with opportunities that we can't even imagine. Chi smiled and said, according to the information our Dark Council has collected over the years, the few people from the Supreme Sacred Council might have entered the creation god realm when they were young. What? This time everyone was shocked, although they were not too sure what kind of existence the few people from the Supreme Sacred Council were. They had their guesses. Above Emperor, Seventh Step Cultivators. Chapter 36:21. Secretary General, please don't scare us. What kind of existence is this creation, sacred realm that you speak of? That's right. Please don't keep us in suspense. Some of the secretaries became extremely excited. Even the faces of the sempiternal realm experts present warped slightly as they turned their gazes toward Chi. I don't know what kind of existence it is exactly. Many years ago, Elder Lon Pingping found a bead in some ruins. That bead might be the key to opening the divine domain of creation. It's called the Divine Bead of Creation. But Elder Lon Pingping thought that, however, Elder Lon Pingping thought that the Holy Assembly had already discovered his whereabouts. So he didn't dare to act recklessly. However, a few years ago, Elder Lon Pingping suddenly passed away. Chi Yi's expression turned a little unpleasant. Tudwa and the others exchanged glances with one another before looking at Chi Yi with a strange look in their eyes. When they were younger, they had all cultivated together. The relationship between Lon Pingping and Chi Yi was unclear. Over the years, Chi Yi had never found Lon Pingping as his Tao companion. They were Tao companions, and so was Lon Pingping. Everyone basically knew that the two of them had some sort of agreement. But now Lon Pingping had passed away. Secretary General, I'm afraid that Elder Lon Pingping didn't pass away. Tudwa said. That's right. Given her cultivation, no matter how heavily injured she was in the ancient ruin, there's no way she would suddenly pass away. She was killed by the people of the Holy Assembly. Chi Yi nodded. Without waiting for the others to speak, Chi Yi continued. That's why I sent my men to the absolute land of absolute beginning some time ago to retrieve the divine orb that Elder Lon Pingping left behind before she passed away. However, something went wrong. Now that the cultivators of the absolute beginning land have learned of the existence of the divine orb, they have all rushed to the absolute beginning land. Did our men fail? The crowd exchanged glances with one another. A hint of pity flashed across their eyes. If the creation's sacred realm really existed, it might be the only chance for the Covenant of Darkness to catch up to the Holy Assembly. It wasn't a failure, but rather a success. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have spread to everyone. Right now, they're all hunting down the people I sent. I want all of you to come here to rescue him and bring him and the divine fortune pearl back with you. Meng Hao said. Chi Yi said grimly. You succeeded? Everyone was shocked, and then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. Secretary General, the person you sent. Could it be? Zhenling was slightly startled. He suddenly remembered that there was a fellow he hadn't seen for a long time. He hadn't heard any news about that fellow during this period of time, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. It's that kid from Division 5. Chi nodded with a smile. He didn't disappoint me. He obtained the divine creation pearl that Lon Pingping left behind. So it's that kid Ning Chi. Zhenling, you're really lucky. The 5th district doesn't produce any heavenly geniuses all year round. But this time, such an amazing fellow has appeared. If our dark parliament can open the passage to the divine domain of fortune, Ning Chi's merit will go to you. Second, what a pity. If I had known this would happen, I would have dragged him to the 10th Division. Secretary General, how is he now? Is it dangerous? The situation should be quite critical. The overall strength of the absolute beginning land is stronger than that of the Tylee tribe. Now, all the sects of the absolute beginning land have sent out countless elders and chosen ones to hunt down Ningqi because of the divine creation pearl. You should be prepared. Let's go and provide support. Qi said, There's no time to lose. Let's go. Zhanling stood up first. In the next moment, a mysterious aura suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Jianling was caught off guard and was forced back into his chair by the aura. A counselor? Everyone's faces lit up with joy. This aura was clearly the arrival of a counselor. However, the other party's real body was not here. It was only the great emperor's that had come. No one is to act rashly, and no one is to step into the absolute beginning land. A loud voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was very familiar with this voice. It belonged to Counselor Tianlang. He was the counselor of the Dark Parliament who had appeared the most. Qi Yi's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Counselor Tianlang, if we can't go to the absolute beginning land, how can we provide support for Ningqi? That's the order. Just follow it. Counselor Tianlang's voice rang out again. However, as if to explain why they were not allowed to go to the absolute beginning land, Counselor Tianlang's voice rang out again as everyone looked at each other. The fact that the Fortune Divine Pearl has spread so far is all because of the Holy Assembly. If you go to the absolute beginning this time, I'm afraid that less than 10% of you will be able to return. The Holy Assembly wants to use this chance to catch us all in one fell swoop. Therefore, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Counselor Sirius, the Divine Creation Bead is extremely important to our Dark Parliament, but Ningqi's aptitude and talent are also very rare. Even if we can't get the Divine Creation Bead, I still want to save him. Qi Yi said in a low voice. You don't have to worry about this. We, the counselors, will try our best to bring him back. As soon as he said this, the mysterious aura instantly disappeared. Everyone knew that Counselor Tianlang's will had left. What do we do now? The true spirit looked at Qi Yi with a hint of anxiety in the depths of her eyes. After so many years, although the 5th district had some prodigies such as Commander Xue Lu and Commander Yin Zhen, the feeling they gave him was completely different from Ning Qi. He had a vague feeling that Ning Qi's future achievements would at least surpass his. If he died in the absolute beginning land because of this, it would be a huge blow to the 5th district. Since the counselor has spoken, we can't interfere anymore. Please leave. Qi Yi sighed softly. Then we'll leave first. If there's a need, just give the secretary's order. We won't dare to disobey. The secretaries of the districts left one after another. When only Zhenling, Tu Duo, and a few others were left in the office, Zhenling hesitated for a moment before asking, Secretary, how dangerous is Ning Qi? Probably 9 out of 10. Qi Yi shook his head. Why should we let him go? Zhenling seemed to have aged a few years. He stood up and muttered to himself as he turned to leave. Tudo looked at Qi Yi when he saw that. Qi Yi shook his head. Don't look at me. I didn't mean to let him go. Chapter 36:22. Dark cultivators. Everyone has the right to kill you. A loud roar rang out, and a rebirth state initial stage cultivator of an unknown race descended from the sky. It was as though a deity had descended from the heavens, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently like waves in the ocean. His target was Ning Qi, who was quietly rushing over. Get lost! Ning Qi raised his hand and punched. With the 9 inner hidden gates opened together, in addition to his golden right arm, this fist nearly destroyed the heavens and earth. When the fist fell onto the muscular man's body, he didn't even have time to respond before he was killed by Ning Qi's fist. His corpse and limbs fell to the ground. Without looking, Ning Qi took the interspatial ring and left. I wonder when the system will finish updating. I've killed at least 80 people, if not 100. If the merit points are not calculated for me, wouldn't it be a loss? Ning Qi thought to himself as he walked. There was a very long saber mark on his back, almost cutting off Ning Qi's left shoulder to his right rib. This was done by an advanced stage, rebirth state, cultivator a few days ago. The opponent seemed to be a so-called saber Dao Grandmaster, who was said to be very rare among those of the same level. The opponent was from a top-notch sect, the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect, which was much stronger than the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Later, Ning Qi smashed his head. However, the saber mark he left on Ning Qi's back contained a special power. Up until now, his injuries had not been able to recover. Every time Ning Qi's body was about to recover, that power would come out and cause mischief, causing Ning Qi's injuries to spin. The speed was extremely slow, and it would probably take 1 or 2 months for Ning Qi to recover. Heavenly Grandmother sect. Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue stood side by side, their expressions extremely ugly. In front of the two of them stood Gongsun Wufua, Han Buwei, and the other elders of the Heavenly Mother sect. Usually, there would not be any other low-level disciples on such an occasion, but now, on a chair outside, sat Zhang Zhilan with a cold expression. The two of you, the news really did not spread by our Heavenly Grandmother sect. Besides, we don't even know what this creation celestial realm is. How could we pass this news to the myriad Buddha temple? Gongsun Wufua looked at the two with a gloomy expression. Han Buwei and the others did not speak. They were also a little uncertain. Logically speaking, they should not know about this matter. But now, not only did they know, but all the cultivators in the absolute beginning land knew. The news came from the myriad Buddha temple. Now, Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue suspected that they were the ones who spread the news. After all, Lan Pingping had brought the creation divine pearl back and placed it on the stone tablet of the creation gate for countless years. Xingyue, I told you, Heavenly Grandmother sect has probably been corrupted by the Dark Council. I think we should send a message back and have the higher-ups capture all the cultivators from Heavenly Grandmother sect and interrogate them. Jiang tu to Jiang tu to Ji tu. Both of you, the news clearly came from 10,000 Buddha's temple. You didn't go to them, but came to Heavenly Grandma sect. What is the meaning of this? The supreme, sacred, myriad sacred also dare to distemple? Sacred? A female cultivator beside Han Buwei snorted coldly. She was one of the 4 undead realm cultivators of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Her cultivation was much thicker than Han Buwei's and was probably on par with Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue. Seeing the two of them being so aggressive, she did not intend to tolerate it anymore. What a joke! Comparing the myriad Buddha temple to the Holy Assembly is disrespectful to the Holy Assembly, let alone the myriad Buddha temple. Even if all the top sects in the absolute beginning land joined forces, the Holy Assembly would still be able to suppress them. Jiang Wankong rebuked angrily. A trace of disdain flashed across the female cultivator's eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a cold snort came from outside the door. Wuhua, these two are right. If the Supreme Sacred Assembly intends to take action, let alone absolute beginning land, even Tyli, which is the closest to the absolute beginning land, will not be a match for the Supreme Sacred Assembly if they join forces. A nun holding a horsetail whisk slowly walked into the hall. Everyone, including Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue, cupped their fists and bowed. The nun was the sect master of the Tianmu sect, Taoist nun Tianmu. She was at the indestructible realm and had already tempered 80% of her golden body. She was not a weakling among the indestructible realm cultivators. Therefore, we will definitely not risk being annihilated by the Supreme Sacred Assembly by spreading this news. Moreover, Elder Wufu is right. We know nothing about the use of the divine creation pearl that Lan Pingping brought back. So how can we give it to the myriad sacred Buddha? Pass the news to the myriad sacred Buddha temple? Do you think it's possible for the news to spread so easily across the entire absolute beginning land and even the other few realms without the Supreme Sacred Assembly's approval? A faint smile appeared on Taoist nun Tianmu's old face, and her eyes flickered with wisdom. You mean the news was spread by the Supreme Sacred Assembly? A trace of anger flashed across Jiang Wankong's eyes. That's right. Zhang Zhilan's voice was heard. Hearing that, everyone looked at Zhang Zhilan, including Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue. There was a trace of deep fear and doubt in their eyes. They did not know the relationship between Zhang Jilan and perfected cultivator Shinggong. That day, he was able to follow perfected Lord Shinggong. Even a fifth-step genius like Jiang Wankong did not enjoy such treatment. Why didn't you tell them? Taoist Nun Tianmu looked at Zhang Jilan. They didn't ask me. Zhang Jilan said lightly. What do you know? Tell us. Ouyang Xingye looked at Zhang Jilan with a trace of anger in her eyes. I only know one thing. This news was spread with the approval of the Supreme Sacred Assembly. As for the purpose of the Supreme Sacred Assembly, my cultivation level is too low, so I don't know. Zhang Jilan said lightly. Jiang Wankong snorted coldly. He looked at Gongsun Wufua and the rest, then bowed to Taoist Nun Tianmu and left with Ouyang Xingye. Since I know your identity, there's no need for you to stay in the Tianmu clan. Taoist Nun Tianmu looked at Zhang Jilan and smiled. Goodbye, sect master. Zhang Jilan nodded lightly, bowed, and turned to leave. Sect master, these people from the Supreme Sacred Assembly are too arrogant. Gongsun Wufua and the rest could not help but whisper after they left. They have the right to be arrogant, but we don't. This incident happened in our Tianmu clan, but we didn't get any benefits. If word gets out, we'll be a laughing stock. Taoist Nun Tianmu said lightly. What do you mean, sect master? Gongsun Wufua and the rest were slightly stunned. They looked at each other, then at Taoist Nun Tianmu. There won't be any great emperors involved this time. As for the reason, you don't need to know. Just capture him alive and get the divine bead. Taoist Nun Tianmu said lightly. Yes. Chapter 36:23. That kid entered the fog forest, right? Take a look and see if it's this spot. It looks like it. There are fifth-step star demons in the forest. Are we still going in? Why not? Not only can we obtain the golden body technique if we capture that kid alive, but we also have a chance to open the legendary creation divine territory. If we get some opportunities inside, not only will we have a chance to reach the fifth step, but we might even be able to reach the sixth step. Sure, but there are too many people. Not only do we have to guard against those star demons, but we also have to guard against these backstabbers. In a small town outside the fog forest, there were many cultivators from all over the world. Some of them did not even belong to the absolute beginning land, but they had all obtained a miniature version of the heavenly cycle river mountain diagram from the myriad Buddha temple. Not only was there an image of the surrounding terrain, but there was also a small red that represented Ning Qi's location. Every cultivator was currently hesitating in the town, looking at the miniature version of the heavenly cycle river mountain diagram in their hands while looking at the fog forest. They did not dare enter the fog forest without permission because it was too dangerous. There were all kinds of star demons, and the strongest star demon was comparable to a fifth-step, imperishable realm cultivator. This guy is really cunning. If he doesn't care about his life and escapes to the lair of those star demons, even a fifth-step, imperishable realm cultivator might be killed. That's right. A fifth-step senior came here just now. After hesitating outside the fog forest for a while, he turned and left. I guess he has the same concerns as you. Another expert has arrived. It's a fifth-step cultivator. Most of the cultivators in the town were at the fourth step, and there were some at the third step as well. However, their purpose in coming to the town was not to encircle and kill Ning Qi. According to the widely circulated information about Ning Qi, only early-stage rebirth realm experts were qualified to participate in this hunt. The purpose of these third-step cultivators was to approach the center of the hunt and see if the legendary creation, divine, territory existed. If it existed and could be opened, they might be able to enter it immediately. Hit! At that moment, the gazes of all the cultivators in the town were focused on the sky, where two figures were standing. This guy is hiding inside. What do you think? Ouyang Xingye asked Jiang Kong as she glanced at the miniature domain concerted deed of rivers and mountains painting in her hand. Of course we're going in. He stole the divine creation bead right under our noses. If we don't snatch it back ourselves and someone else succeeds, our reputation in the Supreme Saint Council will be greatly humiliated. Jiang Kong said indifferently. Then let's go in. Ouyang Xinyue's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. She then followed Jiang Kong into the mistwoods. In her opinion, as long as they were careful, their safety in the fog forest was guaranteed. After all, they were undead realm cultivators, different from ordinary undead realm cultivators. They all came from top forces, and they were the boundless kingdom of the Holy Council. Cultivators possessed unparalleled battle prowess. Even if they encountered sempiternal realm astral beasts, they would still be able to escape. They just had to be careful of imperishable realm astral beasts. These two look so young, but they are fifth-step cultivators. They should be the top disciples of a top sect, right? Sigh, if I could enter those top-notch sects, I wouldn't have been stuck at the initial stage of the rebirth state for so many years. At the very least, I would have reached the complete stage of the rebirth state. Come on. I heard that you're an abandoned disciple of a top sect. You were chased out of the sect because you flirted with the granddaughter of an elder. If you can reach the rebirth state, I can reach the undead state. *Ti. Someone's here again. Everyone's attention was attracted again. This time, the person who came had no companions. He was alone and was dressed in white. The most eye-catching thing was that he had an incomparably huge saber on his back. The length of the saber was longer than a human's height. Isn't that the top disciple of the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect, Li Wuhai? Even he's here. I heard that the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect lost a pro-disciple some time ago. That pro-disciple was extremely talented and was the #1 pro-disciple of the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect in recent years. Although he was only at the advanced stage of the rebirth state, he had already fought against a rebirth state in the rebirth state 5 times. He won every time. It's impossible for the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect to not make a move now that such a disciple was killed by that guy. Li Wuhai glanced at the people in the town indifferently and entered the fog forest expressionlessly. After that, dozens of famous prime heavenly prides of the absolute beginning land arrived. They were either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Almost all of them called out their names. They didn't stay in the small town and decisively entered the misty forest. Usually it would be extremely difficult for the cultivators in the town to see even one of them. But now there were dozens of them. Not long after, dozens of similar people arrived one after another. Someone was quietly counting the number of these top disciples. Very soon, the number had exceeded 100. However, there were less than 100 such top disciples in the absolute beginning land. Therefore, many of them were from other realms. To be able to reach the absolute beginning land so quickly, they must have stronger fifth-step cultivators behind them. Other than these top disciples, the fifth-step cultivators of the older generation also participated in the encirclement this time. However, most of them were in groups of 3 to 5. Very few of them were alone. They had lived for too long and cherished their lives very much. They would not put themselves in danger. Is that Gong Sun Wufua from the Heavenly Mother sect? That's right, it's him. I heard that Elder Lon from the Heavenly Mother sect was a dark cultivator. He did not die in meditation some time ago. Instead, he was killed by the Holy Saint Council. However, the Holy Saint Council did not find the divine pearl of creation. Instead, that guy in the fog forest got it first. Gong Sun Wufua is an immortal realm expert. With such an existence, I'm afraid that the dark cultivator can't escape far. That's not necessarily true. It's not that there weren't any immortal realm experts besieging him. However, that dark cultivator is too cunning. Every time he was in danger, he managed to escape. I feel that without the help of an immortal realm expert, it would be very difficult to kill him. Moreover, he is currently in the fog forest. If he wants to injure both sides, there are too many opportunities. Humph! Gong Sun Wufwa swept his gaze across the town and heard the murmurs of the crowd. However, he only snorted coldly and entered the fog forest. Half a day later, the originally noisy town suddenly quietened down. A warm aura, like the early winter sun, shone on everyone. Not far away, a young monk dressed in a moon-white monk robe flew over. Behind him were 5 figures. They were Senior Sister Cece, Lin Tao, and the other 4. Chapter 36:24. I didn't expect that even Shakyamuni Shinkong would come. Didn't the Myriad Buddha Temple not have much interest in the divine realm of creation this time? Otherwise, they wouldn't have spread the news and made everyone go crazy over it. That's where you're wrong. The Myriad Buddha Temple spread the news because they care about the common people and don't want to monopolize it. Now that they sent Sakya Shinkong here, they must have seen that Guy slaughtered too many of our cultivators and don't want the slaughter to continue. We didn't make a mistake coming here this time. We don't need to enter the misty forest at all. We just need to wait for Sakya Shinkong to suppress that guy and obtain the divine beat of fortune. Then, we'll have a chance to enter the divine realm of fortune. Fairness. Is that so? Most people looked at Sakya Shinkong with a trace of respect. Only a few people looked at him with hostility. However, there were too few of them, and they were completely drowned out by the other people's gazes. Whether it was the land of absolute beginning, the land of Tylee, or the similar places near these 2 boundaries, the categorization of the young experts was almost the same. There was an obvious gap between each generation. For example, Gong Sun Wufwa could not be considered a young expert. However, existences like Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue were the top experts of the young generation. They were either the chief disciples of top sects or the most watched experts of top forces. Arrogance. Among them, the followers of the great emperors were also included. However, even though the followers of the great emperors were strong, they were only strong in battles against those of the same level. They had received the legacies of the great emperors. Whether it was primordial spiritual treasures, battle awareness, or spells, they were far superior to those of the same level. However, in terms of cultivation speed, they were only slightly faster than ordinary cultivators. In fact, some of them were only at the rebirth stage and had yet to advance to the undying stage. However, most of the great emperor's followers had a much longer cultivation journey than ordinary cultivators. The weakest among them could advance to the undead realm, while the strongest could even surpass their predecessors, possessing the qualifications to aspire to the emperor realm. Sakya Shinkong was the #1 prodigy of the absolute beginning land, who was even more famous than the disciples of the great emperor. However, the monks of the Myriad Buddha Temple rarely appeared in public. Most people knew of his existence, but it was extremely rare to see him. There were even rumors in the dark. Sakya Shinkong should be the current abbot of the Myriad Buddha Temple. He was a direct disciple of an unfathomable emperor, which was why he was called the little abbot of the Myriad Buddha Temple. Everyone, you don't have to go in. When I see that benefactor, I will naturally bring him to meet you. Sakya Shinkong turned around and looked at Senior Sister Cece and the others with a smile. A trace of disgust flashed in the depths of Lin Tao's eyes, but he hid it very well. What he didn't know was that Sakya Shinkong saw all of his expressions, but Sakya Shinkong didn't care. People would usually be jealous of the existence that was much better than them, and then the jealousy would turn into disgust. Shakyamuni Shinkong had seen too many such people. In the Myriad Buddha Temple, his junior brothers and senior brothers would occasionally have such feelings in their eyes. Expression. Senior brother Shinkong, we want to see you suppress that guy with our own eyes. Senior Sister Cece said with a smile. Sakya Shinkong frowned slightly, then smiled and said, There are many indestructible realm star demons in the fog forest. I can only bring 2 people in at most. Just me and Lin Tao. Senior Sister Cece said. Lin Tao naturally wanted to see Ning Qi being suppressed with his own eyes, so he had no objections, although the other 3 hated Ningqi to the bone. Their golden palms had already been shattered, and their primordial spirits were damaged. If they entered the misty forest again, it would be very dangerous. If they really forced their way in, Sakya Shinkong would at most protect senior sister Cece, but he wouldn't protect them. Thinking of this, the 3 nodded slightly, indicating that they had no objections and could wait in the town. In the next few days, more 5th step cultivators came one after another. Soon, the cultivators in the town could no longer see any 5th step cultivators. However, the number of 4th step rebirth realm cultivators increased, from a few people to dozens of people, but these rounds were not enough. However, most of the rebirth realm cultivators didn't come from the absolute beginning land. They were cultivators from other realms who had rushed here after receiving the news. Fog Forest. Ningqi kept changing directions, but he never left the fog forest. More and more people were chasing him. If he continued to flee, it wouldn't be long before he was suppressed by them. No matter how confident Ningqi was, he didn't think that he was one of those 5th step cultivators. Against some 5th step cultivators, even if his right arm had completely transformed into a golden body and he went all out, he might be able to exchange a few moves with an early-stage undead powerhouse. If he used Spring Dawn, he might not fall into a disadvantageous position even after hundreds of moves. But in fact, Ningqi was only at the peak of the Heaven's Mandate realm. No matter how many methods he had and how strong his trump cards were, there was no way he could escape from the encirclement of so many 5th step cultivators. This wasn't the first time Ningqi had come to the fog forest. When he had been brought to the absolute beginning land by Li Shang, Ningqi had also passed by this place. When he had passed by, he had felt several extremely powerful auras, so Ningqi hadn't dared to stay in the fog forest for too long. He had left after finding a way out. Now, this was his 2nd time coming to the fog forest, but his purpose was very different from the first time. That star demon isn't in its nest. Ningqi arrived at a valley with a deep pool in it. When he had passed by the valley, he had personally seen a flood dragon poking its head out of the deep pool. However, that flood dragon wasn't a demon, but a star demon. Although it was at the 5th step of the immortal realm, it couldn't transform into a human form. At that time, the flood dragon had glanced at Ningqi as if it had no interest in a weak creature like Ningqi. However, that simple glance made Ningqi's hair stand on end, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. You really want to use the star demon in the fog forest to resist our encirclement. It's a pity that the revered dragon in this Dragon Tomb Valley has gone out to hunt. Every time the revered dragon goes out, it will take at least 8 to 10 years before he returns. If you hand over the divine bead today, we might leave your corpse intact. 7 or 8 figures suddenly appeared around the valley, each of them emitting a faint and terrifying aura. They were fundamentally different from the rebirth state experts that Ningqi had seen before. These people should be from the top forces. They should be the core disciples of the top forces, and not the hundreds of rogue cultivators that Ningqi had killed recently. I heard that Zhuqiu Lingyang, the core disciple of the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect, died in your hands. That person's talent isn't any weaker than ours, but he has cultivated for a short period of time. Give him a few hundred years, and he should be about the same level as us. Chapter 36:25. But the 8 of you? Ningqi looked around before his gaze landed on the 8 of them. During this period of time, he had killed many people who possessed a miniature version of the heavenly domain deed of rivers and mountains painting. He discovered that regardless of whether the heavenly domain deed of rivers and mountains painting could display his position in real time, this crude miniature version had a certain delay in locating him. The delay was about 20 breaths. To a cultivator, 20 breaths was enough time to do many things. If not for the delay, Ningqi's injuries would have been several times worse. Are the 8 of us not enough? The Rebirth Realm cultivator's lips curled into a mocking smile. If not for those brainless star demons in the fog forest, we would have found you long ago. You should thank those star demons for letting you live for so long. One of them said, "It's a pity that the revered dragon isn't here. It's probably the smartest star demon in the dense fog forest. You're planning to use it to obstruct the pursuers. You're indeed capable. Whoever dares to make the first move in its territory will definitely suffer from its relentless revenge. However, it went out to hunt for food half a year ago. You won't be able to use it against us until you die." The Rebirth Realm cultivator smiled. "You guys might have misunderstood. I plan to use it against not you Rebirth Realm cultivators." Ningqi smiled. After a pause, he continued, "I can't stay in one place for too long. It's about time. Let's end this quickly. Which one of you wants to die first? Or together?" What? The 8 of them were shocked to hear Ningqi's words. When they heard the last sentence, their expressions turned from shock to anger. The Realm leader said in a deep voice, "What gives you the right to be so arrogant? All of us are stronger than Zuiqiu Lingyang. I heard that he left a scar on your back that has yet to heal. I used my fists to fight him. I'll use my sword against the 8 of you." Ningqi's lips curled into a smile. With a thought, Chen Xiao broke out of his body and attacked the 8 of them. 7th grade Khanate spiritual treasure? Shock flashed through the eyes of the 8 of them, but they did not panic too much. Instead, they each took out their innate spiritual treasures, all of which were above the 6th grade. 8 innate spiritual treasures of the 6th grade were naturally inferior to 1 innate spiritual treasure of the 7th grade, but 6 of them were at the 6th grade. There were a tower, a mountain, a boulder, a bronze mirror, and a suit of armor. Defensive primordial spiritual treasures were different from offensive primordial spiritual treasures. Even if their grades were slightly lower, it could only be said that they were not strong enough to defend against attacks. But as long as they were not more than 2 grades lower, they would not be destroyed in a single blow. No matter what, it could last for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Under the control of the 6 rebirth state experts, the 6 defensive Khanate spiritual treasures were able to unleash their full power. Ningqi's Chen Xiao was unable to unleash its full potential. Moreover, the other 2 Khanate spiritual treasures were also wielded. In the blink of an eye, the battle situation had become extremely disadvantageous to Ningqi. Ha ha ha. I was wondering what it was. So it was because of this 7th grade flying sword that he dared to be so insolent towards us. Looks like those guys before you were all killed by this sword. The news from the Tian Lao sect did not mention that you have a 7th grade Khanate spiritual treasure. Someone must have already set their eyes on it. We are lucky this time. Not only did we obtain the divine pearl of creation, we also obtained the art of golden body and a 7th grade Khanate spiritual treasure. With numinous treasure, the path to immortality will not be so difficult. At the very least, I have enough cultivation resources. Watch out for my sword. Ningqi ignored the other party's ridicule and roared. The sound waves rolled out in all directions. Some of the cultivators in the distance heard the commotion and rushed towards Ningqi's location as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Bang! A pagoda that emitted the aura of a 6th grade Khanate spiritual treasure shattered instantly. The owner behind it stared dumbfoundedly at the shadow of the fist that landed on him. In the next moment, he realized that the world had turned upside down, and he saw his body split into 4 pieces. The 5 pieces scattered on the ground in a mess. An expressionless young man stood in front of the mess. "Didn't you want me to see the sword?" The head murmured to himself as a tinge of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, a wave of chi struck and blew the head into minced meat, completely killing it. "Brother Zhou, you are so shameless. You said you would use a sword, but you actually used your fists? Brother Zhou's physical body has been destroyed, but there is no need to be afraid. This guy's fists are a little strange. Let's be more careful and avoid his fists. After that, we will use all our strength to take him down. The commotion here is too big and we do not have much time left. If we delay any further, we will only be left with scraps. The Rebirth Realm Perfected Realm Cultivator looked at Ningqi coldly and said to the other 6, "Since my fists are harder than Chen Zhao's, of course I will use my fists. Is this very shameless?" Ningqi murmured to himself. Swoosh! His figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Rebirth Realm Perfected Realm Cultivator. Ningqi did not retreat, but took the initiative to attack. Bang! Ningqi's fist landed on the green mountain that his opponent had taken out. It was a dignified 6th grade primordial spiritual treasure, and a defensive one at that. However, it was shattered by Ningqi's punch. It didn't even have time to retract itself before it shattered into specks of light and scattered on the ground. How could this be? The Rebirth Stage Cultivator revealed a look of shock. His face turned pale as he hurriedly retreated. Even now he was still in disbelief. His connate spirit treasure had been tempered for many years, and he was well aware of the degree of attack it could endure. How could a mere cultivator at the peak of the fate state possibly shatter a 6th-rank connate spirit treasure with a single punch? Even if he was a body refiner, perhaps only a 5th-step cultivator could do this. After all, a 5th-step cultivator tempered a golden body. The cultivator in the great perfection of the Rebirth realm instantly locked his eyes on Ningqi's right hand, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He finally knew why he had a familiar feeling earlier. There was an aura of golden body tempering coming from Ningqi's hand. This was a characteristic that only 5th-step cultivators possessed, other than a few followers of the Great Emperor who could spend a lot of resources to temper a few fingers or palms when they were in the Rebirth realm. The rest of the cultivators could not do so at all when they were below the 5th step. He condensed a golden body. Although he was thinking so much, it had only been half a breath's time since his green mountain was shattered by Ningqi. Watch my sword. After shattering his opponent's mountain, Ningqi did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he used the recoil force to attack another person. Puff! Chen Zhao easily broke through the opponent's defense and pierced through his forehead, emerging from the back of his head. "You! Why are you using a sword?" There was a trace of anger in his opponent's eyes. Ningqi had attacked twice with his fists, and they were terrifyingly powerful, so he didn't believe Ningqi's nonsense at all. He focused his attention and used his strongest means to block Ningqi's fists, but in the end... Chapter 36:26. Watch out for my sword. Bang! Another one was killed by Ningqi. Watch out for my sword. Bang! Watch out for my sword. Uft! In less than a few breaths of time, Ningqi suppressed and killed all the cultivators except for the cultivator at the Rebirth realm. Although only their physical bodies were destroyed, their origin source was damaged. They did not have the infinite power of the star giant like Ningqi. Their cultivation level would drop even if they tried to reform their physical bodies. They were nothing to be afraid of. Are you really at the perfect realm of the destiny state? The cultivator at the perfect realm of the Rebirth state was bleeding from his mouth. He felt that his energy had been completely depleted after being punched 3 times by Ningqi. A cultivator at the perfect realm of the Rebirth state had exhausted all his energy just to take 3 punches from a cultivator at the perfect realm of the destiny state. He was even more certain that Ningqi's right arm had indeed turned golden. As for the speed of the golden body, he didn't know. He did not know about speed. That was a quality that only 5th-step cultivators could judge. You'll know in the future. Ningqi smiled. Bang! After destroying the physical body of the Rebirth state cultivator with a single punch, he took the interspatial ring left behind by the other party and quickly left the place. In less than 4 to 5 breaths of time, a few cultivators rushed over. They discovered that the place was in a mess and there were battles everywhere. There were traces of battle everywhere. Soon, they recognized the dead cultivators from the broken limbs on the ground. They couldn't help but gasp. When they looked at each other, they could see a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Although the cultivators who died were not very famous geniuses in the absolute beginning land, they were not ordinary people either. If the geniuses in the absolute beginning land were divided into 3 levels, the chief disciples of the top sects were the first level, and the true geniuses of the top sects were the 3rd level, was more general. Most of the geniuses of the top sects were from the top sects and the top sections. The few people who had died were all direct disciples of first-rate sections. Even the weakest among them was at the late rebirth state. In a second-rate sect, they would be elders. Even in the Dark Parliament, reincarnation state experts were all at the same level. His status was also extremely high. At the very least, he could obtain the position of a commander. What a pity! This group of people all had the qualifications to ascend to the undying realm. Yet they died here just like that. What's there to feel pity about? Their deaths can be considered as making way for us. These fellows are so young, yet their cultivation is advancing so quickly. If we let them rise, do you and I old fellows still have a way to live? That's true. Let's see where that kid is. For of us, at the peak of the rebirth state, I don't believe that we can't deal with a mere peak of the fate state dark cultivator. The few of them checked the miniature version of the domain of rivers and mountains diagram in their hands. After locking onto Ning Chi's position, they quickly chased after him. Although they knew that there would be a delay, this was all they could do. Along the way, Ning Chi had completely erased his aura. With the miniature heavenly cycle river mountain diagram, it was hard for them to lock onto Ning Chi's position. These guys are quite rich. Another 10 billion origin essence stones have entered their accounts. Ning Chi checked the universe ring that he had just obtained. Although he had no use for the items inside, if he sold them, they would be worth more than 10 billion essence stones. In the divine Luo world, origin essence stones were still very useful. Regardless of whether he wanted to break through to the rebirth state or the undead state, he would need a large amount of cultivation resources. The simplest and crudest way was to let the system directly convert the origin essence stones into star soul essence and directly absorb the energy within to aid his cultivation. Previously, Ning Chi had almost used up all his origin essence stones in order to refine the ancient star body. Although he had earned some heavenly origin stones later on, it was nothing compared to what he had gained during this period of time. Originally, he thought that by relying on the Eye of Heaven's origin, he would be able to become rich in a short period of time. However, during this period of time, he had killed over 100 rebirth state cultivators. Some of them were quite rich and could bring Ning Chi hundreds of millions of origin essence stones in profit. Some of them were poor. Everything they had on them was worth tens of millions of origin essence stones. If he were to sell all of them, they would be worth at least 40 billion origin essence stones. Adding on the gains he had made this time, Ning Chi's net worth could reach 50 billion. Not long after, Ning Chi arrived at an open space. In the dense fog forest, it was extremely rare to find such a landscape. Apart from an incomparably huge willow tree in the center, there was not a single blade of grass growing within a radius of several dozen li. Not even star demons could be seen. There was only 100 feet tall willow tree that gave people a feeling that it could cover the sky and earth. As long as this demon willow doesn't attack within its territory, even if I pass by it, nothing will happen. This is the place. Ning Chi smiled and slowly walked towards the willow tree. When he was about 100 feet away from the trunk, Ning Chi stopped, sat down cross-legged, and slowly closed his eyes. There was no meaning in continuing to escape. He could only use this demon willow to buy some time and see if the Dark Parliament would send reinforcements. The matter in the absolute beginning land had become so big that even Ningqi knew about the use of the divine pearl of creation. There was no reason why the Dark Parliament would not receive the news. After a dozen breaths, the first figure arrived first. It was none other than Li Wuhai of the Imperial Sea Wind Saber sect. The large saber on his back exuded a faint saber essence. But once he arrived, Li Wuhai immediately restrained his aura and looked like a mortal. His gaze first fell on the demon willow, and then on Ningqi, who was sitting cross-legged near the demon willow. Li Wuhai frowned slightly and did not make a sound. He just walked towards Ningqi. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ningqi kept his eyes closed. Even when Li Wuhai was within 10 steps of him, Ningqi did not open his eyes. Li Wuhai glanced at the demon willow again and no longer approached Ningqi. He sat down cross-legged where he was. He was afraid that if he approached Ningqi again, the other would choose to die with him. As long as Ningqi attacked, the demon willow would definitely attack the two of them. And this demon willow had existed for countless years. Although it was a star demon of the eternal realm, it was at the great perfection of the eternal realm. It was a terrifying existence that could reach the Emperor realm at any time when the opportunity came. Star demons had low intelligence, but once they reached the Emperor realm, their life would be greatly transformed, and their intelligence would not differ much from that of ordinary cultivators. Look, I found him. A cultivator at the great perfection of the rebirth realm had just arrived. As soon as he saw Ningqi's figure, he immediately called out to him. In the end, his companions behind him instantly abandoned him and retreated hundreds of miles away without looking back. Chapter 36:27. Luckily we ran fast, or else we would have been implicated by this idiot. Everyone said that the mist forest is extremely dangerous, but he still did this. A rebirth state cultivator in the full circle of the rebirth state said with relief. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and the others were no exception. They were not cultivators from the absolute beginning land, but came from other realms. Their goal was naturally not the golden body technique. It was the creation celestial realm behind the creation divine pearl. They had done their homework before coming, but they did not expect that there would be such an idiot among their teammates. I've checked on this demon willow. It has existed for a very long time, and some ancient books even say that it has been like this since ancient times. An eternal state star demon has lived for so long. Even if its techniques are not at the level of an emperor state, I'm afraid that few eternal state cultivators from the various clans can compare to it. This dark cultivator is as cunning as a fox. He is already in a dead end, but he still came here to use this demon willow to delay his death. The few of them looked at Ningqi with murderous intent. Li Wuhai of the Wind Saber sect of the Imperial Sea is also here. Looks like he doesn't have the confidence to suppress this kid under this demon willow. Let's find a place to sit down and see if there are any mighty figures who can suppress this demon willow. All right. The few rebirth state cultivators did not get too close to the demon willow. They found a place far away to sit down, and many more cultivators came one after another. When Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue arrived, Li Wuhai opened his eyes, and his gaze was like a sharp blade that swept over the two. Li Wuhai of the Wind Saber sect. Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue looked at each other, then stared back at Li Wuhai, unwilling to be outdone. Both of them were chief disciples of top-notch sects, so they naturally knew quite a bit about each other's background. Encountering each other on such an occasion, it was inevitable that they would have a little bit of competitive spirit. In the end, Li Wuhai closed his eyes first. It was not a sign of weakness, but a faint disdain. Such an expression fell into the eyes of Jiang Wankong and Ouyang Xingyue, and a trace of anger flashed across their eyes. This kid chose this demon willow to protect him, so we won't be able to do anything for a short period of time. Previously, I suggested to the Supreme Saint Parliament to get rid of the star demons that have grown up in the dense fog forest, but the higher-ups turned a deaf ear to this. It's already in our pocket, Jiang Wankong said with a frown. The star demons didn't do anything evil. Why do we need to eliminate them? Ouyang Xinyue glanced at Jiang Wankong. Your mentality is too radical. Be careful not to fall into the demonic path. Me? Devil Dao? Jiang Wankong sneered and shook his head. He did not explain further. After a dozen breaths, the two of them slowly walked to a place not far from Li Wuhai and sat down cross-legged. Jiang Wankong glared at Ning Qi fiercely, then closed his eyes. As for Ouyang Xinyue, she was sizing Ning Qi up thoughtfully. Previously, she had not thought much of Ning Qi. This time, after learning that Ning Qi was a dark cultivator, she deliberately carefully examined him. In the end, she still felt that Ning Qi's aura was somewhat familiar not long after the two of them arrived. Gongsun Wufo arrived as well. The moment he saw Ning Qi, the murderous intent in his eyes surged out uncontrollably. Such murderous intent was immediately sensed by the demon willow. Its willow branches immediately drooped down and stopped swaying no matter how the wind blew. When Gongsun Wufo noticed this, he immediately restrained the murderous intent in his eyes and the aura on his body. He walked towards Ning Qi like a mortal. That's the Eternal Realm expert from the Heavenly Grandmother sect, Gongsun Wufo. He should dare to attack, right? No matter how strong the demon willow is, can it kill an Eternal Realm expert in an instant? One look and I can tell that you're not a cultivator from the land of absolute beginning. Many people call this demon willow emperor. Do you know why? It's because in the land of absolute beginning, there isn't a single demon willow with a higher cultivation level than it. Apart from that, there are too many Undying Realm and Eternal Realm experts in its hands. They died here because they had the same mentality as you. I don't believe it. It's really as you said. Even Gongsun Wufo doesn't dare to attack? When Gongsun Wufo was 10 steps away from Ning Qi, he didn't continue forward. Instead, he sat down on the spot like the few people in front of him. There were more and more cultivators around Emperor Lu. Everyone restrained their aura in tacit understanding, as if there were thousands of mortals worshipping there. Their gazes fell on Emperor Lu and Ning Qi, occasionally sweeping past Jiang Wankong and the other fifth-step cultivators. This is too terrifying. 13 Undying Realm experts, 1 Eternal Realm expert, and a mere Destiny Realm cultivator can actually attract so many seniors. It seems that the effect of the divine bead might really be, as the legend says. It can open the door to the divine realm of creation. If we have the chance to go in and take a look, wouldn't breaking through to the rebirth realm be child's play in the future? You're too naive. If this person is a Destiny Realm cultivator, I'll chop off my head and use it as a chair for you. In my opinion, he's a fifth-step cultivator who plays the pig to eat the tiger. I don't know what method he used to hide his cultivation level. Haven't you heard that he killed all the rebirth realm cultivators in the early stages of the rebirth realm? Even those rebirth realm existences that I know can't kill them so easily, right? After a few hours, some cultivators calculated the cultivation levels of the cultivators present. They were shocked when they did the calculation. There were thousands of rebirth realm experts present. Someone had previously calculated all the rebirth realm cultivators in the absolute beginning land. There were at most 1,500 warriors, and most of them were distributed among the top sections. Second-rate sects like the Tianmu sect only had a dozen rebirth realm cultivators. But now, in the fog forest, there were thousands of rebirth realm cultivators and more than a dozen undying realm cultivators. There were probably many fifth-step cultivators who hadn't shown themselves and were hiding in the dark, waiting to reap the benefits. Just thinking about the number of experts in the fog forest was enough to make one shudder. Little brother, you can't just stay here. How about this? Give me the divine bead, and I'll take you out of here. What do you think? A silhouette suddenly appeared from the void. When everyone saw it, their expressions changed slightly. Even Gongsun Wufo looked over with fear in his eyes. This was a sempiternal realm expert. Furthermore, his realm might even be higher than Gong Sun Wufua's. However, the appearance of this expert was a little strange. Sparse hair draped down from the sides of his bald head. His aged face looked like it was made of wood. His old face looked like he had one foot in a coffin. Could this be an immortal realm expert who's at the end of his life? Chapter 36:28. He seems to be the southern border patriarch. You're talking about the southern border barbarians? I heard that the southern border has recently been invaded by the Deer tribe. The barbarians are not strong enough and have been suppressed very badly. They are about to be expelled from the country. That's right, the barbarian tribe's natural aptitude is extremely low, but their bodies are extremely tyrannical. A newborn child's body is already comparable to a third-step body tempering cultivator. When they grow to the prime of their lives, their bodies are comparable to a karma realm body tempering cultivator. Without doing anything, many barbarians can be comparable to destiny state or even rebirth state body cultivators when they reach adulthood if they practice body refining techniques. According to what you said, aren't the barbarians very strong? How could he be suppressed by the third or fourth-rate deer race? Have you forgotten? No matter how strong our divine Luo world's body-tempering cultivators are, how strong can they be? There were less than 10,000 barbarians. Even if these 10,000 barbarians were at the rebirth state, they would not be able to defeat a fifth-step cultivator, right? The barbarian race's aptitude for cultivation was extremely poor. There were very few chi refining cultivators in the barbarian race that surpassed their body refining cultivators. This southern border barbarian race's old ancestor was the only fifth-step cultivator in the barbarian race. His chi refining cultivation was higher than his body refining cultivation. Apart from him, the barbarian race did not have a single undead realm cultivator, and this old ancestor's lifespan was almost exhausted. Once he dies, the barbarian race will most likely be exterminated or reduced to a slave race. No wonder he came all the way here from the southern region. Only the divine realm of creation can give him a chance to live. I heard that the lifespan of imperishable realm cultivators is 3 times that of sempiternal realm cultivators. Little brother, I can swear a heavenly blood oath. Do you believe me now? Seeing that Ning Chi was motionless and did not even open his eyes, the southern border patriarch's face showed a trace of anxiety. There were 7 immortal realm cultivators here. Apart from Gong Sun Wufua, the other 5 were no match for him. Therefore, he was confident that he could bring Ning Chi out of this place. As for Li Wu Hai, Jiang Wan Kong, Ouyang Xinhua, and the other undead realm cultivators, they were not. He placed them in his eyes. Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the southern border patriarch. The corners of his mouth curled up. Old senior, my position has already been locked by the domain heaven and earth diagram. With your cultivation, although you can bring me out of the misty forest, you won't be able to run too far. Sooner or later, you will reach the imperishable realm. If the cultivators catch up, I'll be very safe here. Unless the great emperor takes action, leaving this place would be dangerous. Don't you understand, senior? The southern border patriarch's expression changed slightly, and a trace of madness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Of course he understood. But if he didn't do this, how could he get the divine bead from Ning Chi? This time the appearance of the creation god bead at the absolute beginning was something that any cultivator with a bit of foresight would know who was behind this. The Holy Saint Parliament's goal was definitely not to let everyone have a fair competition before entering the creation god domain. With peace and harmony, there wouldn't be so many conflicts. As long as one thought about it carefully, one could guess that the Holy Assembly's goal was to wait for the Dark Assembly to come to them. They were preparing to annihilate the Dark Assembly in one fell swoop or inflict heavy damage on them. Therefore, they had to open the creation divine realm before that happened. Otherwise, once the Holy Saint Parliament took action, The cultivators in the absolute beginning land wouldn't be able to get anything at all. The willow branch swayed slowly. Seeing this, Ning Qi immediately closed his eyes and stopped talking. If he said a few more words, the willow branch would definitely appear on his body. If it wasn't for the fact that this demon willow branch had cultivation and didn't even have a trace of the simplest intelligence, Ning Qi wouldn't have been able to use it to stall for time, block the cultivators in front of him who were eyeing him covetously, and wait for the Dark Assembly's backup plan. This kid is right. If the Great Emperor doesn't take action, he can keep hiding here. It's the creation god domain. Even a Great Emperor would want to enter such a place, right? Why hasn't a Great Emperor taken action to suppress this kid until now? The Great Emperor might have his own considerations. You and I are only fourth-step cultivators, not even fifth-step cultivators. Don't make wild guesses. As for this kid, he won't be able to hide for long. When some indestructible realm seniors reach a consensus, I'm afraid they will join forces to annihilate this willow branch. Willow Emperor, when the time comes, this kid will have to surrender obediently. That's true. After everyone understood this, they immediately became more patient. Anyway, those who should be anxious now were at least fifth-step cultivators. As for the fourth-step cultivators, they only needed to hide and watch the show. If the creation divine territory opened later, they would search again. There was nothing they could do about the opportunity to enter. They could only watch quietly. Time passed slowly, and after another 10 minutes, Shakyamuni Shinkong brought senior sister Cece and Lin Tao over from afar. They were actually the earliest to arrive, even earlier than Li Wuhai, and just a step later than Ning Qi. Sakyamuni Hengkong, the young abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple. Most people looked at Shakyamuni with a hint of respect. If it weren't for the Myriad Buddha Temple, they wouldn't have known about the divine creation pearl. Similarly, the Myriad Buddha Temple wouldn't have been so selfless as to distribute the domain heaven and earth diagram to everyone. No one was able to lock onto Ning Qi's position. The Southern Border Patriarch and Gong San Wufua both looked at Shakyamuni Shinkong immediately. The former's eyes flashed with a trace of deep jealousy, while the latter's was not much better. Although Gong San Wufua was much younger than the Southern Border Patriarch, both of them knew that Shakyamuni Shinkong's true age was probably less than 3,000 years old. At this age, even among fourth-step cultivators, he was considered a rare genius. In the fifth-step Undying Realm, he could be considered a top genius, similar to the chief disciples of the various top sections. But now, Shakyamuni Shinkong was not an Undying Realm cultivator. He had advanced to the Undying Realm with a lifespan of less than 3,000 years. He had achieved an achievement that most people in this circle couldn't achieve. Who wouldn't be jealous of him becoming a peer of these old guys? Seniors, I'd like to have a few words with this benefactor. Shakyamuni Shinkong smiled and nodded at the two of them. Then his gaze fell on Ning Qi. At the same time, Lin Tao, who was behind him, stared at Ning Qi with resentment. There was a hint of schadenfreude in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, Ning Qi was in a predicament where it was impossible to escape. There was no chance of survival. Don't talk for too long. If Emperor Lu comes to his senses, all of us will die here. The Southern Border Patriarch said indifferently. Shakyamuni Shinkong smiled, and his gaze fell on Ning Qi. Benefactor Ning, the divine creation pearl concerns the rise and fall of the entire absolute beginning, and even the entire Shenlua world. If Benefactor Ning is willing to hand the pearl over to the Myriad Buddha Temple, I can plead on your behalf. Benefactor Ning can repent for his sins by facing the wall and chanting sutras at the back mountain of the Myriad Buddha Temple. No, he has to die. Senior Sister Cece suddenly interrupted. Ning Qi opened his eyes and glanced at Shakyamuni Shinkong. Then he looked at Senior Sister Cece and said with a smile, "You can't beat me, so you hired a baldy to beat me? Myriad Buddha Temple? Hee, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state." Chapter 36, 29. The divine bead of creation. They had chased Ningqi for so long, yet they only knew that Ningqi had the divine bead. They had never seen it before. This time they saw it with their own eyes, but this ordinary-looking stone bead, is it really the divine bead of creation? There's no special aura on it. If it was thrown on the ground, I might not even pick it up to examine it. I'm afraid there must be some misunderstanding. When everyone saw the divine creation pearl, their emotions instantly became complicated, and many cultivators even started to wonder if all of this was just a trap. For example, this was what the southern border old ancestor was thinking. His expression was extremely unsightly. He suspected that the Holy Assembly might have done this in order to destroy the Dark Assembly. Hekia Shinkong's gaze fell on the divine bead of creation. After 3 breaths, he landed on the ground and walked towards Ningqi with his hands clasped together. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In less than 10 breaths' time, he had already passed Jiang Wankong and the others. He was only 5 steps away from Ningqi. Ningqi had a faint smile on his face. He did not retract his hand, as if saying, "Come and take it, benefactor Ning. Put down the butcher's knife and repent." Sakya Shinkong smiled. Ningqi smiled but did not speak. The two of them confronted each other for a dozen breaths. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Sakya Shinkong sighed softly and turned to leave. At this moment, Li Wuhai opened his eyes and glanced at Sakya Shinkong from the corner of his eye. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. It seems that even the young abbot does not dare to provoke this Willow King. Everyone's eyes flashed with disappointment. When he looked at Ningqi again, he didn't know when he had put away the divine pearl of creation and closed his eyes. "Senior brother Shinkong, why don't you ask your master to suppress this Willow King and take the divine bead from him? We just want his life." When Sakya Shinkong returned to his side, Lin Tao suggested in a low voice. Sakya Shinkong glanced at him and smiled. "If master plans to make a move, there is no need for us to suggest it. Don't mention this again." Anger flashed in Lin Tao's eyes. But when he thought of his current situation and Sakya Shinkong's immortal realm cultivation, he suppressed his anger. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Over the past month, many more cultivators had arrived. The sempiternal realm experts who had been hiding in the void had also revealed themselves. Roughly estimating, there were at least 30 of them. Gongsun Wufua's cultivation could only be considered above average among the 30 of them. However, the strongest sempiternal realm cultivator was still Sakya Shinkong. Apart from sempiternal realm cultivators, there were also many undead realm cultivators from various races, including some first-rate races of Shenluo world. The ninja clan was also among them. If it wasn't for the fact that Tai Li was far away from Taichu, Ningqi would have already seen the cultivators from the ancient Star Pavilion. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from afar. The revered dragon from the Dragon Tomb Valley is back? Why are you so fast this time? An ominous premonition arose in everyone's hearts. Longzuin of the Dragon Tomb Valley was different from Lu Huang. Although Longzuin was slightly weaker than Lu Huang, he was considered an extremely powerful existence in the 5th step. Furthermore, Lu Huang did not have any intelligence and acted based on instinct. Dragon Tomb Valley was not too far away from here. If Longzuin discovered the aura of cultivators here, wouldn't he treat this place as his meal? Everyone, we can't let Longzuin come here. We have to work together to suppress him. At the very least, we have to force him to leave the Mist Forest. Otherwise, if he angers Lu Huang, we will all fall apart. The Patriarch of Southern Border suddenly spoke. The sempiternal realm cultivators present heard this and looked at each other. Finally, their gazes fell on Sakya Shinkong. Sakya Shinkong was the strongest sempiternal realm cultivator present. If he did not make a move, even if the rest of them worked together, they might not be able to expel Longzuin. Sakya Shinkong heard this and sighed softly. Then he stepped into the air and headed in the direction of the Dragon Tomb Valley. The patriarch of Southern Border, Gong Sun Wufua, and the other sempiternal realm cultivators followed closely behind. Jiang Wankong and the other undead realm cultivators did not move. There was no point for them to participate in such a battle. It was better to stay here and keep an eye on Ning Qi to prevent him from escaping. Logically speaking, the headquarters should have sent someone here by now. Why isn't there any movement at all? Ning Qi opened his eyes and glanced in the direction of the Dragon Tomb Valley. A hint of doubt arose in his heart. There was such a huge commotion in the land of absolute beginning. Cultivators from nearby realms were rushing over one after another, but until now he had not seen anyone from headquarters coming to receive them. Dark cultivators. Could it be that the headquarters of the Dark Parliament had given up on the divine bead? You're dead meat. The cultivators of the Dark Parliament are all cowards. No matter how much time you drag, they won't come to save you. Why do you think the Emperor realm of the absolute beginning land hasn't made a move yet? Jiang Wankong glanced at Ning Qi and sneered. Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the members of the Dark Parliament had already fought with the Emperor realm of the absolute beginning land? Was that why the Emperor realm of both sides had yet to show up? Then what about the imperishable realm cultivators? So far, Ning Qi had not seen a single cultivator of the eternal realm. If the divine bead of creation could really open the legendary divine realm of creation, the cultivators of the eternal realm would have already taken action to suppress it. How could a mere demon willow without intelligence, no matter how strong it was, be stronger than it? The joint attack of several imperishable realm cultivators? Ning Qi had chosen this place because it could only block sempiternal realm experts like Sakya Shinkom. Brother Ning, I was sent by the Secretary General. He asked me to tell you that the headquarters will not be able to help you this time. He wants you to find a way to escape on your own. Even if you have to abandon the divine bead, you have to stay alive. A voice suddenly exploded in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi was expressionless and did not make a sound. He did not use his eyes to look for the person who sent the voice transmission. The headquarters will not be able to help. It seems that the confrontation between the Thearch realm experts and the Thearch realm experts are evenly matched. I wonder if the Holy Assembly has sent out any Thearch realm experts. If only the Thearch realm experts of the absolute beginning land could restrain the members of the Dark Parliament, the Dark Parliament's strength would only be equivalent to that of an entire territory. It would not be comparable to the Holy Assembly at all. If my cultivation had broken through to the 5th step now, I could take advantage of the situation and break out now. The heavenly cycle, River Mountain diagram, would definitely not be able to lock onto my aura forever. If I could delay them for a while longer, I would definitely be able to escape unscathed. Chapter 30, 630. Ning Qi closed his eyes so that others could not see anything from his eyes. At this moment, his divine was focused on the divine bead of creation. The ordinary good fortune divine bead glowed with a misty blue light, making the entire stone bead look like a gem. After a dozen breaths of time, the light gradually converged into a thin line, turning into a pattern that deeply embedded itself into the stone bead. Next, as if Pandora's box had been opened, the parts of the stone bead that were cut by the pattern floated up. In an instant, the stone bead the size of a fist suddenly became a precise instrument that was constantly changing shape. Boom! Ning Qi's divine will suddenly suffered a huge blow. This blow came from the stone bead, causing his divine will to bounce back into his body. The next moment, the stone bead automatically left the spatial package and appeared in front of Ning Qi. The phenomenon on the stone bead. It could no longer be concealed. Jiang Wankong, Ouyang Xinyue, Li Wuhai, and other undead realm cultivators were the first to look over. Then, thousands of cultivators around were also attracted by the aura of the stone bead and looked over in shock. Is this the divine bead of creation just now? It is indeed it, although its appearance has changed a lot. Such a change, could it be that the divine realm of creation is about to open? Many people were surprised and overjoyed. At this moment, they no longer wanted to suppress Ningqi. As long as the divine realm of creation could open here, all the cultivators present should be qualified to enter, right? This was their real goal. Even Lu Huang sensed some kind of aura, causing his willow branch to keep swaying around Ningqi. What made Ningqi relieved was that the willow branch had never regarded him as an enemy and did not attack him. We can't let the divine realm of creation open here. Otherwise, the situation in Shenluo world will be greatly affected. This is something that belongs to the Supreme Saint Council. Jiang Wankong looked at Ouyang Xinyue. Ouyang Xinyue nodded with an ugly expression. Jiang Wankong had the same thought as her. If the divine realm of creation was really as mysterious as the legend said, wouldn't there be countless geniuses who would appear out of nowhere if these cultivators entered? If that was the case, the situation of the geniuses in Shenluo world would change greatly. This was what they did not want to see, because they were already at the top of the pyramid of the geniuses. Let's observe the situation first. Now that Lu Huang has awakened, if we attack, we will definitely be killed on the spot. Ouyang Xinyue transmitted her voice. But Jiang Wankong frowned slightly. At this moment, a voice sounded in his and Ouyang Xinyue's ears. I didn't expect the creation divine territory to open in advance. The two of you are lucky. How about this? Only fourth step cultivators can enter the newly open creation divine territory. After the creation divine territory opens, the two of you will block all the fourth step cultivators present. Sure, when the passageway is stable enough to accommodate fifth step cultivators. Follow me in. It was the voice of perfected cultivator Shingang. When the two of them heard this, their hearts immediately calmed down. At the same time, their expressions became extremely strange. It was obvious that Shengong Jinjuan had been here for a long time. With his strength, even if he could not defeat Emperor Lu, he should be able to capture Ningqi easily. However, Shengong Jinjuan did not make a move. This made the two of them certain that this incident was probably a method used by the Holy Council to lure the dark cultivators out. Senior sister, could it be that the legend is true? Does the creation divine realm really exist? Lin Tao looked at senior sister Cece in surprise. He was born in an extremely powerful sect in the primordial era. Although the strength of this ancient sect could not be compared to the Holy Council, it was still one of the top forces under the Holy Council. Everything he knew was more than the cultivators of other realms. While the cultivators of other realms needed thousands or even tens of thousands of years to cultivate to the reincarnation state, his sect had already cultivated many reincarnation state experts who were less than 100 years old or even a few hundred years old. However, he had never heard of the creation divine territory. In his opinion, even if the creation divine territory was as powerful as the legend said, it could not be compared to the sect he was in. Perhaps it's just some kind of blessed land, similar to the blessed land and forbidden land formed by the death of a sixth-step great emperor. Senior sister Cece said hesitantly. She was also not sure what the creation divine territory was. If that's the case, then it can't be compared to our sect. You should know that our sect transformed after the death of our sect's patriarch. Compared to a sixth-step patriarch, he is much stronger. Lin Tao finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Other than that, there was also a chance that they would be able to head to the Saint Mountain. There were all kinds of fortuitous encounters there. In the past, there were people who managed to advance from the Samsara realm to the Undying realm or even the Sempiternal realm in a single night. Unfortunately, only rebirth realm cultivators could enter the sacred mountain. Once they reached the fifth step, they could not enter. The God creation pearl was still changing. From the looks of it, it seemed to be changing into a door. However, the process was a bit slow. It would take at least a day to complete the transformation. At the same time, the aura of the God creation pearl became more and more tyrannical. Even the Willow Emperor, who was not very intelligent, felt a little uneasy. His willow branches swayed more and more vigorously, showing signs of attacking. Roar! A deafening dragon roar suddenly erupted from the Dragon Burial Valley in the distance. Even the ground cracked from the impact of the roar. The commotion lasted for almost an hour before it slowly disappeared. Then everyone saw Shakyamuni Shinkong and the others break through. He arrived through the air. Everyone, including Shakyamuni Shinkong, had some degree of injuries on them. The one with the heaviest injuries was actually the old ancestor of the southern border. He had lost one of his arms. One must know that the most important aspect of a fifth-step sempiternal realm expert was the golden body. To a fifth-step cultivator, it was extremely important. Losing an arm would be a great loss. The southern border ancestor's complexion was incomparably pale. But when his gaze fell on the divine creation pearl in front of Ningqi, he immediately laughed sinisterly. The divine realm of creation is about to open? In that case, our joint efforts to chase away the supreme dragon this time will not be in vain. When Gongsun Wufwa and the rest saw this, their spirits soared. Sakya Shinkong frowned slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that he was surprised that the divine beat of fortune would suddenly change here. However, he quickly composed himself and returned to his tranquil state. He landed beside Senior Sister Cece and the others and sat down cross-legged. He stopped. "Senior Shinkong, what should we do now?" Senior Sister Cece said, "We wait. The divine creation pearl is the gate of creation. Once it opens, it will completely connect to the divine realm of creation. When the time comes, we can enter and search for our own opportunities." Sakya Shinkong said lightly. "Then his life," Senior Sister Cece pointed at Ningqi. "We'll collect it when the time comes." Chapter 30, 631. One day later, the divine creation bead had already lost its original appearance. At this moment, it looked like a huge door. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement as they prepared to enter the divine creation gate at any time. Li Wuhai opened his eyes and stood up slowly, followed by Jiang Wankong, Ouyang Xinue, the undead realm experts of the major forces, and even the sempiternal realm experts who had not recovered from their injuries, stood up and looked at the gate of creation with solemn expressions. When the gate of creation opens, all of you stop Emperor Lu. I want to kill this kid. Gongsun Wufwa suddenly spoke. The people he spoke to were naturally the sempiternal realm experts, including Shakyamuni Shinkong. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ningqi and nodded in unison. If not for Ningqi, they would not have been injured by Longzuan, especially the southern border patriarch, whose killing intent towards Ningqi was the heaviest. It was just that he did not show it in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. "This kid's sins are too great. Let me expiate him," Shakyamuni Shinkong said. Gongsun Wufwa was taken aback and frowned slightly. Ningqi had killed Gongsun Lu twice in a row. If possible, he naturally wanted to kill Ningqi personally to vent his anger. But now that Shakyamuni Shinkong had spoken, he could only give up this opportunity because his cultivation was much weaker than Shakyamuni Shinkong's. "Kid, if you had agreed to my request just now, you might have escaped by now. What a pity." The southern border patriarch laughed strangely. Lin Tao's eyes were also filled with schadenfreude, but he felt that it was a pity. If he could kill Ningqi with his own hands, the anger in his heart would dissipate. They were not the only ones who wanted to kill Ningqi. During his escape, Ningqi had killed more than 100 rebirth realm cultivators. They were all from the sects in the Taichu realm and the nearby realms. Countless cultivators from these sects were present. A murderous gaze swept across Ningqi. At this moment, Ningqi was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Ningqi did not say a word and kept his eyes closed. To outsiders, he seemed to be afraid, but in fact, a storm was raging in his heart. This was because a sun had mysteriously appeared in his creation domain. It wasn't quite right to call it a sun. It was like an incomparably huge stone bead. blooming with raging flames. The appearance of the stone bead was extremely similar to the divine creation bead from before, as if it had been magnified millions of times. When Ning Qi was still a first-step cultivator, he already had the creation domain. His control of the creation domain was like that of the god of creation, so he could control it at will. However, now that he had this son, Ning Qi felt that he was very familiar with the creation domain. His control over the domain was gradually weakening. At the same time, the creation domain had an aura that had never existed before. The aura of life. In the past, no matter how strong Ning Qi's cultivation was, he could change the landscape and weather of the creation realm at will. However, he could not create life out of nothing. Therefore, there was no breath of life in the creation realm, unless it was a life from the outside world. There were many mortals in the creation domain. They were all mortals that Ning Qi had saved back in the immortal world. What happened? In a certain mountain range, Zhang Tao suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. His face was filled with shock. Ever since he had been thrown into the creation domain by Ning Qi, Zhang Tao had put in a lot of effort to find a way out. However, he could not find it. In the end, he had given up and waited for Ning Qi to come and take him away. There was day and night, and there were 4 seasons, cold and warm. The only thing that wasn't there was a sky full of stars and a sun. But now he saw a sun hanging high in the sky. The sunlight shone on his body, making him feel a trace of warmth. Lin Mei and Wang Shui came out of their seclusion, walked into the courtyard, and looked up at the sky. Shui, could this sun be created by Senior Ning? Lin Mei asked with a slightly shocked expression. A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Shui's eyes. Then she shook her head. I don't know either. Uncle Ning's methods are unfathomable. It might be him. Moreover, this place is Uncle Ning's domain. Why do I feel that the spirit qi of heaven and earth seems to be much thicker? Lin Mei's expression suddenly changed. Yes, it's still increasing. Wang Shui nodded thoughtfully. In other parts of the creation domain, there were many mortals. These mortals could practice martial arts, but they couldn't cultivate. Those with a high level of martial arts could leap hundreds of feet. However, after the sun appeared in the sky, these cultivators with a high level of martial arts suddenly realized that they could leap hundreds of feet. The profound ones suddenly realized that they could travel hundreds of feet with a single leap, and some of them could even walk on air. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or ordinary people, they were destined to be unable to sleep peacefully today. Why hasn't the gate opened yet? Everyone's attention was focused on the Gate of Fortune. However, the changes to the Gate of Fortune seemed to have stopped. Before they could think about it, the Gate of Fortune suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered Ning Qi's forehead. At the same time, Ning Qi's body also emitted the same aura as the Gate of Fortune. At the same time, Ning Qi's body also emitted the same aura as the Gate of Fortune. Everyone was dumbfounded. As a result, they didn't notice that the silver dragon tattoo on Ning Qi's skin seemed to have come to life and was trembling slightly. What's going on? Sakya, Shinkong frowned. A trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had never heard of the Gate of Fortune entering a person's sea of consciousness. It should be a completely independent existence. Only people could enter the Gate of Fortune. How could it enter a person's body? If that was the case, didn't it mean that Ning Qi was the Gate of Fortune, and the Gate of Fortune was Ning Qi? Everyone had to get Ning Qi's permission to enter the celestial realm of fortune? The Gate of Fortune has been swallowed by this kid. Damn it. I suggest we kill this kid directly. Gongsun Wufu's face revealed a trace of anger. Kill him. The patriarch of Southern Border looked a little deranged. If he wasn't afraid of Willow Emperor, he would have already attacked. He finally had a chance to survive. Now, the Gate of Fortune had actually entered Ning Qi's sea of consciousness. What was this? Perfected Lord Shingong, if you don't act now, the Gate of Fortune might be gone. Jiang Wankong suddenly said loudly. His voice was too loud. The moment he finished speaking, a few willow twigs had already attacked him. Uft! The willow twigs broke into two. After the other half fell to the ground, it twitched for a while before turning into a green liquid and entering the ground. There was another figure next to Jiang Wankong, and there was a lazy black leopard sitting next to him. Both of them emitted the aura of a peak fifth-step imperishable realm expert. Who is this person? Chapter 3632. Although Emperor Lu had tens of thousands of willow branches, no matter which race, as long as a fifth-step cultivator reached the golden body, they would cultivate the golden body. The few willow branches that had just been severed might seem harmless to others, but to Emperor Lu, it was a loss of a part of his golden body. When perfected Lord Shinggong landed, Emperor Lu was already in a state of rage. Tens of thousands of willow branches attacked perfected Lord Shinggong like a storm. At the same time, a thick, dark green gas gushed out of the huge tree trunk. This gas instantly filled the entire area. After inhaling this gas, the faces of the cultivators who could not retreat in time turned green, and their bodies stiffened as if they had been hit in the acupoints. They stood motionless on the spot, unable to do anything. Sakya Shinkong and the other immortal realm cultivators reacted quickly. When the willow branches were cut, they had already retreated to a safe area. The same was true for Li Wuhai and the other immortal realm cultivators. Those who could not escape in time were basically fourth-step cultivators. What's going on? Why is he not hurt at all? Is Emperor Lu not willing to hurt him? After some cultivators escaped far away, they noticed that when the thick, dark green gas passed by Ningqi, it seemed to have a mind of its own. Humph! I'm just not going to touch you. Do you really think that your cultivation is extremely strong? Perfected Lord Shinggong sneered and looked down at the black leopard. Seeing this, the black leopard stood up unwillingly. Its body suddenly began to wriggle, and its physical body instantly expanded thousands of times at an extremely fast speed. Such a huge physical body was comparable to Emperor Lu's. It let out a series of roars. And waved its huge claws, blocking the tens of thousands of willow branches in front of perfected Lord Shinggong. So strong, Gong Sunwufua and the others could not help but swallow their saliva when they saw this. Among the imperishable realm cultivators, there were strong and weak ones. For an existence like Emperor Lu, although he did not have intelligence, he had lived for a long time and had almost cultivated his golden body to the extreme. Therefore, he was at the top of the imperishable realm. If a cultivator at the perfected realm didn't have any special means or special identity, they couldn't compare to Emperor Lu at all. They could only be at the second rank. Below them were cultivators at the perfected realm, like Heavenly Grandmother and Taoist Priestess. The black leopard was able to withstand Lu Huang's attacks and was basically ranked among the top. However, its endurance was incomparable to Lu Huang's. There was a huge difference in the basic size of their bodies. Naturally, there was a difference in their golden bodies as well. Disperse! Perfected cultivator Shinggong shouted coldly, and the thick, dark green gas that was about to spread in front of him was instantly repelled. Then his cold and emotionless eyes looked at Ningqi, and he reached out his hand to grab Ningqi. Clang! Perfected Lord Shinggong was slightly stunned. Ningqi was still sitting cross-legged on the spot. When perfected Lord Shinggong's attack landed on him, it was blocked by a mysterious force in his body. Hurry up! I can't hold on much longer. The black leopard suddenly turned its head and roared at Shinggong. Perfected Lord Shinggong frowned and reached out again. This time he didn't just want to grab Ningqi. He wanted to kill Ningqi. The air was distorted, and a huge fist fell from the sky, landing directly on Ningqi. However, the fist was once again shattered by the mysterious force as soon as it got close to Ningqi. This scene was witnessed by the majority of the crowd, causing them to be astounded and filled with disbelief. A cultivator at the perfected realm couldn't hurt a cultivator at the perfected realm? Could it be that the Gate of Fortune had blocked perfected Lord Shingong's attack? Let's retreat first. Ouyang Xinyue glanced at Jiang Wankong. All right, Jiang Wankong nodded. If perfected Lord Shingong could suppress Ning Qi in an instant, then everything would be fine. However, they didn't know what had happened to Ning Qi. Even perfected Lord Shingong couldn't suppress Ning Qi, and the Black Leopard would soon be unable to resist Lu Huang's attack. Perfected Lord Shingong had to join the battle, so he couldn't care less about them. In such a battle, even an existence of the immortal realm could be killed by the aftershocks, let alone an undying realm cultivator. After the two of them retreated to a safe distance, they looked at perfected Lord Shingong again. At that moment, he had joined the battle and joined forces with the Black Leopard to deal with Lu Huang. The aftershocks of the battle continued to spread in all directions. The cultivators who were frozen in place by the thick, dark green gas were killed in waves by the aftershocks. Not even their corpses were left intact. Moreover, the aftershocks of the battle between fifth-step cultivators were different. After those cultivators were killed, the aftershocks would follow the path between them and the Immortal Palace. Even if the Immortal Palace didn't shatter, it would still be greatly damaged. In less than 15 minutes, apart from Ning Qi, the rest of the people who were still standing in place were all dead. Many of them were true disciples of the top sections. No matter where they went, they would have an extremely high status, but now they were dead. They were extremely cowardly. The attention of Gongsun Wufua and the others was no longer on perfected Lord Shingong and the Black Leopard. At that moment, they were all looking at Ning Qi, the shock in their eyes rising again and again. There were all kinds of aftershocks of the battle, and even perfected Lord Shingong tried to kill Ning Qi while attacking Lu Huang. However, be it the aftershocks or perfected Lord Shingong's attacks, they couldn't hurt Ning Qi at all. Not long after, someone discovered that there was a faint trace of a door between Ning Qi's eyebrows. A gate-like mark appeared. At this moment, everyone had more or less guessed the reason why Ning Qi could withstand these attacks. The Gate of Fortune. An hour later. Retreat. Perfected Lord, Shingong bellowed. With great tacit understanding, he and the Black Leopard covered each other and quickly retreated out of Lu Huang's offensive range. Lu Huang also seemed to realize that the two of them were not to be trifled with, so he didn't use any means to chase after them. The violent willow branches gradually calmed down. They drooped down and swayed gently with the wind. Compared to the previously dense willow branches, Lu Huang was in a sorry state. At least 1/10 of the tens of thousands of willow branches were broken. On the other hand, perfected Lord Shingong and the Black Leopard only suffered some superficial injuries. Their golden bodies were not damaged at all. Perfected Lord Shingong, what should we do now? The Gate of Fortune has entered this lad's body. If he escapes from this place, won't he be benefiting the Covenant of Darkness? Jiang Wankong said in a low voice. Based on the current situation, the Gate of Fortune has indeed merged with him. However, it's not quite possible for him to escape from this place. Let's wait. The great emperor should have a result soon. Perfected Lord Shingong said plainly. Chapter 30, 633. The Creation Divine Pearl, the Creation God Territory, the Creation Domain, or the Creation Domain. There's actually a connection between the three. Ning Qi was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world, as his spirit consciousness could no longer return to his physical body. He could only watch helplessly as his creation domain underwent a massive change. This change was like the creation of the world. However, he was not the one presiding over the creation of the world. Instead, it was the sun that was spitting flames in the sky. Wherever the sun shone, new lives would rise. Ning Qi was both shocked and perplexed. The Creation Divine Pearl and the Creation God Territory were legends in the Shenlua world. They belonged to the ancient times of the Shenlua world, but now they were actually related to the creation domain that Ning Qi had possessed when he was still a first-step cultivator. They were in a relationship. This was enough to make people think deeply. In the central mainland, Ningqi was not the only cultivator who possessed the creation domain. As long as one became a creator, they could have their own creation domain. However, apart from the central mainland, Ningqi had never seen a similar cultivation method in the celestial world. Could it be that a Shenluo world cultivator who knew the creation god territory very well came to the central mainland and passed down a special cultivation method? Ningqi's mind turned slowly as he thought of countless possibilities. Finally, his countless thoughts condensed into one. What's the use of the creation domain that's changing? This was something that Ningqi really wanted to know. Such a change couldn't possibly be just to nourish the few living creatures in the creation realm. There had to be a deeper meaning behind it. However, he wasn't sure what it was. Whether it would bring good luck or bad luck to Ningqi, he could only know after the creation domain was completely transformed. All right, Ningqi's divine will instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the courtyard where Wang Shui was. Wang Shui and Lin Mei were sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. Their auras were constantly rising. Their cultivation levels were not high, but now their bodies were circulating with the aura of the karma state. Fourth step cultivators. They broke through to the fourth step just like that without being examined by the Supreme Saint Council. Ningqi even suspected that everything he saw was a type of illusion. This is Ningqi's divine will came to Wang Shui's side. Suddenly he saw a small plant behind them. There seemed to be a few fruits on it, but they had been picked by someone. Phoenix reincarnation fruit? This wasn't the sacred fruit of the Phoenix clan. Every 10,000 years, only one would be born. Until now, there were only 3 Phoenix reincarnation fruits in the Phoenix clan. Even a great emperor wouldn't be qualified to see one. How could it be born here? What kind of divine object is it? Ningqi carefully stared at the plant, and after a while, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why he was so familiar with it. Back in the ancient star system pavilion, Ningqi had read a lot of books and knew about some of the top races in the god Luo realm. After a deep understanding, the Phoenix race was similar to the Qilin race. They were at the pinnacle of the divine Luo world, and their status was even higher than the 4 saint races. The Vermilion Bird clan of the 4 sacred clans was said to be a branch of the Phoenix clan. Among the Phoenix clan, there was a godly item that even martial monarchs were obsessed with. It was the reincarnation fruit of the Phoenix clan. Every 10,000 years, a reincarnation fruit would be born. As for the effect of the Phoenix Samsara fruit, it was somewhat similar to the legends of the mortal world. The first difference was that the reincarnation fruit was used on cultivators, allowing them to reach the heavens in one step. After eating one reincarnation fruit, one could refine their golden body for 30 days and reach the ascendant stage. Those with good talent could even directly enter the imperishable realm. If a martial monarch ate it, it could help them break through their current bottleneck and improve their talent. However, there was a certain amount of risk in eating the reincarnation fruit. If one was unlucky, they could be burned to death by the flames and enter the reincarnation cycle. Even the celestial palace wouldn't be able to help them. Whether it's the characteristics or the description of the aura, it is indeed the reincarnation fruit. A holy tree of the Phoenix clan grew in my creation domain, and it bore at least 1, 2, 3, 5 reincarnation fruits. Ningqi was dumbfounded. From the traces of the fruits being picked, there were 5 reincarnation fruits here not long ago. My creation domain is turning into a creation god domain. Ningqi raised his head to look at the sun in the sky. He finally understood. His guess was close to the mark. Otherwise, how could a mere creation realm grow the Phoenix reincarnation fruit? And it was 5 at once. Even more than the Phoenix clan. 2 more than the stock of the Phoenix clan. Excitement. Excitement. Ningqi hadn't felt this way in a long time. Now he felt that his calm state of mind was broken. If the creation domain became a creation god domain, he could imagine how much he would benefit from it. Now that there were reincarnation fruits here, what about other places? Could it be that there were even more powerful spiritual materials being nurtured? The creation domain belonged to Ningqi alone. It could be said that most of these spiritual materials would end up in his pocket. Inside. What a pity. If I had come earlier, I would have been able to leave behind 4 phoenix reincarnation fruits. I wonder how many Shui has consumed. She's really messing around. If she dies from the backlash, she'll really disappear into thin air. Ningqi glanced at the 2 girls and shook his head. When his gaze landed on Lin Mei, it was very complicated. If he had arrived earlier, he definitely wouldn't have let Lin Mei eat the reincarnation fruits. She was only a maid that Ningqi had arranged to take care of Wang Shui's daily life. Yet, she had consumed such a divine item. She would probably have advanced faster than Ningqi. The 5th step was truly a step into the sky. A few days passed quickly. Wang Shui and Lin Mei each emitted a golden light. Compared to the intensity of Wang Shui's, Lin Mei's golden light was somewhat dim, and her aura was less than a quarter of Wang Shui's. Ningqi nodded slightly. Lin Mei had probably consumed no more than 2 reincarnation fruits. It was very likely that she had consumed only 1, and Wang Shui had consumed 4 reincarnation fruits. As long as they could survive the 30th day, they would be able to reach the sky in a single step. What are you waiting for? A voice suddenly rang in Ningqi's ears. Senior Silver Dragon? Ningqi was stunned. The creation god domain has been closed for many years. Now, it is constantly overlapping with your creation domain and finally merging into one. You should take this opportunity to collect all the spiritual materials and opportunities that you have accumulated over the years. Wait for the creation domain to open completely. Other forces have the ability to enter this place by force. You won't be able to compete with them. Silver Dragon's voice exploded in Ningqi's ears. What? A trace of shock flashed in Ningqi's eyes. Silver Dragon's words contained a lot of information. One point made Ningqi suddenly realize. It turned out that the phoenix reincarnation fruits didn't grow in a short period of time. They originally grew in the creation god domain. It was just that when the creation god domain and the creation domain merged. Wang Shui and Lin Mei saw it. Senior Silver Dragon, you said that someone could forcefully enter my creation domain? Chapter 30, 634. The Silver Dragon's words made Ningqi fall into silence. He glanced at Wang Shui and Lin Mei, who were already tempering their golden bodies, and suddenly said, "Is it just a coincidence that the creation god realm fused with my creation domain? How can there be such a coincidence in the world? The creation domain is not an ordinary thing. Otherwise, why don't the cultivators of other realms have it? On the other hand, you and the other cultivators in the central continent were able to obtain a creation domain at the first step because of it is for the sake of fusing with the creation domain in the future." The Silver Dragon's voice sounded again. In ancient times, the entrance to the creation domain was controlled by some top forces. Only the cultivators from these forces and the cultivators permitted by them were qualified to enter the creation domain. The cultivators who entered the creation domain would more or less obtain some fortuitous encounters, break through bottlenecks, and greatly increase their cultivation. Over time, the authority of the Shenluo realm was concentrated in their hands. Later on, someone found another path from the myriad realms of reincarnation. Through this path, one would not need the permission of the cultivators who controlled the creation domain to have the opportunity to enter. In fact, it was even simpler and easier. This path is the creation domain. Ningqi was enlightened. It seemed that the cultivation methods of the central mainland were indeed specially passed down by the cultivators of the Shenluo realm. Just like the experimental fields, all the masters of creation in the central mainland were part of this experiment. That's right. It's just that the cultivators who discovered this path have already been killed by the Jiang family's Dharch sent by the Holy Assembly. Therefore, no one has taken this path yet. You are the first. Once the fusion is complete, no one knows what will happen. All you need to know is that you still have some time to collect the fortuitous encounters here. All right. Ningqi nodded. His figure moved slightly, and he disappeared on the spot. He still had some control over the creation domain. When Ningqi used his mind to sense the changes in the creation domain and search for the lucky chances, there would be some weak feedback sent to his mind. Ningqi used this to his advantage. In less than a day, Ningqi used this to find 3 fortuitous encounters in less than a day. They were a fruit tree, a flower, and a spring. In the god Luo world, spirit fruits weren't categorized in detail. They were roughly split into 4 grades: Mystic Void, Mystic Yin, Mystic Yang, and Mystic Sage. However, there were some spirit fruits that couldn't even be considered as Mystic Void. There were also some spirit fruits that surpassed the Mystic Sage grade, for example, the Phoenix. The reincarnation fruit was a divine object above the profound sage realm. The fruit tree that Ningqi found was called the Qilin Heart because the fruit it bore was very similar to the Qilin Heart. It was crystal clear, like a perfectly cut gem. It was rumored that in the Qilin clan there was also a Qilin Heart. On it there were 4 fruits, but this one that Ningqi found bore 13 fruits, as expected of the divine realm of fortune. There are 2 of these fruit trees that surpass the profound sage level. The Phoenix reincarnation fruit was swallowed by those 2 girls, so I can't waste this Qilin Heart. The Silver Dragon's voice sounded. Senior Silver Dragon, I know about the effects of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit, but I don't know much about the effects of the Qilin Heart. If I consume it, will it have the same effects as the Phoenix reincarnation fruit? Ningqi asked. The Phoenix reincarnation fruit is a divine object used to temper the golden body. It is also an opportunity for many cultivators to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. However, the Qilin Heart is different. It has the opposite effect of the Phoenix reincarnation fruit. If you consume it, it will strengthen your primordial spirit. Your path of cultivation is already somewhat abnormal. Your physical body is incomparably powerful, but the strength of your primordial spirit can't keep up. The downside in the future is that when your cultivation reaches a certain level, it will restrict you from using some extremely powerful means. These means require the support of your primordial spirit. Have you discovered that when your physical body has been tempered to a certain level, it can no longer be improved? You have to wait until you break through before you can continue to temper your physical body? That's right. Is it because the strength of my primordial spirit isn't strong enough? Ningqi nodded subconsciously. That's right. The Qilin Heart is relatively gentle. With your current physical strength, you can swallow these 13 at once. After swallowing them, your primordial spirit will be strengthened at least 1,000 times, comparable to the primordial spirit of an undead realm cultivator. With this primordial spirit, the success rate of finding the 9 reincarnation bridges is completely incomparable to others. The Silver Dragon faintly said. It paused for a moment before continuing. There's also this fate-changing flower. It's also a divine item that surpasses the profound sun realm. Even an emperor realm existence would want to snatch it from you. It can give you a chance to recall your previous life's memories. You should know that even a great emperor can't escape the reincarnation of the myriad realms. Once their lifespan is up, they will enter the reincarnation cycle. Therefore, a cultivator of the Shenluo realm, as long as their primordial spirit hasn't been completely destroyed in one of their lives, they will definitely go through countless reincarnations. Perhaps a mortal in the past was a star demon or an extremely powerful cultivator. Therefore, to be able to recall the memories of their previous life is an extremely tempting choice for every cultivator. Even a great emperor is no exception. Ningqi's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. After a few breaths, he finally reacted. His expression became extremely solemn. If I recall my previous life, will I still be me? It's just a memory. You, of course, will be you. The silver dragon's voice sounded a little strange. It seemed to be puzzled by Ning Chi's question. What about this spring? Where did it come from? Is it something that surpasses the mystic sun realm? Ning Chi suddenly changed the topic. This red spider spring is located within the mystic sun realm. It's able to protect a cultivator who is in the midst of a breakthrough. Every breakthrough will result in a significant increase in strength. But at the same time, the process of a breakthrough is extremely dangerous. The red spider spring is able to minimize the risk. As soon as the silver dragon finished a sentence, Ning Chi carried the red spider spring and flew into the sky. In the courtyard, when Ning Chi returned to the courtyard and saw Wang Shui and Lin Mei, they seemed to be in an extremely bad condition. Their flesh was being broken and reformed continuously. He could vaguely see the bones of the golden body beneath their flesh. At that instant, Wang Shui's aura had greatly surpassed Lin Mei's and even surpassed Ning Chi's. A reincarnation realm and a heavenly fate realm. I didn't expect the reincarnation fruit to be so useful. Ning Chi let out a wry smile. He then poured the red spider spring toward the two ladies. As the water of the red spider spring touched their bodies, their condition immediately improved. With your flesh, if you were to consume a reincarnation fruit, I believe you would be able to achieve the immortal realm in 30 days. The silver dragon's voice seemed to be filled with a hint of pity. Chapter 30, 635. Speaking of this, I've been awake for a while. I've been watching you cultivate the ancient star body. Silver Dragon said. Then during this period of time you've been... Ning Chi was startled, and even the action of splashing water on the two women froze for a moment. I didn't dare to show myself. Silver Dragon sighed. It's fine in the forsaken land of the gods, where the Holy Council won't be able to detect me. However, once I leave the forsaken land of the gods, my aura will be easily detected by them. When the time comes, you won't be able to escape, let alone me. Then now, Ning Chi's expression became slightly strange. What did Silver Dragon do to make him so afraid of the Holy Council that he didn't even dare to reveal a trace of his aura? They aren't qualified to sense my aura in the creation divine realm. Silver Dragon's tone became slightly arrogant. After a pause, he continued, You still have some time. Do you intend to waste it here? Whether these two girls can withstand the medicinal power of the phoenix reincarnation fruit depends on themselves. Even if you use the water from the Permethos spring to reduce the danger to them, it will be useless. I promise. After all, the level of the Permethos spring is much lower than the phoenix reincarnation fruit. The latter is a divine item that surpasses the mysterious sun level. Even in the creation realm, there is only one of it. I think the changes here will take some time. It will be impossible for the two worlds to completely merge in a short period of time. Ning Chi smiled. It's up to you. However, your guess is indeed correct. This process won't end without at least a year and a half. At the same time, your body will be under the protection of the divine domain of creation. Even an Emperor realm existence won't be able to break it. During this period of time, you can rest assured and wait for the creation realm to completely open. Then, your divine sense will return to your body. Silver Dragon said indifferently. Time passed in a flash. Ning Chi watched as Wang Shui's aura broke through the limit of the rebirth state. At this moment, Wang Shui's right arm was completely golden, just like Ning Chi's. Even so, Wang Shui's aura didn't stop increasing. There were still about 4 to 5 days before the 30-day deadline. Ning Chi guessed that the effect of the phoenix reincarnation fruit would erupt in the last few days. Uft. Lin Mei suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. There was a hint of gold within the blood. After coughing out the blood, her face became extremely ugly. The aura around her body wavered, as if it would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Ning Qi splashed some more permethau spring water on her body. Even if he kept splashing water on her, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to finish splashing a mouthful of permethau spring water on her body even after a few years. Hence, Ning Qi didn't feel too much heartache. With the support of the spring water, Lin Mei's complexion looked a little better. Her aura had finally broken through the limits of the rebirth state and reached the undead state. She was almost on par with Han Buwei, whom Ning Qi had met before. As for Wang Shui, who was sitting next to Lin Mei, her aura was even stronger. Her other arm was about to turn completely golden too. Once it was fully golden, it would be able to achieve the immortal realm. The Phoenix reincarnation fruit is indeed a fortuitous encounter of the heavens. In less than 30 days, it allowed a third step cultivator to take 2 major steps forward and reach the ascendant realm. Shui, I must have eaten even more of it. As long as she can endure the medicinal energy, she should be able to reach the sempiternal realm. Of course, it would be even more perfect if he could step into the imperishable realm. Ning Qi couldn't help but sigh. After another day, Lin Mei's aura had stabilized and no longer rose. Her cultivation finally stopped at the middle stage of the undead realm. As for what rank she was at, Ning Qi couldn't judge it yet. Because the system was still updating, he couldn't check it. The human attribute panel. At this moment, both of Wang Shui's arms had already turned golden, and her cultivation had also reached the sempiternal realm. However, her aura was still rising rapidly, and one could vaguely see golden light flashing around her ribs. This was already the last day. Ning Qi felt that Wang Shui's chances of breaking through to the imperishable realm were at least 30%. From the looks of it, this girl should have eaten 4 phoenix samsara fruits. If she's lucky, reaching the early stage of the imperishable realm shouldn't be a problem. The Silver Dragon's voice suddenly sounded. Senior Silver Dragon, you think so too? A hint of joy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. If Wang Shui's strength could reach the imperishable realm, she would have the ability to protect herself in the divine Luo realm. She might even have a chance to recover her past memories. How could Ning Qi not be happy? If she hadn't died once and her origin body was still intact, she wouldn't even need to wait for the last day. She would have reached the imperishable realm a few days ago. 4 phoenix samsara fruits. This is a divine item that even I didn't get to eat back then. The Silver Dragon said lightly. Hearing this, Ning Qi's attention immediately focused on Wang Shui. The water from the permethau spring splashed on her body like it was free. When the last day was about to end, Ning Qi discovered that Wang Shui's entire body, except for her skull, had completely turned golden. As long as her skull has a trace of golden body, she will be considered to have entered the imperishable realm. The Silver Dragon said, Shui, you can do it. Ning Qi didn't even realize that his palms were already sweating. Several hours later, Wang Shui's aura suddenly changed qualitatively. The golden lines finally broke through her neck and reached the back of her head. There was already a trace of golden line on the skull at the back of her head. Golden skull transformation. Imperishable realm. Ning Qi originally thought that when Wang Shui broke through, there would be a lot of movement. He didn't expect everything to be so quiet. Senior Silver Dragon, is it possible for me to break through to the rebirth realm like them, or even the imperishable realm without going to the myriad realms of reincarnation? It's possible. Eat a phoenix, samsara fruit. After a dozen breaths, Lin Mei suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Ning Qi standing in front of her, she hurriedly stood up. Senior Ning, her expression suddenly froze. She finally realized that there was something wrong with her body. My strength, how could it be? Lin Mei muttered to herself, her face revealing a trace of disbelief. You're much stronger than before, right? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, Senior Ning. What's going on? Lin Mei quickly nodded. Congratulations, you are now a cultivator at the 5th step of the imperishable realm. Ning Qi smiled. The 5th step How is this possible? Lin Mei had a look of disbelief. She hadn't even stepped into the fourth step. How could she become a cultivator at the fifth step? To Lin Mei, this was no different from a fantasy story. Take a look at your right arm. Is it a golden body? Ning Qi smiled. After a while, Lin Mei finally confirmed that she had indeed become a cultivator at the fifth step. Thank you, Senior Ning. Lin Mei suddenly knelt in front of Ning Qi. She knew that the reason why she could reach the sky in one step was definitely related to Ning Qi. The fruit you swallowed is called the Phoenix Samsara fruit. It is a very rare divine item. This is your own opportunity. There's no need to thank me.